I live, I die, I yin again. How are you doing? Good morning, good morning. Hope you're all doing well. Hope everything's doing good. Hey, T-Dub, here for the 35-month resub. It's almost been 3 years of subbing to a hyena. Oh no. That's a lot of yin. I warn you in advance. Hey, Badum, thank you for the 32-month resub. Hope I have enough zebra cakes. It's gonna be a bit of a long stream, but we're finishing Fate. We're finishing the Fate route. We're not finishing the visual novel called Fate, but we are finishing the route called Fate. There we go. As I mess around with a thing here. There we go. Pardon me. We are indeed staying the night. It would be the time in which that we are staying the night. Hello, Rion. Hope you're well. I'm doing well. No, I'm doing well. I'm surviving. I'm living. Thought it could be fun to finish this tonight. Thought it could be neat to do. There we go. Tsukimi is the biggest beginning of the universe, right? I thought I would start with that. You can. You can start with Tsukihime or you can start with Fate. I prefer to start with Fate just because Fate becomes more horror as it goes, and then Tsukihime is just horror. So I'm starting with Fate Stay Night to go into that. Oh my. Also, 1 second, let me grab a thing and then, I think we'll be good to go. 1 sec. Alright. Now, I am good to go. Hello. Good evening. Do I exist? Am I allowed to exist? Hi. How are you? Good God, I need to clean my monitor. I can tell it's 30 because you can see the black on white. But hey, how are you? Why am I so big? Well, how you doing? Do we truly exist? I like to think I do on some days, but other days I am non-fucking existent. On other days I refuse to exist. Yeah. Oh yeah, no, on reading days I need my glasses. That's why I'm a bird. Don't think too hard about that. Look at that weird chicken. A loaf? That's just mean. Imagine existing. Oh. Hey, Avi Moose. Thank you for following. Hope you enjoy your stay. Welcome to the Knoll Patrol. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Grabbing you? You can't grab me! I'm 2D. But I appreciate it nonetheless. Thank you, Range. For a 67-month resub. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh my god. I was thinking, when we finish Heaven's Feel, we should probably watch, Fate Zero at one point. I think it could be fun. I think it could be nice. Oh, got my neck. Oh, my neck, my neck. Probably use some Chrome Gator, you think? Grab you and crump you up like a Paper Mario NPC. Get that shit out of my face. SpaceYeen grab opponents in 2D fighters. You wanna try? Force route? Yeah! I'm happy to finally go through and finish Fate, the first route. Because that one just did not get a lot of love or attention in any of its animated properties, or anime adaptations, I guess. I love this song. Oh, Disillusion? Disillusion's great. That was the original VN opening, but they haven't used it in ages. Well, this is technically a rebroadcast hearing version of it. Because they rebroadcasted, the Studio Dean version at one point for funsies. And they gave it a new intro, and it's this. Because even though I rag on the Studio Dean anime a lot, as it deserves, it still is like a nostalgic, kind of like classic in a way. It's weird. It's weird. Still has really good music, even though it's just from the DN. Oh my. You can't prove that range. Forced route. Okay. Let me grab this. Have you now? Okay. Let me do that. Don't be loud. Oh, I gotta go over this screen anyways. I gotta get myself all nice and safely tucked away. Gotta get my book. Gotta get over here. I think I'm at... I think I'm where I usually stand. I don't know, it's kind of hard to tell, you know. It's kind of hard to tell. Ignore the... Oh god, ignore the CGs. Why am I on these? Thank you, keyboard. Hey, jump scare neck chop. Now you're playing Dead Rising? What? No. No, we already did that. Have jump scare neck chop and a baby lion. I'm sure she's fine. She's fine. You know, minus the fact she got fucking disintegrated. You know, minus that. Reminder of what happened last time. Cute lion cub. Neck explosion. She is not fine, but the neck chop is unrelated to how she died. Oh shit, I forgot to pull up my Fate Stay guide. So I can get the fucking endings, cause Fate Route's honestly not that bad to get the good ending, but I also want to get all the bad endings, so let me just put that here. I was showing a few friends how to get the final endings in the last few routes, and they're like absolute madness, and I think it's hilarious. Hey, thank you ever so kindly, Simply Lego. Thank you for following. Hope you enjoy your stay. Welcome to the Knoll Patrol. Do it again. I wasn't looking. I don't think I can do that again. Okay. So, yeah, we are literally at the start of day 12. Alright. So, update. Update from last time. Who's alive, who's dead, because the last one was very, very active. Wait, am I on day 13? It said part 13. Where the fuck am I? Where the fuck am I? Anyways. So, last time, Ryder, first one to go, got absolutely disintegrated. Her master Shinji is dead. We never learned her true name. Berserker, or Archer, next one to die. Never learned his true name. Wound up getting killed by Heracles. Berserker dead, wound up being killed by Shiro and Saber using Caliburn. Shinji is alive, probably? Oh no, he's dead. Heracles' master Ilya is still alive. Oh, also, Rin is still alive. Nasty Mark! The bet I missed a bunch of stuff? Yeah, a lot of things happened. A lot of things happened last time. The death game kicked in. Oh yeah, Ilya killed Shinji on top of that. So, yeah, I guess points to Ilya. There we go, there we go. Ilya's alive, boo to that. The sky was still pale gray. I had to click the thing. Was it dawn or dusk? It's hard to tell. The vast sky overhead and a wide field stretching out on all sides. The sky seemed close enough to touch. Clouds low enough to grab hold of. This is one of the battlefields she fought on. But there was no longer any cavalry in her service. The sprawling golden meadow was gone. Hello, Juno. Instead, unfolding under the dull sky was the remnant of a battlefield. No emotion. She must have seen this kind of thing almost daily. Her desolate heart was empty. As she leaned against the golden sword, she exhaled deeply and let her shoulders relax. The battle must have ended. After glancing over the bodies of the defeated soldiers, she returned to her camp. Those were the battles she experienced. Her cold, calm demeanor remained unchanged. No matter the predicament she's been in, she remembered just like the woman I've always known. She remained just like the woman I've always known. Actually, I'm gonna resize myself really quick. Just really quick, because I'm a little eating up a little bit of text, so let me just, there we go, bird resized, okay. And then I see the dream of a king. The moment she drew the sword, she stopped being human. She took over for her father as a feudal lord, and became a king with many knights. She was known as King Arthur, and Arthuria, the life of the girl who once aspired to be a knight, changed so radically. She acted like she was the king's son. The ruler of territories, the knights had to be male. Only her father and the mage knew the king was female. She covered herself in iron and hid that truth for the rest of her life. There were those who had their suspicions. The king of knights who wielded the sacred sword knew neither injury nor age. Hey, Musical Mike, thank you for the raid, how you doing? Meow 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 to you too, how are ya? Good morning, good morning. Excalibur was blessed with the protection of the fairies, making its possessor immortal. As such, nobody questioned her tiny frame, which was much too small for a knight, or her face, which may have appeared girlish. Instead, she was hailed as a truly beautiful king. And in fact, the king was invincible. Neither size nor appearance mattered. Those who lived in fear of the savage invaders desired a strong king, and the valiant knights would only follow a truly superior leader. The king satisfied each of these conditions, and so nobody questioned the king's identity. It did not matter if the king was a child or a woman. All that matters is that the king protected the nation. The new king was fair and selfless and always stood on the front line, fighting and defeating the nation's enemies on the battlefield. Many enemies and citizens died, but the king was always just, and she played her role as king better than anyone else. Also, welcome on in for anybody who has no idea what's going on. We're reading a horror visual novel that's about history. A lot of history. There was no room to suspect otherwise, and as any such suspicions would be pointless while the king was right in any case. I don't know about that. Wait till I show you the statue of Diamui. She knew no defeat on the battlefield. Her army reformed the lost cavalry, then charged across the battlefield, defeating foreign infantry and smashing through their defenses. Did she always stand on the front lines because her nation was behind her? They actually did a lot of research into making these VNs and novels. There's a lot of really cool shit. Let's bet history and mythology. Mythology is a part of history. Tales and stories is a part of history. Even if the people are questioning if they existed or not, they still exist in history. That's the point of the thing. Went to a high school death game. Yeah. Before she headed out to battle, she had to cast aside so many citizens. Once she was on the battlefield, she had to cut down all her enemies. As her battles were fought in defense of her nation, it was common to wring villages dry to support the army. In that sense, no knight killed as many as she did. I can't tell if she ever really felt that burden. It's not something I can really know from a dream. Has anyone noticed that, like, historical artifacts are being stolen across the world? I don't know, I just think that's interesting. I'm just saying we're in for a 6th Holy Grail war. But I do know she didn't have a moment's doubt or hesitation on the battlefield. Grief never touched her thoughts when she sat on the throne. A king is not human. Human emotions would make it impossible to protect people. She kept to her oath, never wavering. She addressed the issues facing her nation, and she worked on matters of political concern. She ruled without wavering, and she punished the deserving without error. Lots of historical figures are made into women because of this game. That's because this game used it as a, like a really cool, like, plot twist kind of thing, and used it to ride into the story of the character. The gacha does it because titties sell. And after winning so many battles, unifying so many clans, and punishing hundreds of criminals, King Arthur doesn't have a human heart. One of the knights in her entourage murmured this. Everyone must have felt the same way. The more perfectly she carried herself as a king, the more everyone questioned their monarch. There's no way someone devoid of human emotion can rule humans. Several reputable knights left the White Castle of Camelot, but the king accepted this as inevitable and incorporated it into her rule. And so the fair king, once so admired by her knights, began to isolate herself. Such trivialities were of no concern to the king. Even if she was deserted, feared, or betrayed, her heart would remain unchanged. It couldn't be helped. The moment she took that sword, she abandoned her emotions. And then her final battle began. The battle at Bowdoin Hill ended in a complete victory, and that inescapable conclusion led to the savage clans finally offering peace. And so the nation that had been holding its breath waiting to be destroyed knew a moment of peace. The age of warfare where a nation leaned on a singular hero came to an end. Britain was finally going to become the nation she'd always dreamed of. The scene starts to fade away. I realize the dream is ending, and I'm about to wake up. I can feel myself drifting closer to wakefulness. But before that happens, something really pissed me off. She's stupid. But she's strong and a gifted fighter. There's a difference between being good at fighting and being cut out for it. The people around her pissed me off, too. If she didn't notice that someone else around her should have told her, she would have gone on making the same mistake forever. Seriously, how the hell did she have so many people around her and not one told her the truth? Shiro, no, don't get angry again. Shiro, get angry, get irrational, say something stupid. I wake up. Hello, Quantum. We escaped Ilia's forest and returned home yesterday afternoon. Osaka went back to her room complaining her stomach hurt, and my headache wasn't getting any better, so we all decided just to go to sleep. In her defense, Oh god, I like choked on a spit. How am I dying like this? Oh my god. Anyways, Merlin did warn her that, like, hey, if you draw this sword, shit's gonna go down. It must have been all the extra weight I was lugging around. As soon as I got into bed, I couldn't back up. Saber was the only one who seemed fine, and Tosaka and I left her to guard the house while we slept. And then... I'm relieved. The whole thing with Berserker, the headache I got after copying Saber's sword was unreal. If I had kept up, my head might have just split down the middle. Then I notice... Hey, Saber. Saber is sitting on the floor right next to my head. Saber would know all about being stupid. Ah! Shiro, wake up, it's food hour. Saber gets up and heads silently out of my room. What was that about? I don't know why Saber's acting strange. I'm really not sure, but... I don't think anybody else could have drawn Excalibur. Or Caliburn. The moment I have that thought, the scene from last night comes back to me. Hello, Deoxo. Good evening, good evening. I shake my head to rid myself of those impure thoughts. That night, my contact with Saber was entirely about my duty as a master. If I didn't rationalize it like that, I'll never be able to get Saber again. How goes things? It goes. It goes, we just started. No, I was actually just tired yesterday, but I still need to act normal. Besides, Saber wouldn't like me acting like this, and I keep smacking my microphone with my hand. I take a deep breath and get changed. It's 9 in the morning. Saber hasn't eaten since lunch yesterday, so she must be hungry. Nine is so late, it's practically not even morning anymore. As hungry as Saber must be, I should probably make a hearty breakfast. Natural. I think Green's allowed to have an extra nap. You know, considering nearly having the life squeezed out of her repeatedly. Videos for October? Oh! I hope it goes well for you. Hope you have fun. What the hell? Huh? Yeah, we don't need to train for Assassin or Caster or Lancer, even though we have no idea who Caster is or where Assassin is. The common enemy we all share in Berserker is gone now. We teamed up to take an enemy far stronger than us, and that's also why I trained so furiously in such a short period of time. We still don't know who Caster is this late in the fucking route. And that just like dawned on me. We don't know Assassin's Master, we don't know Caster's Master, we haven't seen Caster yet, we don't know Lancer's Master. Well, I say easy, but what I mean is that I kind of enjoy it. Caster's Master! What's wrong today, son?
俺もその方が楽だし、セイバーも肩の力が抜けていいんじゃないか。ともかく、午前中はセイバーと剣を合わせるのが日課なんだ。数少ない俺の楽しみを取らないでくれ。
I take the ground beef and pork, green onions, mushrooms, and eggs out of the refrigerator and head to the kitchen. All I need is panko, sake, and cooking oil. Saber mumbles quietly to herself in the living room while I work. I can't quite hear what she's saying from the kitchen. Truly her favorite thing of the Holy Grail War, she gets to eat some good fucking food. I mix onions, panko, sake, eggs, salt with 400 grams of ground beef and pork and knead it all together. I've decided to be bold today, so I'm making stewed Japanese-style Hamburg steak for breakfast. Oh, I'm sorry, son. An anomaly? Saber's voice drifts out from the living room. I glance back over my shoulder as I cook. God. I'm honestly impressed she's even walking, I gotta be honest. Tosaka comes in looking grumpy and grabs a carton of milk from the fridge. Look at that grumpy face you've been making a second ago, Go. Her eyes are practically sparkling now. Is that so? Well, she's one who gets to enjoy herself here, not me. Reminds me of what my old man used to say. Someone gains, someone else loses. She definitely didn't spend like literally almost 3-something hours running around a forest last night. Had to go all the way back home after passing out doing a weird CG dragon sex ritual and then getting knocked the fuck out, then getting picked up by a literal Goliath, literally Heracles, and had the life squeezed out of her by his decapitated arm, amputated arm. Yeah, no, she's fine. She waves as she heads back to the living room. With a glass of milk in one hand, Tosaka plops down at the table. Seriously. I don't know where she gets off acting like the king of the castle here in my house. Decamputated. Yes, thank you. My bones hurt. Shiro, my bones hurt. I need milk. You are certainly lazy today, Rin. Rin, the only person in the room that has no level of healing factor. Yeah, way to go, Saber. She's saying everything I wish I could. I mean, did she use like 7? Yeah, like 6 or 7, I think. However, Tosaka dismisses Saber's criticism nonchalantly by just agreeing. You know, honestly, Rin gives everybody else shit. She kind of deserves it a little bit. Rin, your servant is dead. Archer is dead.
一筋縄で行く相手ではない。
Defeating Assassin will be no problem. Right, Saber? Saber starts sweating, flashes back to that scene of her getting kicked down the fucking stairs.
キャスターに至ってはまだ出会ってもいないではないですか。
謙遜謙遜。アーサー王の手にかかっちゃそんじょそこらの英霊なんて十羽一からげでしょ。今までは魔力不足で嘆いてたけどそれも解決したし、今のセイバーに対抗できるサーバントなんて一人もいないわ。
Saber narrows her eyes at Tosaka. I have the same reaction. We shouldn't let Totaka. God damn it. Tosaka said there, just go buy Tostada.
お前セイバーが誰かって気づいてたのか。
うっす
Taco
ね。
Bell.
確信が持てたのは昨日よ。あれだけの
No,
政権
her
を
name is
扱う英
Taco
雄
now.
なんて一人しかいないもの。
Tostitos.
まあ伝説のアーサー
Toaster
王が女の子っていうのには驚いたけど、目の前にいるんじゃ信じるしかないじゃない。
Is Reen out? She's out. There's no way she can win. I think technically she still has her command seals, so she could make a pact with another servant. Which would probably be a good idea if she knew any other servants who were still alive.
それに伝説なんて都合よく改ざんされたものでしょ。セイバーが隠したのか周囲が隠したのか知らないけど、確かに中世の王様が女の子ってのは都合が悪いものね。
But yeah, she has one command seal. Is Rin sticking around to help
そ
him
りゃ
win?
誰が
Yes.
何と言おうと男として扱うわよ。
Tosaka's tone remains the same. Saber at least doesn't seem to mind. If anything, she seems to agree with Tosaka. She certainly doesn't seem about to argue. She basically acknowledged the fact. No, she would have to literally go up to another servant and be like, hey, you want to team up with me instead? Me who has one command seal and my servant is dead? A hero with a connection to the sword is selected to be the Saber servant. Based on that alone, she would absolutely make for the best Saber. The heroic symbol of Britain, the wielder of a sacred sword so famous she's even known in this faraway land. But then what of it? The legend of King Arthur ends with the king's death. Even heroes are still human. Their stories usually end in death, but no hero dies a proper villain. You transfer command seals, they'd have to go to the priest for that. And it hurts like a motherfucker. King Arthur was no exception. Why is it Kojiro's saber? Because he's assassin. The weapon doesn't dictate what they are. If I remember correctly, King Arthur died in battle. At the Great Battle of Kamlan. After unifying Britain and supposedly having no more foreign enemies to defeat, King Arthur was drawn into conflict with an unexpected enemy in the end. It was the treachery of her own army, the knight she vowed to protect and fought alongside for so long, that led to King Arthur's death. For the record, Sojiro, the reason why he's assassin is because his the swallow strike, the instantaneous 3/ death kill. That's why. King Arthur defeated the army's leader, but took a fatal wound in the battle, and so entrusted her only surviving knight Bedivere with the task of returning the sacred sword to where it belonged. Travel across this bloody battlefield and over the hill. You'll find a deep lake. Throw the sword into that lake. But Bedivere did not fulfill that final duty. Fearing the implications of losing the sword, Bedivere falsely reported not once, but twice that he had thrown it into the lake. Each time, King Arthur once more ordered Bedivere to throw the sword away. Finally, on his third attempt, Bedivere was able to fulfill his king's wishes. It is said that King Arthur died after making certain the sword had been returned.
それよりシロ、あんたこれからどうする気よ。
Osaka suddenly turns to glare at me.
どうするって何をだよ。
だから和室で寝てる物騒な子供のことよ。 放っておけって言ったのに、ここまで連れてきたのはあんたじゃない。
Game just says he has bonded sword. There's a saber. The game also said that a servant in their life. Okay. Let me say it this way. A weapon does not dictate the class. However, who they were in life can dictate what roles they can be. King Arthur can be Saber. Sojiro can be an assassin. He could have been a Saber, but he wasn't. He was an assassin this game.
それについては私も言いたい。バーサーカーを失ったとはいえ、イリアスフィールは危険なマスターだ。それを保護するなど、シロはどうかしています。
Also, he can't be Saber because we already have a Saber.
綺麗に預けちまえばいいのよ。
The two glare at me as one. That's right. The moment Berserker disappeared, Ilya fainted. She showed no sign of waking up and I couldn't just leave her, so I brought her back home. Of course, Tosaka and Saber objected, so I carried her myself. I had fun, Tom. Also, I hope you're doing well. A master who loses their servant either flees before another master kills them or is protected by the church. Tosaka says we should let Kotomine take care of her, but I don't think that priest would take very good care of Ilya, so I'm having her stay in one of our spare rooms.
シロ、あなたの考えは立派ですが、イリアスフィールに関わるのは危険です。今ならまだ間に合う。早々に教会に預けるか、その令状を剥奪するべきだ。
The call? Saber's serious. Changing her mind won't be easy.
なんだよ。だってほっとくわけにはいかないだろう。イリアはまだ子供なんだし、様子もおかしかった。琴峰に預けるのはなんかかわいそうだし。
かわいそう。あんたね、あの子にあんな目に遭わされて、まだそんな寝ぼけたこと言うわけ？
同感です。シロはイリアスフィールに感情移入しすぎています。彼女は何度もシロを殺そうとしたではないですか。
It's okay. Let's just recruit the demon. Sure, why not? The two are more united than ever. But I need to stand my ground.
確かにイリアは敵だった。けど、あいつに邪気はなかった。
Costa.
ちゃんと言いつけてやる奴がいれば、イリアはもうあんなことはしない。それに、一番初めに言ったはずだ。俺はマスターを殺すために戦うんじゃない。戦いを終わらせるために戦うだけだって。
それは分かってはいますが。
It's the priest. He doesn't like the priest too much, like being in the same room with him, but Ilya could also be really useful instead of just leaving her at the church. Saber's tone softens, though she's clearly not convinced. But
そう。それじゃあイリアスフィールのしたことを全部許すっていうの？言っとくけど、あの子は私たち以外のマスターも襲っている。もしかしたらもう何人かマスターを殺しているかもしれない。それでもあなたは助けてやるっていうのね。
それは。
weapon skills? Yeah, Ilya admitted she killed Shinji after I let him go. Shinji used Ryder to try to kill everyone at school. If that's what she did as a master, I suppose his death was inevitable. But Shinji was a friend of mine for years, and thinking of Sakura, I can't just write off what Ilya did.
けど、それじゃ終わりがないだろ。イリアがマスターで亡くなって、自分のしたことを悔やめるようになるのなら、俺は助けるべきだと思う。
Are you sorry for killing Shinji?
そうね。それは正しい。けどシロ、私はアーチャーのことを帳消しにする気はないの。私のアーチャーはあいつに殺されたんだから。
We're at an impasse here. We all freeze staring at each other. But then...
何よ。サーバントなんて最後にはみんな消えちゃうじゃない。そんなこと気にしてるなんて マスター失格ね、リン。
They're expendable. Hey, Saber. The very girl under discussion appears.
エリアスフィール。
待ちなさい。あなたたちに用はないわ。戦う気もないから、そんなにいきり立たないでくれない？ほんと、同じレディーとして恥ずかしいわ。私よりずっと年上なのに、たしなみってものがないんだから。
Ilya shrugs, looking disgusted.
なんですって？
Saber and Tosaka are once again in sync. A whole new kind of intensity comes over them.
まあ、それも怒らないであげる。今はあなたたちに構ってる場合じゃないもの。
Ilya turns from them to face me.
エリーよ。
It's okay, she said she's sorry. What?
礼を言います。セイバーのマスター。敵であった我が身の
How is Shiro the main character and the
心よ
Yamcha?
り感謝いたしますわ。
He did a cool thing last chapter. He has one cool thing under his belt. I stare at Ilya in disbelief. So son, is that even Saber goes quiet? Tosaka just keeps drinking her milk, giving Ilya the stink eye. And then Ilya smiles that familiar smile of hers.
なんてね。やっぱりシロはお兄ちゃんだ。
She launches herself right at me and hugs me around the neck.
何者？
Tosaka spits out her milk. What the? I can almost hear the vein popping in Saber's forehead.
離れなさい、この無礼者。
You insolent fool! Saber rushes toward me. Ilya twists around, swinging at my back.
無礼者はどっちよ。サーバントのくせに私に意見しようなんて100年早いわ。
あなたに従う義務もなければ意思もありません。減らず口を言う暇があるなら、今すぐ城から離れなさい。
I don't think that really counts, Ryu, since two of the people in the room either hate him or want to kill him. Hey, Frogspit, thank you for following. Welcome to the Knoll Patrol. I hope you enjoy your stay.
そんなの聞かないよーだ。ねえシロ、昨日みたいにしよう。あれ、本部って言うんだよね。
Heard my grandma use the word harem the other day, by the way, about start fucking choking. Ilya spins around me. Gets. Saber hurries after her, trying to catch her. This is bad. What specifically is bad? Well, it's just bad. What was the context? Okay, so my grandfather passed away a good while ago now. My grandmother. There's this older guy at his at their church, and he's always surrounded by other women. That's because he's like so nice to them and all that kind of stuff. I think he also has like a dead wife or something like that. So all the single women, you know, are like around him constantly. And he keeps trying to be nice to my grandma. I said, I want no part of your harem. She said that to me over the phone. I about started fucking crap. I about started dying. I want no part of your harem, old man. About dropped my phone. My grandma, I love her. She's something, alright. Oh my god. The two can't stop glaring at each other. It must be because Tostada's just watching from afar, but... Who taught you this word? I wanted to say that, but I didn't want an answer. She just wipes the milk off her mouth as if nothing is happening and says...
どうでもいいんだけどね、二人とも。そのままだと そいつ死ぬわよ。
Paternal, paternal? She's my grandma. Blood related? The two peer curiously at me. It's pretty clear. She's old, she's been around, maybe she's a Fujoshi. My grandma watches Days of Our Lives every day. I don't know if that counts. I've never watched Days of Our Lives. My neck's getting wrenched around. I now face the greatest danger in my life. Oh, father's or mother's side? Oh, my mother. Let's review the current situation. The hamburg steak I've been working so hard on is packed away in the freezer. First, there's Tostada. She's being relatively quiet. She seems to be keeping a straight face, and looks like she's just going to watch things play out. But who can say what she might be thinking to herself? Ilya's sitting next to me, and for some reason she looks like she's in a good mood. She's looking curiously around the living room, but doesn't look like Saber or Tosaka are of much concern to her. Whatever either of them might say is likely to go in one ear and out the other. And then there's the one I'm most concerned about. Saber. She's glaring anxiously at both me and Ilya. She's not usually so fidgety and restless. Feels like I'm resting on a bed of nails. So I can't leave things like this. I don't know what's going to come of this, but I have to do something about the situation. Tesseract? They've told us about my mom. Well, my mom is reading through all of Phoenix Wright. She's on Justice for All, so...
そうね。結論は決まっているし、問題は早めに片付けた方がいいわ。そうでしょ、セイバー。そうですね。私とリンの意見は同じですから。
She's on Justice for All, and now she really wants to read Tsukihime. Which is on the Switch, so... Saber's really digging her heels in.
ねえシロ、リンとセイバーは何を話したがってるの？
いや、そのイリアをどうするかっていう話。
What case?
イリアは
I think she was on Big Top.
だからこの後どうしたものかなって。
I forgot actually. I didn't ask her about that
そんなの
earlier.
決まってるでしょ。教会に保護させるか、森の城に追い返すのよ。
Picking up on the hilariously overt homosexual overtones. Oh, she did nothing but made fun of Miles. She did not like Edgeworth. She did not like Edgeworth. She just made fun of him the whole time.
シロもそう思ってるの
Ilya looks at me, her face emotionless. I... Shelter Ilya, take her to the church. Shelter. Kiritsugu always told me to protect girls, and I don't like seeing kids suffer.
俺はイリアはここにいるべきだと思う。聖杯戦争は終わってないんだ。
You could try him, Deckless.
残りのマスターと決着がつくまで、イリアはうちでかくまいたい。
But I didn't ask her about Wendy. She really, really likes Maya.
私もここにいてあげるね。
I think Maya is her favorite.
苦しいって。
I intend to pry off Ilya from me, but before I get a chance, Saber steps over and does it for me.
何よ、さっきから邪魔ばっかりして。あなた、私に恨みでもあるの？
当然でしょう。その身がシローに何をしたか私は忘れることなどない。シローもシローです。イリアスフィールをかくまうなど百害あって一理なしとわからないのですか。
It's okay, she's only killed me in 5 different endings. It's fine.
なんでだよ。イリアにはもうサーバントはいないんだから、危険ってことはないだろう。マスターじゃなくなったんだから。それより下手に放り出して襲われたらどうするんだ。イリアの命だって危ないし、他のマスターに力をつけさせることになるぞ。
She doesn't have a servant anymore. She's not dangerous. Thinking about the timeline where she locked me in with her magical eyes, held me down, turned me into a horrific doll thing, and shut off my entire nervous system by spreading them across a void.
それはそうですが、しかし
Saber hesitates. No matter what she says, Saber understands that another master might attack Ilya if we leave her alone. It's really funny to hear him say this about the context of the bad endings in hindsight.
じゃあ次はこっちの番ね。
What happened to her aides? They're probably still at the castle.
セイバーを陥落したところ悪いけど、私はまだ説得されてないわ。いいシロ。
Little
そ
German
いつはま
girl.
だマスターなのよ。サーバントを失っても、レイジュがある限り、マスターはマスターだって教えたでしょ？
She says that. The saga just butts in while she sips her tea. Why is Ilya a murderous little demon? We don't know yet.
え、お前それどういう意味だよ。
But it will go into detail eventually.
だから、レイジュさえ残っていれば、サーバントとは何人でも契約できるのよ。
Not every bad ending, but most of them.
主のいないはぐれサーバントがいて、かつマスターにそのはぐれサーバントを許容できるキャパシティさえあれば、
She actually pulls out a
何人とだっ
chart
て契約はできるわ。
to show that in total of the entire VN, she actually kills Shiro the least. Which is concerning.
なんだよそれ。じゃあ優れたマスターなら何人でもサーバントと契約できるってことか。
何人でもってわけじゃないわ。
Yeah, there's a gag ending where she pulls out a fucking chart. One of the Tiger Dojos, she pulls out a chart and shows like, actually, I have the lowest kill count out of everybody who kills Shiro in this VN. Yeah, the spoiler sword and started beating her with it.
あるとしても、その場合は10の魔力を5に分けて2人のサーバントを刺激することになる。
Do I have more than 5 bad endings to show this stream? There are a lot of bad endings in this stream, yes. There is one that I can't really show that I'm gonna have to actually go out of my way to get later. But, I'll work on that. Ayo Daiko, thank you for the raid. Good evening, good evening. Hope your stream went well. Hello, hello, hello. So if I formed a contract with Saber and Berserker, they'd have to split my magical energy between them to maintain their existence, which would drastically weaken both of them. You can't show like it's against TOS? No, I just don't fit the requirements for the ending. Like, for that ending, I need, like, less than, like, 5 points for Saber, but I got those points on day 8. And the flag is on day 15. So... No, I mean, I, like, physically have to replay the entire game again just to get that ending. Also, let me just, There, oh, God. Oh, that didn't work right. What in the world? Hey, Twitch! Hey, Twitch, stop being weird. Hey, Twitch. I beg of you. Sachiko, I beg of you. There we go. Hey, Odaiko again, thank you very damn much. That means it would make more sense to keep one servant and supply them with magical energy. I take my glasses off for a second. Oh, hey, it's Steven. Thank you for the 36-month resub. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yes, you can do that in the original as well. You can skip red text. But I don't think it'd be very interesting to literally watch me fast forward through the entire VN at the speed of light just to get the, I'll just show that bad ending later. A lot of the a lot of the choices that I'm picking across this VN, I'm trying to actually be very careful about so I can get those endings. Nay, Kiespa, thank you for the 27-month resub as well. Grazie. Summon Loaf as a servant, what's his true name and weakness? Well, I mean, his true name is Loaf. His class?
だからリンに気を許しちゃダメよシロ。そいつだってまだマスターなんだから。シロを殺してセイバーを奪うかもしれないし、まだ生きてるサーバントと再契約するかもしれないわ。
I like to think he has a chance of being any of the 7 classes. Just roll a dice.
それはあんたにそっくりお返しするわ、イリア。
With 7 sides.
そんなことないもん。私、他のサーバントとなんて組まない。イリアのサーバントはずっとバーサーカーだけなんだから。
I don't know what kind of relationship Ilya and Berserker had, but I do know that servant was special to her. That's a surprise, but at the same time, it makes me happy. I'm happy to know that despite the fact that as a master, Ilya was relentless, she still cherished her partner. So if he was a writer, he'd just write a lore bright? No, he'd summon Baguette in like a French sports car.
でもシロが負けちゃったらセイバーは私がもらうわ。私はシロ以外のマスターが勝つのは認めない。でももしシロが負けちゃったら私が代わりに勝ってあげるんだから。
No, she said that all servants fade at the end. So don't be mad at me, you got your ass beat. Ilya says that proudly, just as she was starting to impress Saber and Tosaka.
バカなことは言わないでほしい。私はシロのサーバントです。あなたのサーバントになるつもりはありません。
別にそれでも構わないわ。私はシロに勝ってもらえればそれでいい。私が勝つのもセイバーがシロを守ってくれるのも。
Why are we having tea with Ilya?
最後は同じだもの。
She's crashing here because she lost. What a weird thing to say. Actually, if she wants me to win, why would she think like that anyway? Pardon me again. And then Tosaka must have found it strange too. She starts to think.
私は構います。ともかく私は認めません。リン、あなたからもシロに忠告してください。
ごめんなさい。聞いてなかったわ。もう一度言って、セイバー。
ですから、イリアスフィールをここにかくまうのは反対だということです。
ああ、それいいんじゃない？別にかくまうぐらいなら。は？
Saber freezes. I'd advocated for this and even I'm surprised. I don't blame the opposing Saber for being frozen in shock.
リン、あなた、正気ですか？
I was thinking once we finish Heaven's Feel, we could watch Fate Zero in the Discord.
冷静に考えてみればリスクはどっちも同じなのよ。イリアを一人にするのもここでかくまうのも教会に預けるのも変わらない。いえ、むしろイリア目当てでマスターが来てくれた方が助かるわ。
Buongiorno.
今のセーバーなら他のサーバントが束になっても負けっこない。聖杯戦争を終わらせるならその方が手っ取り早いし、それはあなただって望むところでしょ、セイバー。ま、あなたが他のサーバントに負けるって言うんなら話は変わるけど。
まさか今の私がどのような状態かリンなら分かっているでしょ。
Well, it is worth noting
シロが
that
私のマスターである限り私に敗北などありえません。
both Ultimate Blade Works and God, good lord, I need like somebody to like chest bump me. Ultimate Blade Works and Heaven's Feel will both be shorter than Fate Route because they do not have the prologue. Well, we don't have to do the prologue anymore, and we can skip several days ahead for when the route starts. So,
でしょ？ならイリアをかくまうのも問題ない。それに気になることもある。シロの選択はもしかしたらとんでもない妙手だったのかもしれないわ。
Tosaka goes quiet. She must have convinced Saber, who reluctantly takes a step back from Ilya. Yeah, overall, Fate Zero is just a really good time. And it gives you a lot of information after reading the VN that fills in a lot of things, and just, it's a nice little ribbon on top. It's also fucking depressing, and I am not going to be held liable for anybody who needs antidepressants by the end of it. We finish breakfast, then moves to the dojo. Tasaka goes back to her own room while Saber follows me. As for Ilya...
ねえ、本当に剣の鍛錬なんかするの？
Yeah, it does contain massive spoilers for Heaven's Feel. It's kind of why you should watch it after Heaven's Feel. She follows me to the dojo like we're joined at the hip.
私、今日はシロと遊べると思って楽しみにしてたんだよ。なのにセイバーなんて邪魔者はいるし、ここ寒いし、つまんないよ。
Well, I'm not surprised Ilya thinks this is boring. Watching someone train isn't exactly what I'd call exciting.
ねえ、今に戻ろう。
That face!
強くなりたいなら、私がシロの力になってあげる。
Ilya takes one of my hands in both of hers and tries to tug me away from the dojo. But at least in this, I can't indulge Ilya.
いや、ダメだ、イリア。剣の鍛錬は日課だからきちんとこなす。俺は魔術師として未熟なんだから、少しぐらいは戦えるようになっていないと。それに、鍛えておけばイリアを守れるだろ。イリアをうちにかくまうって決めたのは俺なんだから、これぐらいはしないと締まらない。
それはそうかも。けど私、シロに守られなくてもいいんだけどな。シロはお兄ちゃんなんだから、一緒にいてくれるだけでいいんだもん。
It seems I failed to convince her. Ilya tugs more aggressively at my hand. Saber watches silently all the while. Her eyes burn into the pair of us. She must still not approve of Ilya being here and is being more than a little cold toward her. And then our eyes meet. Good timing, I'll ask for Saber's opinion.
だからダメだって。セイバー、お前からも言ってくれ。午前中にセイバーと鍛錬をするのは日課なんだって。
私に言うべきことなどありません。イリアスフィールを連れてきたのはシローです。彼女に言い聞かせるのはシローの役割で、私の責務には含まれていませんか。
Just throw him under the bus. I don't know why, but I guess she's really ticked now.
なんだ、セイバーもよくわかってるじゃない。
Man.
剣の鍛錬なんてしなくていいのよ。残ってるのは雑魚ばっかりなんだから、そんなの必要ないもの。ねえシロ、他のマスターなんてセイバーに任せて、私たちは外で遊ぼう。
Yeah, literally, why are you asking me? I would have killed her ass. I tried to kill her ass. I lose my balance, and I feel myself being tugged toward the dojo's exit. What was that flash of Saber?
俺ばっかりはわがまま言っても聞かないぞ。剣の鍛錬は休まないし、これからもずっと続ける。そりゃ、イリアにはつまらないだろうけど、俺はこれが好きなんだ。文句があるなら、今の方で休んでいてくれ。
I shake her off violently. She obviously didn't expect me to fling her away like that. Ilya backs off surprised and looks at me nervously. Crap. I should have been nicer about it.
すまんイリア、今のは乱暴すぎた。けど、剣の鍛錬はやめられない。しばらく一人にして悪いんだが、今でおとなしくしていてくれるか。
Ilya sulks away toward the entrance, but stops by the wall.
いいわ。ならここで見てる。
That's...
それなら文句ないでしょ。
Ilya suddenly roars in defiance. She glares our way, pitching a small tantrum.
いや、それは構わないけど、ここ寒いぞ。今だったらお茶もあるし、お茶受けも完備してるんだが。
私がいいって言ってるんだからいいの。んだ、 シロとセイバーを二人っきりになんてさせないんだから。
Ilya huffs and turns her nose up.
まあいいけど、飽きたら今に戻ってても構わないから。
She's thinking of ways to kill him while he's alone. At least things have settled down. I take the two Shinai leaning against the wall and turn to face Saber.
じゃあ始めよう。3日ぶりだからどうも勘が鈍ってそうだけどな。セイバー、どうし
Yeah,
た？
Bruiser?
ぼーっとしちまって。熱でもあるのか？
I need to be here anyway for the Tiger Dojo segments. I wonder where Taiga is. Actually, she's just... She's still hospitalized, actually.
いえ、別にそういうことではないのですが。
Saber turns away from Ilya, furiously shaking her head.
体は万全なんだな。なら始めるぞ。ほら、しない。
At least you don't have to go to school when the entire student body is in the hospital.
その、あまり不用意に近づかれては困ります。
How did Taiga get
私たちは
hospitalized?
剣の鍛錬をするのですから。
In this arc, she had her life drained from Shinji and wound up taking a permanent health damage.
だからそうだって。何言ってんだ、セイバー。
It wound up happening to the entire student body. Some of them got like, because what water was doing is it was draining their life and causing their joints to have coagulated blood around them. So Shinji turned the school into a microwave for a little bit. Yeah, that's kind of what happened. She was the only one who didn't go down immediately. And she went to Shinji to beg for him to call an ambulance, and he wound up kicking her in the face. It was kind of fucked up. A little confused, I tossed the Shinai to her. Besides, I've never once landed a strike on Saber. I've never even gotten close to being within striking range of her, so Saber telling me not to come close seems odd. Shinji's dead now. Saber takes the Shinai, toss her a bit awkwardly, then lets out an audible sigh.
それでは始めましょう。今までとは勝手が違いますが、平静を保つようにしろ。
Yeah, Bruiser? Saber glances at Ilya as she speaks.
大丈夫だ。誰が見ていようと始まれば気にならない。
No range is right there. What the dog? I grip my Shinai and focus on Saber. She stands in front of me, Shinai in hand. Now my attention is fixed only on her. We spend 2 hours training to go on break as usual.
改めて実感した。やっぱりセイバーはすごい。
Sakura, I'm so sorry about your brother. We couldn't save him. That's okay. Huh? That's okay. Aren't you sad? I know you had a bad relationship, but no, it's fine. Oh. I nod approvingly and gulp some water from the kettle I brought along. I quench my thirst and wipe the sweat from my neck with a towel, which helps me to finally relax. Oh, that's okay, I don't care.
今のが鍛錬なの？な。
Yeah, he keeps a kettle full of water. I assume it's because it's cold as shit right now. Because it's like winter in like February in Japan. So I assume the kettle is like nice and cold because it's metal. So he literally just holds it up and drinks out of it. Ilya is so blunt about things most people would find awkward.
それは違う、イリア。今
T?
でこそ
He does call it water.
以前は
it could be, T.
むしろ一度も気絶しなかったあたり、今日は上出来だったと言っていい。
そうなんだ。けど。
Do none of you own a fucking
シロの腕前
kettle?
なのかな。セイバー、シロが何度もバランス崩してたのに、わざと見逃してたような気がするんだけど。
Ilya's expression turns thoughtful. She's sharp. My favorite voice clip, it's so funny. I found it odd too, actually. Either Saiba was holding back out of concern for me or she isn't in top form. Whatever the case, Saiba didn't go all out. Well, she may not always fight seriously while we're training, but she always been merciless about exploiting openings before. Today, she lacks drive, though. Normally, she just rushes in and attacks hard enough to knock me out, but there was none of that today.
イリアもそう思うのか。やっぱりセイバーに見逃されてたのかな、俺。
There's something really funny of all the characters being like, yeah, it's just Caster and Lancer and Assassin left. They're gonna be easy, they're gonna be fine. Turns my head and looks over at all the bad endings on the sheet. Alright.
不思議とそんな感じはしなかったよ。セイバーちゃんとシロに追い打ちしようって市内を構え直すんだけど、とっさにやめて下がっちゃうのよ。
Oh no, my brother is dead. Sakura trying to light a match to burn Shinji's stuff. The thing that I really hate to point out, and the VN doesn't really point it out.
見逃してるっていうより怖がってるっていうか遠慮してるっていうか。
But it is worth noting that Sakura was at the school, so she's probably hospitalized. That being said, she has very good news coming for her whenever she gets out.
はあ？まさかセイバーが遠慮なんかするもんか。
I only say that because the VN never points out if Sakura actually went to school that day. She's kind of just not in the VN anymore because she's just not really that important in this route. But I believe in the anime and the Dean anime, they either pass by Sakura in the building to acknowledge that, or he asks Shinji, like, didn't you know, like, Sakura's here, or something like that. Did you know Sakura came to school today? But the VN surprisingly never brings up Sakura when that happens.
そんな情けがあったら、俺は初日であそこまで痛めつけられなかったぞ。
Well, it's not important. Sakura, who? Yeah, Saber isn't the sort to hold back in training. That's why I was able to focus so completely on her weapon.
一体どうしたんだよ、セイバー。こんなんじゃ鍛錬にならない。まさかとは思うけど、手を抜いてたんじゃないだろうな。
いえ、手を抜いていたなどということは。
In hindsight, for a VN that's really thorough, that is a really funny oversight.
私は普段通り、シロより一段階上の剣士を想定して相手をしていたのですが。
Shiro did say it was Sakura's house, but I don't know. I'd have to go back. Whoops, shift key.
手を抜いていたなどということはありません。私は普段通り、シロより一段階上の剣士を想定して相手をしていたのですが。
Well, this is a mention of her staying at the home instead of the hospital at one point. I don't know. I'd have to go back and try and find it. Something's not right. Saber has to see it too.
そりゃセイバーが手を抜くなんて思えないし、真剣にやってくれてたのも分かってる。
I'm more surprised Saber's not asking, what the fuck were you doing with Caliburn?
けど、今のは消極的すぎなかったか？もっとこうガツンと正面から打ち合ってくれないとためにならないってば。
What were you doing with my sword?
正面からですか？ですが、そうなるとマスターに近づきすぎです。それでは展開によっては体がぶつかってしまうというか。
Would Ryder activate the barrier if she knew Sakura was there? We don't know about Ryder's relationship to Sakura if she has one at all.
そりゃ打ち合ってるんだから肩ぐらいぶつかるだろう。
But a command seal is a command seal.
密着戦になったら甘いとばかりに体当たりしてきて、よく俺を吹っ飛ばしてたじゃないか。
We also don't know how many command seals Shinji had. We just know that his command seals were a book.
私、そんなことをしていたのでしょうか？
No, they're cozy, I guess, Bruiser.
していたのかって。まあ、割と頻繁に。ほら、初めて竹刀を合わせた時も派手に壁まで叩きつけてくれただろ。女の子なのに力持ちだなって言ったら、剣士としてこの程度は当然だってセイバーは言ったじゃないか。
Saber stands there, dumbfounded. What's going on? Saber's acting really weird today. I'd hate to learn she isn't feeling well. I should talk to Tostada later. We get back to our training, but it's still different from before. But after just a few strikes, Saber sets down her shinai. She's not beating my ass as hard today. This is a new kind of training. She might strike me straight in the head the moment I drop my guard and get close. Yo, pulled pork sandwiches sound so nice. I breathe hard, watching Saber cautiously. Saber narrows her eyes, showing that she's serious now, and steps forward.
シロ、昼食にしましょう。
That's not like her.
は？
I lower my sheen eye.
昼食にするって、もうそんな時間か？
According to the clock, it's a bit before noon. It's lunchtime for sure, but this is the first time Saber's been the one to step up and suggest it. Neither Saber nor I pay much attention to the time we trained before. We take a break, then notice we were hungry, then we check the clock and see that it was about lunchtime. It's a good idea. I could go along with it easily enough. Fine, but why is she on the dot today? We'll be fasting today? I can't be mean to her. Let's have lunch.
そうだな。ちょっと早いけ
I
ど
can't be mean to her.
準備しようか。
早いのですか？もうじき正午ですし、調理には時間がかかるのですから、ちょうどいいと思うのですが。
ん？あ、今日は弁当を作っといたんだ。
To mimic a doppelganger?
物はできてるんで、今から持ってくるだけですぐ食べられる。
Shiro, you haven't cooked lunch or dinner in 3 days. I'm starving.
素晴らしい。それなら
I'm
なんとか
just a
我慢できそうです。
starving British orphan, Shiro. Saber breathes a sigh of relief.
我慢って何が？
いえ、特に意味はありません。取るに足りない独り言ですので、早速昼食にいたしましょう。
Hold out.
いたしましょうってセイバー。なんか微妙に言葉遣い違くないか。試合中もおかしかったし、体調が悪いなら言ってくれないと困る。
Hey Tyson, I'm doing great.
セイバー
Doing
の調子が悪い
fantastic.
なら弁当はやめて消化しやすい
I'm
料理を
glad you
作り
like the
直すか。
Dragon Ball.
いえ、そのようなことはありません。今から調理しては時間がかかりますし、今すぐ昼食を取らなければならないし、とにかく昼食にしましょう、シロ。
What's gone into her? Doesn't look ill, and it doesn't look like I'll need to make her anything special.
わかった。じゃあ弁当とお茶持ってくるから2人はここで待っててくれ。せっかくの弁当だし、たまには道場でお昼にしよう。
はい、期待しています、シロ。
Saber waves enthusiastically, sending me off. She's flustered, she's mad. Seriously, what's going on with her today? It's noon and we eat lunch. I made a hearty breakfast, so lunch is boxed leftovers.
これは、なるほど。朝の料理をパンに挟んだのですね。
Why does she seem so disappointed? It's just the way she words that. Saber nods her approval as she eats her sandwich. The way she uses a paper napkin to keep her hands from getting dirty. There's such grace even in the way she eats a bento.
朝も思ったけどシロはお料理上手よね。私ね、ご飯が美味しいのはいいことだと思うの。
On the other end of the spectrum, Ilya eagerly crams her sandwich into her mouth. I can't tell if she's just playing around or copying me. Ilya seems to have better manners than Saber, except at the table.
待ちなさい、イリアスフィール。それでは髪が汚れてしまいます。
Ilya must have had butter smeared on the corner of her mouth or something. Saber leans in reluctantly, wiping off whatever it is.
ありがとう。けどどういうつもり？セイバーは私のこと嫌いなんでしょ？
ええ。今でも警戒はしています。ですが私とて人の心はわかる。あなたには敵意がなく、シロは客人として迎えました。ですから私も最低限の礼は尽くしますし、 それに
That's a big fucking
そ
sandwich.
れに
その髪は美しい。目の前で汚れてしまうのはいささか心苦しいというものでしょ
そんなこと言った
It's of all the lesbians and their
白は
sandwiches.
私のものだけど
This scene will inflict a lot of pain on you later.
まあ少しはセイバーのこと考えてあげてもいいわ。白を勝たせてあげることはできるけど私じゃ守ってあげられないものね。
Ilya shrugs and takes another bite of her sandwich.
う。
I
言わ
don't
れ
have
るまでも
attention
ありませ
span
ん。
long enough for that.
マスターの
Right.
盾となるのはサーバントの責務ですから。
Saber responds plainly enough as they eat. Their conversation hasn't changed much, but at least they sound calmer. We're definitely at the point where we're going to start really dipping into the fucked up stuff this stream, because we're getting to the end of the Fate route. As we relax we are at the end of the Fate route. As we relax after finishing our meal, Tostada comes in.
白いる？こっちの準備はできたから早めに顔を出してよね。
Her message delivered, Tosaka heads straight back to the outbuilding.
そうか、忘れてた。午後は遠坂に魔術を教えてもらうんだった。
Is the stay route next? The reason it's called Fate Stay Night was because, Shiro very early on in the VN stays overnight working on a heater at the school, so it was fate that he stayed the night. And at the same time, it was also fate that Rin was there that night. Everybody was there at night. That one night under the full moon. It's fate they stayed the night. Yada yada yada. I never had a proper teacher, so Tosaka's Magecraft lectures have been really helpful. It's very silly. All of the VN titles are very... They're all night related. There's like Tsukihime, which is something about the moon. Then there's Witch on the Holy Night, which is about the opening of Tsukihime, where the main character meets a woman dead in the dead of night on a hill in front of the full moon, and she was the witch on that holy night. And the VN's all about that. Translates to Moon Princess or Princess Moon. Is that what it's about? Oh yeah, I guess that also makes sense because of spoilers. Yeah. I never had a proper teacher, so Tosaka's Magecraft lectures have been really helpful. She'd be willing to keep teaching so I could clean up here quickly and head over to her. Oh yeah, then Fate Stay Night just starts deciding to be an asshole about how they name things. So you'll see something be like, oh, okay, that's a weird anime, I won't look at it, but it'll actually be Fate Stay Night. Like, one of them is called, like, what is it? Oath Under Snow. One of them is called, The Case Files of Detective Il Malloy. One of them is called, oh god. Kara no Kyokai. Instead of just fucking saying Fate Stay Night or Tsukihime, it'll be named something complete. Carnival Phantasm. She seems to be willing to keep teaching, so I should clean up here quickly and head over to her. It's just too much to keep track of. Well, see, the funny thing is most of Fate is designed to be enjoyed however you want. You don't... Typically, there's not like an order. If you're just getting into Fate Stay Night, you read the VN, watch the anime associated with it, and then you're good. If you want to go into the rabbit hole, it's there, but it's a hellish place and you will not survive. It's even worse than Kingdom Hearts. Imagine Kingdom Hearts, but they didn't have the name Kingdom Hearts at the beginning of the titles. That's how confusing Fate Stay Night is. Imagine if they just announced a game called 358 over 2 days. And it's not called Kingdom Hearts. That's Fate Stay Night. Ilya walks out of the dojo, rubbing her sleepy eyes. That's a relief. As long as Ilya goes to sleep, I don't think there's any problem with me going to Tosaka's room.
Shiro, Leeの部屋に行くのですか?
Fate Grand Order, Absolute Demonic from Babylonia. I ain't touching that shit. There's too much shit. I ain't.
そう言っただろ。遠坂には魔 魔術の基本を教わらなくちゃいけない。
There's a fake grand order. Go to your room.
バーサーカーを通れましたし、私たちが協力して挑む敵は存在しなくなった。
No, that game made me cry, Void. No, I cried like a little bitch at that ending.
ならば、シローがリンに教わることはなくなったのではないですか。
She might be right. Tosaka's lessons were originally meant to help me when we were up against Berserker. So with him gone, there's no reason for her to teach me anything else.
いや、バーサーカーとは関係なしで教わりたいんだ。俺は未熟だから少しでも早く一人前にならないと。
そうですか。シローがそういうのでしたら、私に止める権利はありません。
Huh. A lot of people watch Carnival Phantasm first, and it's so fucking funny because that show is actually incomprehensible unless you know anything about Fate or Tsukihime. Saber looks sullen as she says this.
じゃあレクチャーを始めるけど、その前に聞いておくわ。あんた、体で壊れちゃったところとかない？
That's how she began. It's kind of an odd question to ask the moment I arrive.
壊れたって何が？
だから動かない箇所はないかって聞いてるの。あれだけめちゃくちゃしたんだから神経が焼き切れるのは分かってるのよ。
Shiro, are you broken?
まあそんなのはどうでもいいんだけど、体のどこに異常があるのかぐらい知っておかないと授業にならないから。
According to Tosaka, some parts of me should be numb. But since I'm the one living in my body, I can say she's wrong.
いや、動かないところはないぞ。一晩寝たら頭痛も熱もなくなったし、俺は至って健康だが。
はあ？そんなわけないでしょ。セイバーの剣を投影したのよ。あんなの腕一本維持してもおかしくない芸当じゃない。
Yeah?
だから動くって。
Yeah, man?
だいたい体が動かなかったらイリアをおんぶして帰ってこれるわけないだろう。あの時おかしかったのは頭痛と熱だけだって。
嘘よそんなの。シロ、ちょっと腕見せてみなさい。
She tugs at my arm before I can reply, then stares at it. I realize I'm holding my breath. I may have gotten used to her being around, but I'm definitely not used to her being so close.
本当に異常はないみたいね。焼き付いた跡かな。あざみたいに黒くなってるところはあるけど、他は完全に修復されてる。いえ、治ったというよりようやく生え変わったってとこかしら。
Tosaka mutters quietly to herself as she inspects my arm. As if that weren't enough to leave me beet red.
ふざけた体ね。これ例の自然治癒による回復じゃないわよ。シローの自然治癒は明らかに外部からの働きかけだけど、こっちはあなた自身の治癒能力だと思う。
Rin lifts my sleeve up, pressing her fingers all along my arm.
ストップ。もういいだろう、父さん。用が済んだら椅子に戻れ。
Shiro, you weird horny fool. Implying what she's doing is normal.
何よ、こっちはあんたの体を見てあげてるっていうのに。はは
Tosaka leads closer to me.
熱は下がったって言うけど、まだ十分ありそうじゃない？
そんなの俺の勝手だろ。お前関係ないんだから気にするな。
そうなんだ。関係ないんなら私がこんなことしても影響はないわけよね。
額に手なんて当てるな。熱なんてないんだからそんなことしても意味ないぞ。
ええ、そうみたいね。今度は耳まで真っ赤だもの。熱っていうより酔っ払ってるみたい。
It's even funnier that she is the main love interest of the next route, considering how just off-put he is by her in this one. She's doing this on purpose. This is deliberate, I know it.
父さんがお前分かっててやってるだろ。
How off-put he is by her, how he keeps calling her the devil. Really, her? Yeah, the second route is all about her. Anyone who would toy with a man's innocent feelings like that should do their repentance in hell!
ま、冗談はこの程度にしといてあげる。あんまりからかうとミイラ取りがミイラになりかねないしね。
That's a problem. I feel like Tostada's the only teasing me harder now.
父さんが今更言うのもなんだけど、俺は真面目に授業を受けに来たんだな。
あら、失礼ね。私だってそのつもりよ。今のだって教え子の状態を確認しただけだもの。
そうかよ。じゃあそろそろ本題に入ってくれるんだな。
そうね。本題といっても私の専門外だからアドバイスぐらいしかできないけど、しないよりはマシだから。
Yeah, third route is Sakura, second is Reed.
正直に言ってしまえばね、私があなたの力になってあげられたのは前回でおしまいなのよ。
Knife?
こんな短期間の授業で魔術は身につかない。私はただあなたが使ってなかったスイッチを取り付けただけ。それはわかる？
What defines a route? To be blunt, they are very, very different. They're not like the same thing happens, but something is slightly different. It's almost entirely different stories. I can't really say too much without spoiling why or how that is. But if I were to say the big branching point for the next route is the night where they fight against Ilya, if I'm not mistaken.
あの宝石だろ。確かにあれを飲んでから魔術回路は作るんじゃなくて切り替えるものになってくれた。
For the reason why the Fate route started was because Shiro looked at Saber when she was injured and felt the drive to try and protect her. That's why the Fate route started. The Unlimited Blade Works route will start a completely different way.
そう。
Do they still fight Shinji first? No spoilers. But it is very, very different. It's not going to be the same story twice. Not at all.
けどそれだって今まで鍛えてきたものを
Unlimited Breadsticks works? Yes.
私はあなたが体
That's why my name is Unlimited Breadsticks!
しかできないし、他の魔術を教える気もない。だって才能ないもの、あなた。
Yeah, this is not a big spoiler, but you know how he's gotten more and more okay with saber fighting in this route? Even though we're basically going to flip the reset switch for the second route, he will be okay with saber fighting because it's a different story, and we're moving on to a different aspect of learning to love yourself. There's a lot of concepts that open up as we go.
そこまでズバッと言われるとある意味さっぱりした。けど遠坂、俺が使える魔術ならアドバイスしてくれるんだろ？
It's really well done.
あの時に使った魔術が何だったのか教えてくれ。
And that's because you're Italian. Well, I fucking love breadsticks, so I mean... shove them in my face. I could eat breadsticks forever. Osaka doesn't answer. She's just glaring at me like I'm her worst enemy.
遠坂、
I am the yeast of my
レ
bread.
クチャーだよな、これって。
How many breadsticks you need, boss? I could eat like 8.
困るんだな。
Doesn't everyone love breadsticks? I don't think I could trust you if you didn't. She looks away, frowning. It's only a brief flicker of her expression, though. Double doomed.
無理よ。私、投影魔術なんて使えないもの。自分が知らないものを教えられるわけないじゃない。
遠坂が使えない？
Wasn't what I used against Berserker pretty basic for a mage? I just managed to structure let magical energy flow into it. You summoned a holy relic! It's no different than strengthening magecraft. But flooding your own magical energy into something that's already formed is difficult. It's like adding what you think is red into an existing mixture of paints to draw out the red hue, only to end up with something completely different color. By comparison, it's much easier to work with my own paint from the very beginning. I could just draw out whatever I want that way.
そんなはずあるか。遠坂ならあれぐらいできるだろ。強化より簡単だぞ、あれ。
あんたね、今の他の魔術師に言ったら間違いなく殺されるわよ。あんたがやったのは投影で、かつ宝具を完全に駆
If you
使し
said
てい
that to
た。
anybody else, they'd kill you, Shiro.
あそこまでできるフェイカーなんて私は知らない。
A chill runs down my spine. It's not my imagination. Tosaka is actually angry.
どうってことないわ。そんなことあんたの蔵を見た時からうすうす感づいてたんだから。今さらエミやシロに殺意を抱いても仕方ない。勘違いしてるようだから言ってあげるとね、あなたがやったのは投影の魔術なの。実在する美術品とか名犬とかそういったものを自身の魔力でイメージとして再現するっていう半
Or
端な
like
魔
how
術
this
よ。
author's stories tackle themes like moving from trauma, handling crises, dealing with homicidal maniacs. Yeah. Definitely, definitely a big thing is like learning to take care of yourself is kind of the big
大
thing
抵
in
は儀
Fate,
式の
yeah.
際に使用する一時しのぎの代用品として使われる。イメージで編んだそれは当然架空のものとして認識されるからすぐに消えてしまうものなんだけどね。
Oh. I get that the replica is created from a mental image. I saw Saber's sword in my dream and I imagined the golden sword based on it.
よくわからないな。魔力ってのは粘土だろ。たとえイメージでも一度形になったものなら消えることなんてないんじゃないのか。
そんなわけないじゃない。魔力ってのは自分の体の中でしか存在できないものでしょ。だから物に魔力を通したり魔力をスターターにして自然干渉を行うんじゃない。そりゃあ私だって魔力を飴のようにこねて探検ぐらい作れるわ。けど
Like a
それで
piece of
終わ
soft candy.
り。それは探検の形をした飴に過ぎないし、外に出した魔力は気化していくからすぐに消えてしまう。いい？魔力だけで作り上げたものは長続きしないものだし、あくまで形だけのものよ。まあその形だけのものを外見も性能もオリジナルに近づけるのが投影魔術らしいんだけど。
She's right. Magical energy has no shape. I can feel while it's flowing through my body. Once it leaves, it thins out and eventually disappears entirely. But then, no matter how many blueprints I make in my mind and form with magical energy, everything will fade because it's all made from magical energy. Now that I think about it, when Kiritsugu was teaching me magecraft, I showed him my half-assed attempt at projection. But he told me to stick to strengthening because what I was doing was inefficient.
そうか。投影って魔力の消費が激しいんだ。使ってもすぐに消えてしまうから作っても意味がない。
そういうこと。例えば銃の魔力を使って剣を投影するでしょ。その場合その剣の力はせいぜい3か4なのよ。人間のイメージなんて穴だらけだから本物通りの複製なんてできないんだもの。対して銃の魔力を使って剣を強化した場合、その剣の力は20にも30にも跳ね上がる。
Oh god, the text in my head.
加えてその持続時間は投影の何百倍よ。わかった。
Ugh.
投影魔術っていうのは今じゃ儀式の時にしか使われないものなの。
Conjured objects only last as long as their magic energy is supplied. Yeah, but he essentially like summoned like a massive fuck you grenade kind
道
of
具が
thing.
揃えられなかった時の代用品として
Like a
す
cannon.
ぐに消える複製品を用意するための魔術に過ぎない。シローの父親が強化を教えたのは適切よ。ただでさえ魔術回路が少ないんだから、投影なんて無駄な魔術を教えたら一般人と変わらないもの。
I got that. But what was that then? The golden sword I imagined was real for a moment. It even had the real sword's power.
じゃあセイバーの剣を投影したのはまぐれだったのか。考えてみればあの剣に蓄えられていた魔力は桁違いだった。自分の何百倍っていう魔力を模倣するなんてどう見てもおかしいよな。
それはきっとシローは剣と相性がいいのよ。あなたはそれが剣なんだと思う。
Swords!
癖？ 火とか水とか
You're clearly way too into swords, Shiro.
そう、普通は世界を構成する一元素を背負うものなんだけどね。魔術協会でも火はノーマル、風はノーブルって言われてるじゃない。治水火風空でもいいし、木火土金水でもいい。このうちどれか一つを魔術師は持っているんだけど、中にはさらに分化した属性もあるわ。大抵そういう魔術師は中央には入れず、突出した専門家として名を馳せるらしいけど。
Unusual.
それで言うなら白は剣よ。
Yeah, okay, sure.
多様性はないけど、こと剣に関しては頂点を狙えるってこと。
The authority in swords. I've always been fascinated with swords. Now I'm curious about Tosaka's specialty. Knowing her, it's probably fire or wind or something else that suits someone like her. But I should probably just ask since I'm
な
curious.
あ登坂、参考までに聞くけど、お前の属性ってなんだ？
私は五大元素っていう属性だけど。
Does she mean all of them?
ともかく私が言えることなんてそんなものよ。投影は虚栄って言われるぐらい意味のないものだから、あまり多用はしないこと。
That's a scary thing to drop and just move on from.
それにね、セイバーの剣を模造するなんて、そんなのは自殺行為よ。あの時はうまくいったからいいものの、本来なら自滅してい
I'm
てもおかし
surprised you
くなかった。
didn't just explode.
あんたも言ってたけど、セイバーの剣の魔力はシローの魔力のキャパシティを超えているのよ。それを複製するってことは、自分の魔術回路の限界を軽くオーバーしてるってわかるでしょ。
分かってるけど、自分の限界なんてそう簡単に超えられないだろ。いや、
I like to think
そもそも
somewhere there's a
限
cut
界なんだか
ending
らそれ以上なんていけないんじゃないのか。
of Shiro summoning Caliber, and he just explodes into just like a blood mist, and Ilya, Heracles, Saber, Rin, they all just have to fucking stop what they're doing to just stare at the mess. Just dumbfounded.
いけるわ。だからこそ魔術師は死と隣り合わせなんじゃない。魔術が形式に沿ったものなら、知識さえあればどんな魔術だって行えるのは同意でしょ。たとえ自分では再現不可能の奇跡だって分かっていても、それにチャレンジすることは誰にでもできる。魔術師なんて動
Caliburst!
力源に過ぎない。
God.
小さなエンジンでもアクセルを踏み続けていれば規定以上のスピードが出る。それと同じよ。魔術師っていうのはね、自滅さえ覚悟するなら限界なんて簡単に超えられる。魔術回路を焼き切らせて神経をズタズタにして、それでも魔力を回転させていけば奇跡に手は届くわ。
She would see him explode and then she would vanish with like that weird Mario Boo noise.
あなたの投影はまさにそれよ。戦いの後ずっと体が熱かったのは
Hey,
神
good night,
経が焼き切れて
goodies.
いたからだもの。
You have a very good
それが
snooze.
分不相応な魔術の代償よ。手足の1本や2本壊れて当然のことをあなたはしたの。
Osaka's voice grows a little louder. But at the same time,
だから覚えておきなさい、エミヤ君。自分の限界を超えた魔術は術者を廃人にするわ。セイバーの剣を投影するなんてもう二度とやらないで。
Tosaka is worried about me. Genuinely. After her warning, Tostada prescribes some medicine I'm not familiar with.
まあ無理するなって言っても無駄だろうしね。気休めだろうけど、もしもの時の痛め止めぐらいは飲んどきなさい。うまくいけばあざで変色した肌も治るかもしれないし。
Tosaka explains this as she prepares some kind of green, powdery medicine. I drink it with some tea. Tosaka rummages through her stuff and tries to prescribe some other medicine. Anyway, I feel bad for Tostada having to go through all of her stuff just for me, but I feel like I'm wasting time just sitting here. I should... Silence is golden. Yeah, I'll just sit here quietly. Tosaka's on edge, and I can only imagine the punch that might head right for my face if I say something stupid or interrupt her now. And, after giving me several medications, Tostada instructs me to do simple strengthening exercises while we keep an eye on how my body reacts. Apparently she's checking to see that nothing goes wrong inside me when I use magical energy. Honestly, Tostada seems more like a doctor than a teacher today.
よし、問題はないみたいね。この分なら明日はもう来なくていいわ。
Tostitos is very kind, yes. It's a bit of a surprise. Now I'd have to come tomorrow, that means...
当然じゃない。今の状況で私があなたに教えることなんてないもの。それに、もうアーチャーはいないでしょ。
Yeah, I don't need to be your friend anymore. I suddenly realize our alliance was only so we could defeat Berserker. Now that Berserker is gone and Tostado doesn't have a servant anymore, our living arrangement should be over. Should have ended yesterday even.
それじゃあ遠坂はこれからどうするんだ。琴峰のところに行くのか。
Doritos! Has anyone else met their fate? No, not yet. That'd probably be the normal thing to do. Tostada and Fada Kotomine are student and disciple, so it shouldn't be an issue for her to go asking him for protection.
なんで？行くわけないじゃない。まだ負けてもいないのに。サーバントがいなくなったから戦えないなんてことない
Why? I'm not out yet.
それにやり逃げってのも趣味じゃないしね。一度戦うと決めたからには最後まで事の顛末を確かめるのが責任でしょ。
She says it's like it should be the most obvious thing in the world. And she's proud about that. My eyes widen. Rin, I didn't hear no bell, Tostito. Rin doesn't have a servant? Archer died to Heracles. I should have expected this from Tostito. She's unbelievably stubborn, absolutely selfish, and captivatingly brilliant.
けどそれじゃあどうするんだ。一人でやっていくのか。まだサーバントとマスターは残ってるんだぞ。
そうね。だからしばらくはここで情報を集めるわ。竜道寺の調査も再開しないといけないし。
しばらくはここに残る。いいのか。そうしてもらえると助かるけど、もう協力関係は終わったんだろう。なら
何言ってるのよ。バーサーカーに勝てたのはあーちゃんのおかげでしょ。協力関係は終わったけど、その借りはまだ貸したままよ。返済が終わるまでここを提供するのは当然じゃない。それに責任は最後まで取るって言ったでしょ。ちょっとの間だったけど師弟になったしね。あなたを一人にしたら頼りなくって心配で、聖杯戦争どころじゃなくなるわ。
Archer got Berserker and went down as a result. No, Berserker got taken out by Shiro. Shiro and Saber. Oh, right. It feels like a lifetime ago, so I nearly forgot him, but I admired Rin because of exactly those qualities for a long time now. The ones that are currently out are Rider, Berserker, and Archer. Tien Shinhan! That's the Tien Shinhan I've always known and liked. Besides, if I ever saw the day a girl as stubborn as her gives up, I wouldn't know what to believe from then on.
これからもよろしく頼む。遠坂。
I do like the implication of,
お前がいないと右も左もわからない。
like, my servant's gone,
遠坂が必要なんだ。
but I'll still beat your ass, Shiro.
いいけど、あんたその言い回しはやめなさいってば。バカ正直なのはいいけど、気をつけないと誤解を招くわよ。
Hey, Kelmodius. Hope your day's going well. I'm not sure why that upset Tostada so much.
遠坂、誤解を招くって何を招くってんだ。
あのね、今のは失言なの。聞くなって態度で表してるんだから、追及するのはルール違反よ。
Tostito must be aware of some secret rule I'm not.
呆れた。これじゃセイバーも大変だわ。まあ、それともあんたたちはそれでちょうどいいのかもね。少しぐらい麻痺してないと、 あなたもセイバーもダメなのかもし
Oh
れな
yeah,
いし。
Ilya has also moved in because the fate route is everybody lives at Shiro's place.
よくわからないけど、そのセイバーが大変だってのは聞き捨てならないぞ。なんだってセイバーが大変
だからあんたのそういうところが大変だって言ってるの。その分じゃセイバーの変化になんて気がついてないんでしょ、エミヤ君は。
セイバーの変化
It's not about her appearance, right? If anything, would have changed its saber.
ああ、そういえば朝から様子が変だったな。いや、イリアがいたから不機嫌だったとは思うんだけど、それにしたって黙って正座してるわ、どうしたんだって聞けば夢を見たとか言って立ち去っちまうし。
And I pretty much forgot about it all in the hustle and bustle over Ilya. Yeah, Saber's been a little off since this morning, like her head is somewhere else.
セイバーが夢を見た？
何？それって驚くところか、父さん。
And now she's ignoring me.
おい、黙ってないで何か言ってくれ。そんな顔されるとこっちまで不安になっ
Are you
て。
calling her Tostito? Because I keep forgetting to call her Tostada.
ああ、別にそんな大したことじゃないわ。単にサーバントは夢を見ないってだけだから。
Oh. Servants don't dream.
そうよ、サーバントは夢なんて見ないわ。それでも見たって言うんならそれは夢じゃない。単に誰かの記憶を垣間見ただけの話よ。
Maybe Tosaka's experienced it before. The coldness in her voice runs so counter to her usual cheerfulness. And now it's time to prepare dinner. With so much happening these past few days, I thought the whole cooking rotation had gone out the window. But then...
今日の夕食お願いね。今夜もまた冷えそうだし、イリアもいるし、シチューとかいいんじゃない？
She steps out of her room as she speaks.
まあ確かにイリアはシチューってイメージだけどな。
Maybe it's the hat and coat that she wears that makes me think that. Whatever the case, I don't have a problem making stew for dinner. I'm no expert at Western dishes like stew, but I don't think I could really mess up something like that.
その前に
It's a little before 6 o'clock. I still have some time before I need to cook. We had training, so I've done my share of sweating today. Seems like now would be a good time to take a bath. Taking the bath for dinner might be a hassle, but Tosaka and Saber usually do it right after dinner, so it'll be pretty late by the time it was my turn. The hallway is cold. The heaters have the rooms nice and warm, but once I'm out into the hallway, I can feel the wintry chill. Fuyuki's winters are typically warm, but the weather's been screwy these past few days. She's cheerful? Eh. Speaking of cold, it looks like it snowed. I must not have noticed because it only lasts for less than an hour and didn't snow a large amount. If there had been much snow on the ground, my yard would be packed by an entire army of snowmen. Which really sucks to clean up. In that sense, I'm glad it didn't snow that much. Of course, the snowman army would be the work of a single person. I can't help but smile when I remember it snowed last year and her cold reddened hands gripped the lectern. Huh. I was thinking of taking a shower, but the bathroom's already warm.
シロ、
I hear something moving in water. I strain my eyes, trying to see the bathtub through the haze of steam. My mind goes blank as the white sheets of steam filling the bathroom. My throat closes up, I can't get a word out. My brain stops working, I'm paralyzed. On the back of my mind, I recall something similar happening. Actually, the exact same thing has already happened. Boobs? There's not even boobs in the shot! How am I doing today? I'm doing good. Last time I was dressed and Saber wasn't. Not this time. The only sound is my own loud gulping. Obs. Oh. Saber just freezes, watching me as I stand there, dumbfounded. She's going to get mad. Here it comes. I'm going to die. Her soft lips begin to tremble, and any second now she's going to start yelling.
Looks
like she's in a broth! Shiro, there's about 20 ramen packets in here. Why didn't you tell me about this glorious creation? I ramble out a lame excuse as I step backward, trying to head back to the changing room. It's not that I'm gawking at Saber, but for some reason it feels like making a mad dash for the change room would just make Saber angrier. The truth of the matter is I can't take my eyes off her. I remember the night in the ruins. I recall Saber's warmth and how close it was. Her body was so frail and slender. The heat of our bodies, even our heartbeats mingled, overlapped. Gamer Girl broth, cease to the jail! At the time, I was just desperate to fix the problem. But now, it all feels so tempting. I try to reach behind me for the exit. And then...
申し訳ありません。シロ、その勝手な申し出なのですが、今は席を外してもらえないでしょうか。
Saber averts her gaze, her voice oddly muffled. Now I really don't know what to think. I'm not sure why Saber isn't mad. Seeing how embarrassed she looks causes blood to pound in my skull. Why, Shiro? The words come out before I can stop myself. Saber looks down even more apologetically.
ですから、シャワーを使うのはもう少し後にしてください。この場を一人で使うことを今だけは許してほしい。
Saber shrinks in on herself, hiding her body. And then I suddenly remember, when I ran into her at the change room last time, Saber didn't say anything. Sex does not matter for servants. She'd said that, appearances hadn't mattered to her.
つまり、待て、頭がぐるぐるしててうまく言えないんだが。
Work brain.
要するに、セイバー、怒ってないのか？
シローが体を洗うのは当然でしょう。私はそこまでマスターの行動を制限しません。
I get it. Saber doesn't care what she looks like or whether she has clothes on or not. That's why it's not weird for me to be here. The bathroom's a place to wash one's body, so my presence isn't strange. It doesn't matter whether Saber's here or not. Knowing that helps, but I have a feeling I'm wrong.
けど、なら、今俺がシャワーを使ってもいいってことになるんだけど。
ですから、それは見られることは問題ではないのです。ただ、私の体は凛のように少女のものではありません。ですから。
She blushes even more, tripping over her words.
シローにはあまり見てほしくない。このように筋肉のついた体では殿方には見苦しいでしょう。
She sounds so bashful. I almost faint for just so many reasons.
バカ、そんなこと。
I would never think that. Saber's body is a long way from unsightly. She said she's rugged, but that's never bothered me. Sure, she's more muscular than Tosaka, but I still think Saber is very feminine.
シロー、そういう理由だから一人にしてほしいのですわ。
It's kind of sad, in a way, this dialogue. Like, yeah, it essentially takes place in a bathroom. But it's kind of sad that she doesn't want people looking at her body because she feels she doesn't fit that, like, that kind of, like, standard, like, beauty definition, I guess. I don't know how I responded. I remember nodding slightly and pulling the door closed. She's from, like... How old is King Arthur? Like, how old is King... I have no idea. Rugged and muscular but feminine? Yeah, it can absolutely be a thing. And so the day ends. Dinner was chaotic. Ilya got chatty with each meal, and she and Tosaka had gone to this weird point where I'm not sure whether they're fighting or being friendly. Pretty damn old, yeah. Saber's accepted Ilya's presence here, but she hasn't warmed up to her. More than that, Saber gets pretty frowny whenever Ilya gets near me. Basically, the idea of Saber forming a relationship based on attraction is based on the idea that because she's a warrior, because she's muscular, because she doesn't fit that, like, I guess, ideal, like, beauty standard of women, she doesn't feel like that she deserves that kind of affection. That's why the music is, like, really creepy there and everything. I kind of love it. These past few days have just been plain rough. The normal routine of just a few days ago has devolved into complete chaos. Like 1300s, 1500s or earlier? 1500 years old? I don't know. I stepped silently out into the yard. It's about time for the calendar to roll over to the next day. I walked beneath the pale light of the moon, leaving faint puffs of white breath in my wake. Holy sacred? I guess that's a way to look at it too, yeah. Late 500s to early 600s. Jesus. Next thing I know, I'm at work on my daily routine. I don't really need to train out here since Tosaka's teaching me. I still sit on the cold ground and check on the things I've been working on for so long. For the record, like, whenever I hear, like holy sounds like that, I don't know, there's always, like, an air of creepiness to me, but that's just probably because my brain is rotted from, like, an entire lifetime of watching horror shit. But still on the cold ground, check on my things I've been working on for so long. I'm not doing this because I'm worried about my skills. It's more that I find doing it soothing. I've been doing this for years, so just not doing it would feel weird. Yeah, and on top of that about feeling super self-conscious. That's why the line where she keeps asking for the same change of clothes, where she says, because Shiro said I look nice in them. And I like that line in the sense that she has had to, like, hide herself her entire life to the Arthurian legend. I like that idea. She doesn't really get to wear things like that. So that's why that line in hindsight's just really sweet in a way. I put even more effort into tonight's training. Tosaka told me not to do it anymore, but I just can't do as she says. If I can master this projection thing, it'd mean it could be a lot more helpful to Saber. And the heat from earlier is still lingering within me. The night at the ruins. The battle in the forest in the morning mist. The golden sword I created. The residual heat still lingers in my hands, and deep down I find myself hoping I'll be able to reignite those flames. Also, isn't King Arthur, like, surrounded by tragedy on top of that? Like, didn't she lose her wife at a point as well, Guinevere? With all that stuff with Lancelot, and something involving her son, too, and yada yada yada. I don't really remember her son's name. It's easy to recreate. At the time, I was so desperate that my mind was just a jumble, but now I can replace the necessary steps and form my incantation. Mordred killed her. Right. Right. Died to her own son. Right. From the very beginning, there has only been a single thing that could serve as a trigger for me. The pronunciation is the same. Just by changing my perception of how it is said, it will become something entirely mine. My own original spell. I know very well how dangerous this is. Tosaka doesn't need to remind me. I really have no business getting anywhere near projection magecraft. It's completely beyond me. Venturing so brazenly into dangerous waters can lead only to death. I don't know, you killed Heracles. That's a pretty big fucking feat, dude. Hey, no dog. Thank you for the 42-month resub. Doing a drive-by, wishing a handsome, morbid good thing to go rest of your stream. Hey, thank you kindly. I hope the rest of your day goes well. I hope everything's been going well for you. I appreciate it. It's nice seeing ya. I erase the blueprint that was in my head. A shadow falls across the door. Saber comes in, her frame blotting out the light of the moon.
よかった。ここにいたのですね、シロ。 姿が見えないので何かあったのかと。
Mordred dealt a mortal wound to Arthur but died first. Arthur lived long enough to give Excalibur to one of the surviving knights to be returned to the lake. Yeah, Belvedere.
いや別に何があったわけじゃない。寝つけないから頭の体操をしていただけだ。一通りこなしたら部屋に戻るから心配はいらない。
Belvedere. Belvedere?
そうですか。ならいいのですが。
Saber focuses on my forehead. She could probably see that I'm dripping with sweat.
ああ、これもいつものことだから気にしないでくれ。魔術の練習なんて魔術師として当然のたしなみだろ。
Yeah, Heracles was berserker, and once he died, he was able to get his sanity back for just a moment.
いやまあ半人前なんで失敗はつきものなんだけど。
So we got to hear him talk. I wiped the sweat from my brow with the back of a hand. I'm surprised. My sweat is cold as ice. I thought it was cold, but I don't remember the shed being quite this cold.
シロ、一日も欠かさずそれを。
いやまあできる限りは。親父に言われた日課だし、これぐらいはやらないと。
As soon as I finish speaking, I regret my bluff. I regret telling her this is my daily routine. My intent was to boast to Saber. At the end of the day, my training isn't just some chore to me, but isn't the easiest of tasks either. Yeah, being Berserker is essentially to have your mind overridden by an endless rage, like a curse. And the mage has to constantly supply mana for that curse. Usually it eats the mage alive. So, Heracles is not in his right mind that entire time. Saber says nothing. The moon hangs behind her, its light spilling around her frame. The shed plunged in the bluish darkness is illuminated by the few shafts of silvery light that make it past Saber. And though the game does elaborate on it a bit, Berserker being Heracles and being with Ilya is very, very interesting. There's usually a little bit of purpose as to why certain servants are with certain people. And Heracles, during his 12 trials, was tricked into killing his own children and his own wife. And that was like the great tragedy of Heracles holding like his dying son, kind of thing. So the fact that he's put in place of looking after Ilya, somebody who is like, you know, child that looks very young kind of thing, it kind of fits under that idea that he gets to protect her where he couldn't his own kids. Remember that part of the legend? Yeah, that's what happened. He got tricked by Hera. Hera illusioned his family into being like, I think, a god's family or something like that. Basically, the plot of God of War. I recall the first night I met her.
セイバー、遠坂が言ってたことなんだけど。
The moment felt just like a dream.
サーバントは夢を見ないっていうのは本当なのか？
I can't stop myself from asking.
ええ、私たちは夢を見ない。もともと幽体であるサーバントは眠りません。私は幽体化ができないため眠らざるを得ませんが、それでも夢を見れません。
でも朝は見たって。
Hey, Echo Arcs, thank you for the raid. Good evening, hello. Hello, how are you? How was the stream? There's a brief silence. She closes her eyes and apparently having made up her mind.
私が見たものはあなたの夢です。マスターとサーバントは精神的にもつながっている。結びつきが強くなれば相手の過去を垣間見ることもあるでしょう。
One second, if you don't mind me, let me just, oh god. Twitch, be nice. Twitch, be nice. Be nice, Twitch. Okay, let me just, Yay! Okay, all is well. Fake Grand Order, yeah?
夢に見たって。
あなたの心に踏み入る行為だとは分かっていたのですが、私には拒むことができなかった。
Yeah, we definitely don't talk about how Heracles killed Megara.
それをどうか許してください、シロ。
And then he gets to live in Athens as an apology. I did the same thing. Saber's past. I've seen several scenes from her life before she became a servant now.
バカ、そんなのセイバーのせいじゃないだろう。夢に見ちまうなら仕方がないじゃないか。それに謝るのはこっちの方だ。
My past is pretty boring.
つまんないことばかりだろ。そんなもん見せられたらおちおち眠ってられやしない。
Your past is not boring, Shira.
いえ、夢を見たのは今朝だけです。それも最近のことではありませんから、シロの男性としてのプライベートを侵害するようなことは決してありません。
Saber is dead serious about that warning. But privacy? Oh yeah, sure, I've done my share of dumb things.
それは助かるけど、最近のことじゃないって、じゃあいつ頃のことなんだ。
大きな火事でした。私が見たものはその光景だけです。
You know one thing that I really like about this VN as well as a... Because realistically, this is also like kind of like a romance VN. Not really like a dating sim VN, but more like a romance. Like it's a long, kind of like slow burn watching relationship build thing. I really like these two a lot. Her voice is quiet. Her gentle gaze tells me what she saw. Oh. Oh. That dream. That's the first time we saw that image, though.
そうか。それはなんていうか。
It is a very well-written romance, yeah. I'd say Fate Root is almost more focused on the romance compared to the other two, but all three of them are written so well. Should I say it was unfortunate? It's like going to a movie theater expecting to see a movie you know, but you somehow end up in the wrong theater and end up getting a completely different show. Like that one kid who went to go watch the B movie and wound up watching Saw. Hey, good night, T-Dub. Have a good
それでわかりまし
snooze.
た。いいえ、
It's always a
前から
pleasure.
思ってはいたのです。あなたにはひどく危ういところがあると。
危ういところってなんだよ。そりゃセイバーから見れば至るところは危なげだろうけど。
Clearly, you must give me your breadsticks.
そんな意味ではありません。あなたはシローは私と似ています。だからあなたの間違いもわかる。
いや、間違ってなんかないけどな。そりゃ失敗は数えきれないけど、俺は親父みたいな正義の味方になるんだ。間違ったことなんてできないだろう。
だからそれが間違いなのです。
Yeah, Fate very much lays the groundwork. I'd say it's more towards like the end of this route and Unlimited Blade Works when it really starts getting unhinged. But I like that the first route is very just focused on this relationship.
シロー、あの事故はあな
There's
た
not a
の
lot
せい
of
でも
other
ないし、
things going on outside
その
of it.
責任はあなたが負うべきものでもない。あなたには償うべきものなどないのです。
That's obvious. It was just an accident and I was just a victim. Sure, I may be dealing with Survivor's Guild.
以前リンが言っていました。シローの自己犠牲と献身ぶりは異常だと。あなたは自らの命を代価として人を助けようとするのではない。あなたは単に初めから自分の命が感情に入っていないのではないですか。
Regularly requiring complex carbohydrates regularly to maintain his presence. It's true, if I don't have my breadsticks, I'll fade away. We haven't seen that tower before. Maybe my pupils have dilated. I'm not sure why, but I can't seem to focus on Saber's face.
あの事故を忘れることはあなたにはできないでしょう。ですが覚えている限りシローは変わらない。
苦しい？俺が？
Well, yeah, that's painful. Saber doesn't have to remind me of that. It's obvious. So many people died, it was absolute hell. Something like that causing you pain is only natural. And besides, it didn't feel bad. It might all be meaningless.
確かにこうして思い出すと辛い。
A carbonara tomorrow? Oh, good luck.
けどそれは終わったことだ。
Post pics in the Discord when you do. I
今
want
さ
to
ら
see
どうにかでき
it.
ることじゃないだろう。
I'll see how it comes out. Saber doesn't answer. Instead, she claws at her arm in frustration.
私は聖杯を手に入れなければならない。けれど、それはシローにも当てはまる。
セイバー。
シローには聖杯が必要だ。私があなたに呼び出されたのは必然だったのです、マスター。
Now, why would she want the Holy Grail? I don't know how to respond to that.
先に眠ります。シローもあまり無茶はしないように。
Saber leaves. I fold my arms and think. Do I need the Holy Grail? A vessel that grants wishes to its possessor? A vessel which contains unlimited quantities of magical energy for which it is said nothing is impossible? Were I to get it, I could easily grant my wish.
いや違う。どう考えても聖杯なんていらないぞ。俺。
Nope, I definitely don't need it. Besides, because I don't have any wishes that can't come true or hope for anything that's impossible. I wouldn't have a dream if it weren't something I could attain myself. The night grows darker. In the familiar old shed lit only by the moon, I listen to the distant wind. Day 12. Finish. Not a lot happens on day 12. No possible bad endings on day 12. And now I need to save constantly. And now I have to save fucking constantly. Day 13. Hey, Denton! The sky is gray, the hill crimson with corpses. The heavy clouds drift away, heralding the battle's end. We're in the end game now. I know this scene. I've seen it so many times now. This is one of Saber's battles. She fought and won so many victories, scenes like this are almost commonplace for her. Afterwards, she'll return to her castle where her victory will be praised and celebrated. Then she'll prepare for the next battle. This is just life for her. It's only one of the 12 great battles she fought. And so she does not truly remember victory so much as she just accepts it as a fact. I think she's misguided. Time I need to get to sleep? No, I'm sorry. This is not a dream. It's just a cold reality, her past that can't be changed. The moment she drew the sword, she stopped being human. She took over for her father as a feudal lord and became a king with many knights. She was known as King Arthur in Altoria. The life of the girl who once aspired to be a knight changed so radically. No. Was forced to end her life as she knew it. Might be a better way to put it. In that instant, the girl who still had such childlike features ceased to be, and became the king of knights. She acted like she was the king's son. The ruler of territories and knights had to be male. Only her father and the mage knew the king was female. She covered herself in iron and hid that truth for the rest of her life. I don't know why I never realized the implications until now. As much public exposure as she had, she managed to pass herself off as male the whole time. The sheer suffering she likely endured must have been incredible, but a simple observer can never really understand. Time passes. 10 years worth of memories as king. And there was only one common thread that entire time. Even when she's on the throne. Even when she's walking through the hallway. Even when she's on the battlefield. Not a soul spoke to her. Even the round table, filled as it was with knights boasting of their valor, always fell silent the moment the king appeared. So that's what it meant. she was merely tolerated as an idol. Many knights looked down on Altoria with her boyish appearance and were ultimately not comfortable in trusting her with their blades. But because she managed to draw the sacred sword that no one else could, they had to obey, even if only to keep up appearances. They just accepted a disgrace, believed it would pass. Sacred sword or no, the king was merely a child. Even with Merlin's support, the king would surely fail eventually. When that happens, they need only take the sacred sword from her and select a new king. That's probably what most of the knights thought. But that's not how it went. The knight, only just reaching adulthood, was a flawless king. She enforced peace among the squabbling lords and fought off invaders as well. Of course, this wasn't due to the sacred sword's powers. The sacred sword only protects the king. The king, on the other hand, protects their nation. Hey, Hampter! Thank you for the raid. Hello, good evening. Good evening, good evening. Actually, let me take the opportunity while there we go. But hey, thank you kindly. I hope the stream went well. We're doing Fate Stay Night right now. It's a bit of a long kind of horror romance VN. Hope everything went good with ya. And anybody who's new here, I'm SpaceYeen. I usually do horrible, unspeakable things of the horror variety. This is a little bit lighter in tone for the time being. And through her deeds, she was always able to maintain control of her knights. The sacred sword protects her only from her enemies. It does nothing to help her hold sway over the hearts of her subjects. She worked herself to the bone to be the ideal king to all. At that point, the knights had no choice but to obey. They held their dissatisfaction for the young king in check because the king was truly perfect. Also, exposure is totally a word, I believe. She strived to be an ideal king. The only condition for the knights' support was that their king be exactly that, the ideal king. There was no room for Altoria to be a human being. She could be a king and only a king. The peerless knight who drew the sacred sword, who stopped aging from that moment, and who went on to win 12 great wars. The more perfect she became, the more people stayed away from her. As this continued, the king grew more and more isolated. That was who she was. But she did well. In fact, she did too well. She defeated her enemies and minimized her own side's casualties. No matter the battle, sacrifices must be made. So she believed it was her duty to make sacrifices to bolster her army, and to defeat the enemy without wasting lives. She would strip the resources from one village to prepare her army, then defeat the invaders before they could strike her land, saving perhaps 10 villages. That was the king's approach, and it proved the best strategy at the time. But the knights must not have been happy. To them, only the foreign invaders should have died, and only true victory is made without any such sacrifices. There shouldn't be any need to sacrifice a territory before battle. They were going to win regardless, so the sacrifices were pointless. There wouldn't be any sacrifices, so the king's actions were a waste. It was, of course, total nonsense. Once battle began, the knights spared not a thought for those little villages. No one thought twice about trampling the villages. Protecting them was never a consideration. The knights claimed there's nothing to be done when the enemy destroys such villages, but to let them be destroyed is a great crime. Obviously, she knew that. But a king cannot worry about their personal feelings. She had to kill her emotions to make her decisions, and her knights had to suppress their own feelings to obey. And so sacrifices are made, and that string of victories stabilizes the nation. And in return, animosity for the king grew. King Arthur just doesn't understand how people feel. How people feel. So one knight was heard to say as they left the castle. What a ridiculous story. She was expected not to be human, but they hated her precisely because she didn't have human emotions. The age of war continued. The animosity of the knights who had been dissatisfied with their king only grew more so after that knight left. They forced her to deal with every foreign and domestic enemy in hopes of pushing her over the edge. Collapse was imminent. If these many problems confronting the nation were never resolved, it would crumble. Even if all of them were to be resolved, what awaits is more of the same. But that did not concern the king. Even should she be abandoned, feared, or betrayed, she will remain steadfast. Because she had long since made up her mind. She abandoned her emotions the moment she decided to draw that sword. This happened long, long ago. Knights from across the nation gathered to try to draw the sword from the stone. But none of them could do it, and the knights instead showcased their skill on horseback, eager to crown the best among them king. The knights flocked to the arena in droves, the sword and the stone lay outside, forgotten. From afar, it looked more like a festival. Even in the distance, the sound of valiant cavalrymen clashing is audible. The knights clashed in the distance, and the rock lay forgotten. What was going through the girl's mind as she stood in front of the rock? Before she realized it, an unknown mage stood behind her. Merlin! Oh my god, he has a voice. He tries to stop her for her own good. He also warned her that many would hate her, and that she would die a gruesome death. She must have been terrified. The mage showed her the future. He showed her the end she would meet if she drew that sword.
Yeah.
It only made her all the more determined. Even after seeing that future, she only gave a firm nod. The mage asked again if that's what she wanted.
多くの人が笑っていました。それはきっと間違いではないと思います。
Man. She took the sword in her hand. The mage looked troubled and turned away. He departed with those prophetic words. That's right. She just wanted to protect everyone. But to do so, she had to abandon her desire to protect people. She cannot protect her country as its king if she still has a human heart. Even knowing this, she drew the sword. Even knowing this, she vowed to live as a king. So no matter what happens, she'll remain steadfast. She abandoned her human heart. She was willing to give that up to protect her nation. Who could have known the girl made such a noble oath?
戦うと決めた。
Come what may and however might end.
それでも戦うと決めたのだ。
Also, hope you're doing well, Sarai. Even if an inevitable solitary doom awaited her. And her end did come. The Battle of Camlan. King Arthur set out on a campaign and one of her knights usurped her throne, splitting the nation in two and sparking a terrible conflict. Legend has it that this battle brought an end to knighthood and chivalry. She killed every knight who once served her and invaded the land she'd fought to defend. All the knights who followed her were gone, and her own body lay injured and immobile. There was no one left around her. As ever, nothing has changed. All she had in her heart was the pride of a king. She'd known about this ending. That means in this shot, she's standing over her dead son. Still, she believed there was something to be gained from this failure, which is why she kept fighting without ever failing or disgracing herself. She had not regrets. If she were to have one, it would be seeing her nation in ruin. She raised her gaze. Maybe she'd be able to see her castle in the distance from this hill. She saw only the aftermath of the battle, a dense forest and a lake to which she must return. That's right. The hill she'd meant to charge over has become a wall she can't climb. Strength left her body. For the first time, she loosened her grip on the sacred sword. And that's where it ended. It was only natural that the dream would end here, since there's nothing beyond that moment in her memories. And that is why this end cannot be rewritten. She worked so hard and she was resented, betrayed. Nobody understood that she loved her people more than her nation. She came to be known as a merciless king. She was never rewarded or understood. On top of the crimson-stained, sword-strewn hill, the girl sat on the edge of death, isolated and betrayed. Jesus. I wait to the sound of rain.
朝になってる。
What is a nation without its people? Yeah. I grip my spinning head and sit up. It's just before 6 o'clock. The rain patters softly outside.
今の夢は
No, there's no doubt about it. It was Saber's past. It was the end of her life from a long, long time ago. Nothing can change it now. Artoria being summoned as Saber, or as a Berserker? That's terrifying. I grit my teeth. I can hear them grinding. I don't know why, but I'm so mad.
くそ。なんだよ、それ。
Just thinking about it pisses me off. Her past, the fact she didn't think anything of it. Me thinking the dream was nothing before. The Berserker class in general is just a cruel idea. It's just cruel, because these are, for the most part, heroes through time, so... It's like losing any sort of, I guess, heroism you have under being of lack of control. I hate it. I don't even understand why, but it's making me angry. I don't like it. I don't like it one damn bit. No matter how you slice it, her life was unfair. So unfair. She only wanted to help people, she wanted nothing for herself. But as hard as she worked, nobody understood her, not even at the very end. That really pisses me off. It's so unfair. That's right. She worked harder than anyone and she doesn't receive any reward. It's all just a bunch of crap. She should be rewarded for everything she's done. But how could that happen at this point? What? Just tell her she did a good job? Do I tell her how wonderful she was? Of course not. Nothing so simple could do her justice.
分かってる。答えなんて一つだけだ。
Hey, good night, Ryuji. Have a good snooze. You know, I love the idea that Shiro is viewing Saber in the lens of she didn't do anything for herself. She never got any reward for what she did. She never got the chance to, like, be herself or live for herself or anything like that. And he's completely ignoring himself in this sense. Completely ignoring himself. Because he doesn't care about his own life. He just wants to serve other people. He wants to help other people like what she did. She didn't think about herself at any point, she just thought of others. And he's seeing the hypocrisy by looking at someone else without noticing himself. Because again, he doesn't realize he has a problem. If she's to be rewarded, the work she devoted her life to should be repaid. Artoria needs happiness to match all the battles she fought. But then what can I do? I'm out of ideas. I don't have any idea how to make people happy. I'm so useless at this kind of thing. He's projecting? Yeah, I suppose so, without knowing. My entire life I've wanted to be a champion of justice, but all I ever did was lend a hand in there. I believed everyone around me would be happy if I just helped people. Or rather... I couldn't face myself, I didn't believe that. Helping people and saving people are very much not the same thing. And if I don't understand that difference myself, I can't possibly reward Saber. We will go into Fate Zero at one point. We do get a primarily entirely new cast of servants. Oh god, caster. Breakfast is the same as usual. I get the sense Saber and Tosaka are pretty adaptable since they're already gotten used to Ilya being here.
で、あんたはどうするのよ、シロ。残るマスターは3人。 聖杯戦争だって期限がないってわけじゃないんだから、そろそろ行動に移らないとまずいわよ。いつも後手を踏むってのも情けないし。
Osaka's right. There's nothing wrong with me physically, and Saber's completely healed. We should be done resting as of yesterday.
そうだな。
Ilya's here? Yeah, he let her in.
それは夜からだ。日が昇っているうちは今まで通りにする。
Yeah, and the fate route he lets Ilya into the house.
本気？まあ、相手の情報がないんだから闇雲に出歩いても仕
I'm
方
telling
がない
you,
けど
fate
さ。
route is just everybody crashing at Shiro's.
シロは今日もセイバーに
You
いじ
let
め
her
ら
in
れ
like
るわ
she's a
け？
stray. Well, kinda. I'm gonna continue my sword training with Saber. That's what we've been doing every day, and a master should always be prepared for battle.
リン、私とシロが行っているのは鍛錬です。今の発言は人聞きが悪すぎます。
いや、まあそうだな。午前中は今まで通りセイバーにしごかれるよ。
It's not.
シロ、あなたまでそのように言われては私の立場がないのですが。
Don't tell Sakura. Oh god.
ぼーっとしてて聞いてなかった。
ですから、リンの言いぶりは乱暴すぎるという件です。まったく、どうしたのですシロ。今朝は覇気が感じられません。朝食もどことなく彩りに欠けますし、昨日も遅くまで蔵にいたのですか？
Saber may be questioning me, but there's no real bite to it. I can sense that she trusts me, which makes it even harder to meet her gaze now. If our eyes meet, I can't help thinking of that scene in the hill.
わかりました。後ほどカツを入れて差し上げます。
Sakura's just kind of ignored in this route. Yeah, she's not really important. she's really not important in this route, so she just gets to like sit home all day playing. When does this take place? She's probably playing like on the PS2 or something. Probably playing Tony Hawk's Underground too.
頼む。イリアはどうするんだ？
私も昨日と同じだよ。雨に濡れるのは嫌いだから外に出たくないわ。
I shall have a good night, Lucky. Good night, good night.
そうか。そうしてくれると助かる。
Does she even know her brother is dead though?
イリアには家にいてほしいからな。
Probably not. I don't think anybody knows Shinji is dead. Else. I don't think anybody would really know if Shinji is dead. She'd have to just figure that out eventually, I guess, until somebody finds the body. Did Shinji die? Yeah. Because of Ilya. She said she's sorry. Actually, wait, no, she never apologized. Wait, no, she's not sorry. Seems like Ilya took a liking to the bento yesterday. She did nothing wrong. I'm a little embarrassed that something so simple pleased her, but at the same time, glad to know Ilya enjoyed the bento I made. So, Berserker splattered Shinji? No, Ilya splattered Shinji.
なんだ。それじゃあ昨日と同じってこと
Even
ね。
better.
私も調べ物があるから部屋にこもるけど。
Shinji is dead. Our best friend Shinji is dead, and you're
ちょっ
laughing.
と話があるから。
調べ物ですか？
そう。セイバーなら分かってると思うけど、昨日から竜道寺の様子がおかしいのよ。あれだけ精力的にやってた魔力集めも止まってるし、何か動きがあったのは明白でしょ？まあ、残ったマスターの中で一番厄介そうなのは竜道寺のやつだしね。
There was like not a single ounce of compassion for him when he died. Literally what happened when he found out Shinji died is like, oh god, Ilya's gonna kill me. Oh god, she's crazy. Not even caring about Shinji being dead.
無理に時間を割いてシロに享受する必要はないと思いますが。
Or time with gay boy we haven't seen in a while. Issei?
まあそこはそれ。悪いけど我慢してちょうだい。私もね、
No.
まだ危なっかしくて放っておけないのよ。敵に殺されるのならいいけど、魔術をしくじって自滅でもされたら 死として面目がないでしょ。
Oh, yeah, that's right. Shiro was gonna break his... That is true. Oh, well. Bye, Shinji.
リンの言う通りです。
I love that line. Oh, well. Bye, Shinji. She just squeezes the neck tighter.
リンの授業が必
I
要なら
love that scene.
どうして思ってしまったのか。
Shiro just goes, up, sucks to suck.
その理由は簡単だけど、まあ知らぬが花ってことで。
Issei probably got caught in the bounding field. Yeah, he probably did. That sucks. That
じゃあ
really
午前中の
sucks.
鍛錬頑張ってね。
Poor Issei.
そいつ頑丈だから死なない程度に痛めつけるぐらいが最適よ。
And with that, Tosaka leaves the room.
セイバー言っとくけど遠坂の言い分なんて本気にするなよ。あいつはセイバーの打ち込みを受けてないからあんな
A
こと言
woo
える
woo
ん
to
だ
you
ろ
too,
うな。
Vol. For some reason, she seems pleased.
はい、分かっています。シローの体に関してなら私の方が熟知していますから。
Okay? She responds calmly.
どうしました？食べないのですか、イリアスフィール。昨日に比べるとまだ3割にも届いていませんが。
違うよ。こっちのは食べられないの。私辛いのはダメなんだ。
You should have killed him there. He tried.
そう辛いとは思
He
いま
just
せ
couldn't
ん
because
が、
of Ryder.
この香辛料は鶏肉に合っています。
マスタードは嫌いなんだってば。いいから食べて。その代わりそっちのイチゴの食べてあげる。
何をするのです、イリアスフィール。こら戻しなさい。それはダメです。甘いものが欲しいならリンゴのパイがあるでしょう。
Oh fuck, he really did make the apple pie. Ilya and Saber sit next to each other, bickering like two close sisters. It's just past noon. The three of us sit and face each other, eating lunch together just like yesterday. Alright, it's not just lunch that's the same as yesterday. Our training today was as well. Today, though, is even more awkward. I don't know how to explain it, but something in my chest stirs whenever I face Saber, and I find myself unable to rush at her with the same desperation I used to. It's not just me, Saber's been acting weird too. Used to be that she never let an opening go by. The last couple days, she's just waiting for me to make a move, which has meant the two of us just kind of ended up staring at each other for a while.
二人
Because
と
you're
もどう
both
したの？
stupid.
見ててあんまり面白くないの？
Ilya's criticism helped us get back into the swing of things. I managed to go after Saber, but it ended pretty much the same. She banded aside my half-assed attack, but didn't bother countering. Since she didn't follow up, I whirled on Saber, lunged again, and was once more repelled, though she again didn't counterattack. Our lackluster session ended about 10 minutes ago. Once again, it was at Saber's suggestion we began our lunch break. We're having the same thing we said yesterday, sandwiches. I figured it would do to make them exactly the same as yesterday, so I used a few other ingredients. Everyone seems happy. Illy's excited over the colorful sandwiches, and Saber takes a deep breath preparing for her meal. I think that's Saber's way of showing her enthusiasm. Heavy breathing? It's much rowdier than yesterday. It's raining and the hardwood floor is cold, but this also feels like a picnic. You know, I will say, I do like the Fate route in the sense that, like, at the start of the game, he pretty much says that he didn't really have any people that he considered, like, close friends. And I don't know, they've just been collectively mooching on his building and just becoming friends that way, I guess. I just think it's nice.
ああ、もうそこまでです、イリアスフィール。それでは服が汚れてしまう。
Too bad about Shinji and the dying thing.
シローの真似をして一口で
And
食
the
べる
mass
からそうな
homicide
るので
thing.
す。あなたの口は小さいのですから、もう少しおとなしく食べるべきでしょう。
No one cares about Shinji. Hey, he gets character
分かって
development.
ないのはセイバーの方よ。こういうお弁当は
It's
ね、
gonna be fun.
お行儀を気にする方が失礼なのよ。
Now, he doesn't have character development right now
これ
because
はピクニックなんだ
corpse,
から。
but
こういう風にするのが本当なんだよね、シロ。
Ilya happily munches on a sandwich. And Saber reluctantly wipes Ilya's mouth with a napkin.
くすぐったいてばセイバー
Well, I didn't see this coming. Saber and Ilya seem to have warmed up to each other.
驚いた。拒否しないのですか、イリアスフィール。
なんで私優しくされるの好きだよ。うん他のやつが私に触れたら殺すけど
That's
セイバーは綺麗だから許してあげる。
a mindset, Ilya.
それに今は同じお弁当を食べる仲間だもの。セイバーが私のこと好きなら私もセイバーのことは好きよ。
It's so simple for Ilya. Saber, clearly taken aback, stares at Ilya, dumbfounded. Even I, just as a spectator as the unfolds, am caught off guard by Ilya's smile.
何セイバーは楽しくないの？
いえ、それは。
私は楽しいよ。外は雨でここはこんな殺風景な場所で欲しかったものは何もないけどこうしていると嬉しいの。一人でいるより
Everyone in Fate Stay Night and Neon Genesis Evangelion, shut the fuck up, Shinji.
セイバーは楽しくないの？
God. Something in Ilya's smile must have struck Saber. Saber sighs deeply and looks back at her.
そうですね。私もこうしているのはとても楽しい。
She sounds bright. And then Saber smiles in a way I've never seen from her. At least Shinji and Evangelion never strangled. I don't know why, but I'm getting emotional. That smile was great. It was for herself and herself alone. It's not the usual smile I see from her whenever she's protecting someone. It's a smile of sheer happiness for her, from her.
シロ、どうしました？そんな顔して。何かいいことでもあったのですか？
Saber!
いや別に何も。って今変な顔してたか俺。
してたわ。お父さんみたいな顔。遠くからこっちを見守ってますって思うなの。
Thought that was the heartbeat of doom? No, not yet.
私
No, we're
そう
safe.
いう顔は嫌いよ。
It is very. This arc is very unassuming, though, isn't it? We've only got a few days left in the arc, actually. I don't understand what she's talking about, but I guess I was just smiling.
そうか。まあいいことがあったからな。ついにや。
はあ、いいことですか？
そうだよ。セイバーは今みたいな笑顔のがいい。それが見れてよかったって。
難しいですね。そんなことが嬉しいのですか、シロは。
だな。俺セイバーのそういう顔を見るのが好きみたいだ。
Saber nods, though she doesn't seem convinced. And then, I don't know what came over her, but she smiles and lifts her head.
そうですか。それでは逆ですね、シロ。
ん？逆って何が？
Red Kool-Aid moment, something fierce.
私はあなたが
Hey,
笑
good
顔で
night,
いてく
Ruby.
れた方が嬉
Hope
し
you
い。
have a good snooze.
あなたが笑っていられるなら、私はそれで十分です。
I can't meet Saber's gaze. That smile would make anyone lightheaded. Will you know how food turns out? Hell yeah. The carbonara. I managed to calm myself down and glance sidelong at Saber. She calmly resumes eating her picnic lunch. Nothing to worry about there. There should be nothing to worry about, yet something is bothering me.
私はあなたが笑顔でいてくれた方が嬉しい。
In that smile I saw for the first time, it seemed like she was contradicting herself. I have a bad feeling like we're in a death game and there's still like 4 contestants left. I listened to the rain in Tosaka's room. Today, under the pretense of a magecraft lesson, she performed yet another physical examination like yesterday. She gave me more medicine and checked all my magic circuits. It's not that I mind doing this, I just don't like the feeling that I'm not doing anything productive. She tells me not to move so she can see what happens to me, but that doesn't mean I can't talk.
トサカ、ちょっといいかな。
Well, all Shinji has is that, like, dumb little shadow cutter spell, so... I mean, I guess if that hit the bag, he'd just get killed by the sand. I call out to her as I sit in my meditative pose.
いいけど何よ。
セイバーのことなんだけど、なんて言ったらいいかわからないんだが。
I realize I haven't thought this through at all. It's not even a question of, what can I do for Saber? I haven't even thought about what I want to do with her.
その、あいつ何がしたいのかなって。考えてみれば、あいつが自分から何かやるって今までなかっただろ。
Feel like a 50-pound bag?
セイバーが何を考えているかわからない？
いや、そういうわけじゃないんだ。ただ、あんまりにも無欲すぎるのがわからない。そう、そこがどうするべきなのかわからないんだ。
まあそうよね。セイバーが自発的にやったことってあなたを守ることだけだもの。サーバントとしては当たり前だけど、あそこまで徹底しているとわからなくもなるわ。
Bag clears.
でも、だからといって無欲ってわけはないでしょ。セイバーだって自分の目的のためにあなたを守っているんだから。
I completely forgot her reason for even becoming a servant.
そうか。セイバーの目的は聖杯を手に入れることだもんな。目的がないってわけじゃないんだ。
And that holy grail will grant its possessor's wish. I mean, Saber has at least has a wish she wants granted. I don't know what it is, but she wants it enough to even become a servant. So it must have some hope of saving her. Like, for example, she's here in this time period, and the power of the Holy Grail can help her so she can stay here and live a second life. And she would have to wish for something that big just to make up for all the suffering and tragedy she endured.
なんだ、話は簡単じゃないか。
Man.
気持ち悪いわね。いきなり元気になっちゃって。今の話、そんなに面白かった？
ああ、元気が出た。そうだよな。そうでなくちゃあそこまで懸命に戦うもんか。セイバーは何より自分の望みのために戦わなくちゃいけないんだから。
I think we're talking about, like, actually getting slammed by the 50-pound bag. I nodded myself. Osaka, on the other hand, seems utterly bewildered. I can't fucking speak. I can't English.
喜んでるところ悪いけど、それはあなたの早とちりよ。セイバーは自分のためになんか戦わないわ。あなただって分かってるんじゃない？セイバーはそういうタイプじゃないわ。
Oh no, the bag is just sitting there.
彼女が聖杯を求める理由は決して自分のためじゃないって。
English? Bewildered? I can't even ask that. I know. She met her final moments alone because she didn't have any desires for herself. So Saber wouldn't seek for her own salvation now. But still, I hoped otherwise even for a brief moment, so I pushed my distorted desire on her. I imagine Shinji can't break open the bag, so he just starves and the bag wins. Our conversation trails off. Just I think this awkward silence is going to continue forever.
つまんない話だけどね。あーちゃんもあんたと似たようなことを言ってたわ。
はあ、アーチャーってあのアーチャー？
そう。私もね、あいつに聞いたのよ。あんたの望みは何なのかって。そしたらあいつ、なんて言ったと思う？
あいつの望みって言われても困る。
I never knew a single thing about him. Archer once declared that we were bound to be enemies anyway, so he made no effort to communicate with Saber or me. And yet, he may have been cynical, but he didn't seem the sort to have stupid objectives in mind.
これがね、聞いたら笑うわよ。 望みは何よと聞いたら、あいつったらこう言ったの。
そうだな。高級的な世界平和。
Sorry.
どうだ。
Sorry, his voice coming out of Ren. I'm sorry.
もう呆れを通り越して爆笑したわけ。そしたらあいつ、やはり笑われたか。まあ他人の手による救いなど意味はない。今のは笑い話にしておこう。なんて言っていじけちゃってさ。なんかね、ああいうやつだから英霊になんてなっちゃって、私みたいな小娘に刺激されちゃうんだなとか思ったわ。
I see. He didn't look it, but he was a great, proud knight in his own right.
けどね、間違わないで。聖杯が本当に全ての願いを叶えるのなら、高級的な世界平和なんて
Stunned your
最悪
internet.
の願いよ。要するにそれって何もないってことでしょ。争いのない世界なんて死んでるだけよ。物事は動いてないと腐るだけなんだから。
それあーちゃんにも言ったのか？
言ったわよ。そしたらあいつ、それが賢者の考えだ。私も同意見だが、今でもこれだけは愚者の夢を守っているのだ。だってさ。まあそれはいいから、それじゃあ他の望みはあるのかって言ったら、あるにはあるが聖杯で叶えるほどのものでもなし、私の分は君に譲ろうとかなんとか。キザでしょ。あいつきっと生前は女ったらしだったに違いないわ。
なんかそんなイメージはなかったけどな。けど
別にサーバントにもいろいろいるってことを話しただけ。
Is that so? Well, I guess it was good for me to know. So it was at least kind of helpful.
じゃあ次はこっちの番ね。まあ私もセイバーに関することなんだけど。
そういえば朝方言ってたな。話したいことがあるとかなんとか。
ええ。
It's a rock in my mouth and I was really proud of that. Proud of you. Hey, it's a magic chalice. You can do whatever it wants.
今更になるんだけど、エミヤ君はアーサー王の伝説を知ってる？
The legend of King Arthur. But reminded of it more than enough in the past few days.
人並みには知ってる。まあアーサー王が女の子だったなんてことは知らなかったが。
そうね。けど性別に関してはどうでもいいのよ。別にアーサー王が女の子だったとしても、伝説そのものに変更を加える必要はないでしょ。アーサー王が幸いアーサー王にはマーリンっていう魔術師がついてたしね。インキュバスとの根血だっていう悪魔じめたやつだから、アーサー王の性別を偽装したり、生まれないはずの子供を用意するってのもお手の物だったんでしょ。
F incubus.
そうだろうな。それで
だから私が問題にしているのは伝説と今のセイバーの食い違いよ。ねえエミヤ君、あなたはエクスカリバーがどういうものか知っていて？
なんだよ今さら。エクスカリバーって言ったらアーサー王の代名詞だろ。妖精に授かった剣で切れないものはなく刃こぼれもしないっていう名剣だ。
やっぱりそんなことだろうと思ったわ。
Hey, Corridor. Thank you for the raid. Good evening. The Kobold? Hey, thank you, Quantum. Hey, good evening. Thank you very much for the raid. The cock wizard. Well, I mean, she had to get Guinevere pregnant somehow. So Merlin probably just skedaddle and gave her a dick.
言ったわよ。あなたもアーサー王と同じ間違いをしたってこと。
Magic.
マーリンがいたら未熟者ってどやされてるわ。
だからなんでさ。岩に刺さった剣ってのはエクスカリバーじゃないんだよな。あっちの剣は途中で折れてしまって、その後に湖の妖精から譲り受けた剣があって、それがエクスカリバーなんだろ。
そうそう、エクスカリバーをアーサー王が受け取った時にね、マーリンはこう問いかけるの。 なたがお気に召したのはどちらの方ですかな？
My favorite part of Fate Stay Night Lord. Merlin magical sex change surgery.
剣か、それとも鞘ですか？アーサー王はためらいもなく剣の方だと答えるんだけど、マーリーは叱責するの。
Doom was great, found a lot of stuff to make my building easier, and Satisfactory will be doing more easier building in the future. Nice! Glad you're having so much fun with it.
お間違えめさるな。剣は敵を撃つものですが、鞘はあなたを守るもの。その鞘を身につけている限り、あなたは血を流すこともなく、負傷することもない。真に大事とすべきは剣ではなく鞘なのです。
You were so good at the Archer impression before now. Tosaka skillfully acts out the parts of King Arthur and Merlin.
気合入ってるな、トサカ。それで
She's a fucking
何
nerd.
が言いたいんだ？
She's a fucking nerd.
何言って？
Hey, doing
ここま
well,
で聞いて
forgive
わ
me.
からない？
Doing well, how you doing?
アーサー王は不死者な
Good
の。
evening.
エクスカ
You
リバ
didn't ask me how I
ー
was
っていう
doing,
の
I
は
just kind of
公
assumed.
し
I
て
just
も
said
無
it.
敵の方
You
な
don't
の
like
よ。
green!
だから本当ならセイバーは傷を負ってもすぐに治るはずだってこと。
Thank you for the 2-month resub, I appreciate it.
トサカ、実際セイバーは傷を負っても治ってるんだが。
Hasn't Saber eaten shit a few times in the bad endings?
セイバーの自己回復は
twice.
セイバーのバカみたいに膨大な魔力を使った力技にしか見えないっていうか、ともかく伝説のエクスカリバーの鞘とは違う気がするのよ。
One time was tricked by a teleportation spell, the other time was, everything went wrong during Berserker, so she died and everyone else died.
なるほど。トサカがそう言うんならそれは正しいんだろう。ならこっちから質問。アーサー王は不死者だって言うけど、それならどうしてアーサー王は死んだんだよ。
Tosaka's mouth drops open. After freezing up for a few seconds, she grinds her teeth and looks away.
そうだった。エクスカリバーの鞘は途中で敵に盗まれたんだ。
Ah, rookie mistake right there. I'd forgotten, but according to legend, King Arthur's fate was sealed the moment the king lost the all-important sheath.
で、納得いったか、トサカ。
言ったわよ。笑い物にしたいならすればいいわ。
She doesn't mean that. I can tell she's ready to kick me in the head the moment I laugh at her.
納得いったんならいい。けど、どうしてそんなことを気にしたんだよ。セイバーが傷つかないかどうかなんて、お前には関係ないだろ。
うるさいわね。何よ、ちょっとそうだったら無敵だなーなんて舞い上がっただけじゃない。私だってね、たまには間違えることぐらいあるわよ。
Oh, Serene literally thought Saber was invincible. Good one. This is a tough one. Would there be any benefit in me pointing out that she makes mistakes a lot, not just sometimes? By the time the sun sets, the rain stopped completely. Based on our conversation during breakfast, we're heading into the town to look for the other master.
その前に確かめておかないと。
I should check Saber's intentions. What is her purpose in
と言
fighting?
っても、正面から聞いてもダメだな。
I think they should go back to the
できる
magical
だけ
lake
さりげ
system.
なく聞き出さないと。
It's pretty cool. I hype myself up a bit, then push up to my feet. The living room seems like a good starting place. I'm going to leverage the peaceful pre-dinner mood to try to get Saber's stubborn nature. Get through Saber's stubborn nature.
例えばの話だけど、もし聖杯戦争に勝ち残れたとしたら、どうしようか。
So much for casual. I thought about a lot. It could come with anything smooth, so blunt it is.
え？は？ん？
What do we do if we win? What? All three of them offer more or less the same response, though with slightly different expressions.
だから勝った後のことだよ。聖杯を手に入れたらどうするかって話。
They have not once discussed over the course of this entire VN, what do we do if we win?
そんなの説明されなくてもわかるけど、どういう風の吹き回しよ。あんたがそんなこと言い出すなんて。
Saber and Ilya don't nod, but they do seem to share an opinion on the subject. I guess this is kind of weird to bring it out of nowhere. But I have to play dumb for now.
ああ、いや、ただの思いつきだ。ほら、
I love
残った
Monty
サーバーとは
Python.
あと3人なんだから、そういうことを考えてもおかしくないだろう。数が減って、
まあ言われてみればそうよね。いくら四郎だってこの状況ならそれぐらいは考えるか。好きで始めたことじゃないって言っても命を張ってる以上は報酬ぐらい気になるだろうし。
I love you saying that, Roxy, because I keep looking over at like the ending list, like the checklist of what I need to know, and there's like 3 death scenes in this one day. I'm like making sure I don't miss anything. There's like a shit ton of bad endings, so I'm just kind of staring, trying to remember when any of this happens. I'm glad Tosaka likes to focus on the reason for things. Tosaka will allow for the possibility of anything that seems logical, which is really one of her better qualities. Just something I brought up to discuss, though.
それで遠坂はどうなんだよ。もし聖杯が手に入ったらどうするんだ。
I try to be as natural as possible with this.
そうね。私は勝つことしか考えてなかったから、聖杯に叶えてもらうような目的はないわ。とりあえず聖杯を手に入れるけど、その後のことは考えてなかったな。
Ain't no talking about a certain character in Fate Strange Fake as a heads up. If you know the character, you know the character. So she's fighting because she doesn't want to lose. I figured that was the case, but didn't know for sure until she said it herself.
切れた。一番ものを考えていそうで、実は一番考えてないのよね、リンは。
Well, it's not directed to you then,
いいじゃない。
Zeus.
じゃあそういうあんたはどうなのよ、イリアスフィール。そんなの知らない。聖杯は私のだから誰にも渡すなって言われただけよ。もともと私のものなんだから、そんなものに興味あるわけないじゃない。
Just don't give it to anyone. Alright.
要するに聖杯より聖杯戦争の方が楽しいってこと？当然よ。私は勝つためだけに来たんだもの。聖杯の使い道なんてどうでもいいわ。
You are a fucked up little German child. They're 2 peas in a pod. The two stare at each other in silence. They seem to be coming to some sort of understanding. Saber doesn't say anything. Magic assholes fighting in the streets. She probably doesn't intend to join the conversation. No matter how much she resists, I still have to ask.
2人の目的はなんとなく分かった。
I tried to turn as naturally as possible.
じゃあセイバーは？
She's been quiet this whole time. Saber doesn't reply. Sensing that something's amiss, Tosaka and Ilya stop and turn towards Saber. Surrendered every chance last night would stop her from just stabbing Ilya in her sleep. Ilya's magic does not require expensive gems. The silence stretches out for maybe a minute.
今さら語るまでもありませんが、聖杯を手に入れるのは私の義務です。聖杯がどれほどの許容範囲を持っているかは知らない。ですがそれが聖杯である限り、そして無論、聖杯が私の望みを叶えられるなら、望みを叶えるだけですが。
There it is. Saber's just said she has a wish of her own.
そうか。で、その望みって何なんだ？
Does it require being awake? I try to calm my racing heart and keep composed as I ask. Saber doesn't answer. Fine, that's fine. If she can't answer, chances are good it's because her wish is a selfish one. Knowing Saber, she may hesitate to reveal her wish to anyone if she's wished for something selfish. And I think I'd rather she keep quiet than make something up. I can feel myself trying to back away from the question I raised.
何それってそんなに難しいこと？サーバントの望みは現世に蘇ることだっておじいさまは言ってたわ。英霊たちは二度目の生を得るために聖杯を求めるんだって。セイバーだってそうじゃないの？
And Ilya can't read the room. Saber jerks her head up. That's what she wanted, there'd be no problem. Which means...
いいえ、二度目の生に関心はありません。私の目的は聖杯を手に入れることのみです。もともと好みは聖杯を手に入れる代償としてサーバントになったのですから。
Figured that much. Someone who took an oath and drew the sacred sword wouldn't seek a second life.
ちょっと待って。
There is no
聖杯
canon
を手に
route,
入れ
no.
ることと引き換えにサーバントになった。それって英霊になる時の契約のこと？
Yeah, I guess in a sense it's worth saying all routes are canon.
はい。好みをサーバントとする交換条件として私は聖杯を求めたのです。
え？じゃあ何？あなたって聖杯を手に入れるために呼び出されたサーバントじゃなくて、聖杯を手に入れるために自分からサーバントになったっていうの
Osaka stares at Saber. She tilts her head, confused.
つまり、セイバーは英霊だから呼び出されたんじゃなくて、自分からこの戦いに参加したってこと？けど、サーバントである以上、英霊として祀られているんだから、自分からこっちの世界に関わるなんてできっこないわよね。じゃあ、セイバーはサーバントのルールから大きく外れて
Then no one can stop me.
ってわけでもないし。もうちょっと待ってね。今整理するから。
いいえ、整理するまでもありません。リンが言ったことは正しい。私は他のサーバントとは違います。私はまだ完全にサーバントになったわけではないのですから。
完全にサーバントになっていない？
What does that mean? Well, first of all, what does it mean to become a servant? Saber just said she agreed to become a servant as the price she had to pay to obtain the Holy Grail. Which means...
ちょっと待ってくれ。サーバントっていうのはまさか何かを手に入れた代償として無理やり戦わされてるっていうのか？
Well, Shiro.
いいえ、それは違います。もともとサーバントというのはこの聖杯戦争だけの特別な使い魔です。サーバントとは英霊の特性を利用した召喚魔術。元は英霊なのですから、サーバントにパンを得た代わりに労働をするという決まりはありません。
そうね。サーバントシステムってのはもともと守護精霊である英霊を利用したものだもの。元からあるものを使ってるわけだから、サーバント側にもマスター側にも代償として支払うものはない。けどサーバントになる前、人間から英霊になるには代償行為が必要だって聞いたことがある。
Dun dun.
英霊っていうのは人間の守護者でしょ。彼らは死した後も人間のために働いて、人の世の滅亡を水面下で防ぐのだとか。で、そういった守護者になるには生前まだ英雄として現役だった頃に何かと取引をしなくてはならない。それが英霊の契約。世界に死後の自分を明け渡す儀式。交換条件によって財を得た者が英雄となり、英雄としてやりたいことをやった後、死後はサーバントとしてもらった財を返す。
They protect humanity from... spoilers.
つまり英雄になるために借金をして、死んだ後は英霊になることで借金を返すってこと。サーバントっていうのはその返済金額を横から私たちにかすめ取られて使役されてるってわけ。
They have to summon them during the Holy Grail War.
つまり何かとの取引で人間は英雄
The
になって
Grail is what gives
英
them
雄
the
にしてもら
ability
っ
to
た
do
お返し
this.
として死後は使い魔として使役されるのか？
Essentially. So you couldn't just summon Saber willy-nilly, you'd have to summon her during a Grail War.
じゃあセイバーが英霊になった交換条件が
The Holy Grail. Since Saber obtained the Holy Grail in her lifetime, the price she has to pay is serving as a heroic spirit, a sort of guardian even after death.
それこそおかしい。セイバーは聖杯が目的だって言った。けどそれはとっくに手に入れてるはずだ。セイバーは聖杯と引き換えに英雄になったんだから。
いいえ、シロ。私はまだ聖杯を手にしてはいないのです。アルトリア、アーサー王の望み
She
は
even says
生きてい
Artoria.
るうちに
I'm
聖杯
dying.
を手に入れることだった。私は死ぬ前に聖杯を手に入れなければならなかった。そのためにもし聖杯が手に入るな
Altria
ら
jump scare.
死後は守護者になっても良いと条件を飲んだのです。
Hate that name.
リンの言う通り、人間は英雄になるために世界と契約をし、人間以上の力を授かり、その代償として死後の自分を売り渡します。ですが私は英雄になるときに世界の後ろ盾を必要としなかった。幸いなことにアーサー王は英雄になるための支援を必要としなかったのです。
She didn't need any help to become a hero, so Saber became a hero on her own.
けどあなたは英霊としてここにいる。アーサー王は英雄になった後で世界に違う交換条件を求めたってこと？
Hey!
はい。
Samurai Kitsune!
私
Thank
は
you
最
for the
後の
raid.
時
Good
どうしても聖
evening.
杯が必要
Hello.
になった。
Hello,
聖杯が
hello.
なけれ
How
ば
are
我慢でき
you?
なかった。叶えなくてはいけない。だから英霊の契約をしたのです。
Okay, thank you, Quantum. Good evening. How was Mech Warrior?
私の手に聖杯が握られるなら、死後は英霊となってあらゆるもののために剣を取ろうと。
Was good? Hell yeah. Hell yeah, hell yeah. If any of y'all are new here, I'm SpaceYeen and I do horrible, unspeakable things of the horror variety. Today we're playing a slow burn, but we're near the ending of the first arc. In her last moment, she wished for the Holy Grail's miracle. Now I understand her feelings. The blood-soaked hill. Swords standing as gravestones, the bodies of so many knights. Artoria. It was recorded a long time ago. Like, this is a bit of an old recording. Hey, thank you very much for following. I appreciate it. Welcome on into the Knoll Patrol. Thank you, thank you, thank you. No one likes him, just trying to train myself to deal with it. We have mods. A lone king whose reigns ended in betrayal. She didn't deserve the end she met. Even if she had a wish of her own before. She must have, though. She must have thought. I can't die here. This isn't the end I want. Against Zanuck. And that's why there's no shame in using the power of the Holy Grail to prolong her life.
そう。つまり死後の自分を売り払ってま
The
で
exact same recordings,
聖杯を手に入れ
yeah.
られる
This is just a
手段を取ったの
remaster.
ね。
That's all this is. It's just a remaster.
けどセイバー、あなたの出した条件っていうのは生きているうちに聖杯を手に入れるでしょ？なら
It's a very nice remaster. Has some bugs and some typos. Honestly, the fan translation's probably better because of that. But
アーサー王は
it's alright.
最後まで聖杯を手に入れることができなかったのです。ですが、それでは契約が成り立ちません。世界が私をサーバントにするには、アーサー王が生きているうちに聖杯を与えねばならない。
The funniest thing about this new translation is definitely Shiro swearing like a sailor now.
ですから、
アーサー王は聖杯を手に入れるまで死なない。いいえ、死ぬことができない。それじゃああなた、
はい。アーサー王と呼ばれていた私は、死を迎える一瞬で止まっているはずです。時間軸から見れば、私はとうに滅びているでしょう。アーサー王は死の直前でサーバントとして召喚され、聖杯を手に入れた後、死ななければならないのです。
時間が止まってるんじゃなくて時間に止まってる状態か。
She's stuck in her moment of
あ
death.
なたがサーバントとして何度戦いを繰り返しても構わない。最終的には聖杯を手に入れて契約を果たすことが決まっているんだから、
そうです。いつかは聖杯を手に入れ、私は契約を果たす。だからこそ英霊になる前からいずれ英霊化が決定しているという条件で、あらゆる時代、それはこの町の聖杯だけではありません。聖杯が手に入る可能性があるならば、私はどの戦場にも召喚される。そうしていつかは聖杯を手に入れ、私の望みを叶えた時こそ、死の直前で止まっていた私の時間は進みます。アーサー王は最後の時を迎え、聖杯を手に入れた代償として、こうして英霊となるのでしょう。
死の直前で覚めない夢を見ているようなものか。今回の聖杯戦争もセイバーにとっては夢の一つ。そして夢から覚めるのは聖杯を手に入れた時だ
You're
け。
good, Juno.
リンはシローが未熟だから私を霊体化できないと言いましたね。けれどそれは違う。私は未だ死者ではないから霊体にはなれないのです。
The real reason.
半端な扱いですが、これでも位置づけは聖者ですから。
She is considered a living person. She can't enter spirit form because she's actually not dead. King Arthur never died.
前回の聖杯戦争でも私はそうだった。
Saber's tone is apologetic. She probably feels bad for laying the blame for her not being able to enter spirit form on my ineptitude. Like Elvis. I don't care about that. But there's something I need to ask.
セイバー、未だ死者じゃないってどういうことだ？話の流れから言ってアーサー王の時代からずっと生き続けてるわけじゃないってのがわかる。けどそうでなかったら今のセイバーは何なんだ？本体の分身ってわけでもないんだろう。
はい。こちらに呼び出される英霊というのは全て本体の分身のようなものですが、私はまだその位置に達していません。聖杯を手に入れるまでは死の直前に止まったままで呼び出されている。リンの言った通り、アーサー王は時間という大河の上で停止している。私はその位置から前か後ろかに飛んで聖杯を求めた後、止まっている場所に戻っているのでしょう。
Oh god, I forgot we get a graph for this. I tried to diagram it all in my head. It's pretty simple once I visualize it. King Arthur is stopped in time at the moment before she dies, but that doesn't matter to the wider flow of time. It continues on all the way to the present. She jumps to whatever time she's needed, then returns to her own frozen moment in time after she completes her duty. If she manages to obtain the Holy Grail one of the times she visits, she'll be swept back into the proper flow of time and die just as she does in the history we know. Maybe that's how heroic spirits work. When they die, they're transferred back to a sort of nexus where the flow of time stops. And then when they're summoned, they are taken to that point of time, then disappear without ever returning. That's probably what's meant by heroic spirits being doubles. Kind of like a clone made from their original selves. The heroic spirit, which completely retains the abilities and memories they have while alive, appears in this world and gains more knowledge, but it's all useless. They have no means to return to their original body and instead just disappear. And so no matter how many times or in how many different eras they're summoned, there will never be any inconsistencies in the heroic spirit's memories. From the moment the person becomes a heroic spirit, they will never change. Even if they obtain new knowledge, they will just disappear once their role is over. So in that sense, Saber is not a complete servant. After each time she's summoned, she eventually returns to her own time. Yeah, it's fucking terrible. She goes back to that moment where she's about to die on that blood-soaked hill.
ちょっと待った。
So yeah, Saber is not dead, so she keeps her memory. She's not a imprinted spirit on the edge of time. Whereas anybody else who is summoned is like photocopied, and then once it's over, they're gone, and the memories are gone too.
じゃあ何？今回聖杯を手に入れたら元の時代に戻ってその時代で聖杯を使うってこと？
Yeah, because she is still alive, she gets to retain, essentially.
それって過去の改ざんじゃない。
She doesn't forget,
時
she
間旅
doesn't
行にして
forget.
も平行世界の運営にしてもそれは魔法の領域よ。そんなのできるわけがないわ。
She's not allowed to die until she can win.
それを可能とするのが聖杯でしょう。そうして聖杯さえ使えるのならば私はサーバントとなってもいいと契約したのです。
Exactly, Juna.
聖杯を使うことでアルトリアという人物が消え去ろうとも今の私が英霊となることを代償として。
Man. Saber is so matter-of-fact about it. It doesn't sound right, though. Using the Holy Grail to grant a wish is fine, but why would that mean Arthuria has to disappear?
なんだよそれ。聖杯を使うことでアルトリアが消える。セイバー、お前は自分を。
I see the image of the girl dying on that hill all alone.
自分を救うために聖杯を使うんじゃないのかよ。
Yeah, she gets to retain her memories because she's not dead yet. The other servants are not aware that they're not going to keep their memories.
なぜ
They
その
will
ような
lose
ことを
them.
言うのです、シロ。私の望みは国を滅びから救うことだけなのですが。
I can feel my expression tensing up. I thought I knew Saber's wish, but now my head is spinning and I feel like throwing up.
なんて。
And yet, I try to push air from my lungs to get that one word out.
なぜも何もないでしょう。私は国を守れなかった。国を守るために王となったのに、その時に思ったのです。
Well, thank you for the 2-year resub, John Luso. Thank you, thank you. I'm glad it inspires to some extent.
岩の剣は間違えて私を選んでしまったのではないかと。
This is kind of when the VN is going to start dropping more and more existential horror.
But
That's ridiculous. Why would she think that?
いいえ、その迷いは常に私の中にありました。私は王にふさわしくないのではないか。本当に選ばれるべき英雄は他にいたのではないのかと。あの時、政権を抜いてしまった時、
Man.
国を救えなかった私より、だから、もし聖杯の力で王の選定をやり
She
直
sees
すこと
herself
がで
as
き
a
るなら、
failure of a king.
その時に戻ればきっと。
Oh, my heart. Is she saying that her nation wouldn't be destroyed if she was able to go back to that moment? She wants to essentially remove herself, yes. I feel faint. I'm really angry at Saber for wishing for such a ridiculous thing. The feeling passes by in an instant. I probably look like a deer in the headlights. Isn't it obvious? Saber's wish is not for herself, and on top of that, she wishes for her own elimination. She exists because she became king by drawing the sacred sword. To pretend that never happened means she simply wouldn't exist. Let's say we use the Holy Grail to grant her wish. Arthuria would never become king, she would just live in a timeline where she's an ordinary knight. Then what would happen to the Saber I know? Even if it's only temporary, she already exists as a heroic spirit. And if her wish is granted, she'll continue on, but as a being meant only for fighting. Sure, I paid the price for obtaining the Holy Grail, so the Saber I know will continue existing, even if Arthuria never becomes king. In this world, England's a myth, the perfect timeline. England's the way it is because she was betrayed and killed horrifically. She'll be cut off from the past and future. She'll always and only ever be the lonely knight dying on that blood-soaked hill. I won't allow it. There's no hope of salvation there. Even if she was able to do it all over and there really was a better king and her nation did manage to last longer, and if she was herself saved, it'd all be lies. You know, it made everyone around her happy. I can't just let the past 10 years she fought through be a lie. I would not want to live in that time period.
やり直しなんてできないし、しても意味はないんだ、セイバー。
シロ、
そんなことに聖杯を使うな。聖杯はセイバーが戦って手に入れるんだろ。ならセイバーは自分のためにその奇跡を使うべきだ。
ですから私は自分のために使うと言っているではありませんか。私アルトリアは王としての責務を果たさなければ。
What does she not understand?
そんなのお前はもう十分すぎるくらいに果たしてるじゃないか。セイバーはあんなにも戦ってきた。裏切られても怖がられても負けなかった。だっていうのになんで死んじまった後もお前だけがそんな誓いを守らなくちゃいけないんだ。
Saber looks bewildered. Too late to regret what I said. I shouldn't have just blurted out that I've been dreaming of Saber's past. A heavy silence hangs between us. I can't think of what to say. Even I can tell speaking up will just make things worse right now. But I just can't keep
セイ
quiet.
バー、俺頑張ったやつが報われないのは嫌なんだ。
It's wrong, it's not fair. I get that it's childish, but I want to believe that humans can find happiness if they really work for it.
他のマスターには負けない。聖杯は必ず手に入れる。だからセイバーは自分の望みを叶えてくれ。それなら俺はこの馬鹿げた戦いに初めて意味を見出せる。
That's the conclusion I reached. I don't know what the Holy Grail is, nor do I even know if it's something you should try to obtain. But if it could save Saber even a little, then I'll go all out for her. The sound of heavy bells rings out and the house suddenly goes dark. The air changes immediately. The lights go out, but Saber Tosaka and I don't say a word. We try to gauge our surroundings with our other senses. The loud ringing stops and the living room goes silent. And yet, a soft rustling sound ripples through the house.
今の警告音、この屋敷の結界。
Before we continue, I gotta use the washroom. So I will be right back, because this is a entering the hell segment, so I'm going to BRB, if you don't mind me. And if you have any questions involving, big cups, feel free to ask Loaf. He likes to send them sometimes. Imagine being a Yeen. Hi, good evening, I live now. I've no longer ceased to not be alive. I know this is a big shock to all of you, but... Also, totally unrelated, but I haven't announced it yet. We're doing like a marathon stream on like the 26th, but don't tell anybody. I nodded in silence. It's the same sound as when Lancer broke in. And that can only mean... Yeah, well, thank you. The sounds are getting closer, louder. Something is sliding against it or across something. Sounds like a swarm of bugs rushing toward the light. Asked Lo to explain Saber's timeline to me, and he said to Google the Ligma timeline. That's what that was, and he stopped responding. The only place doesn't seem to be sound doesn't seem to be coming from is the living room. It's not even been a minute since the lights went out, and we're surrounded on all sides by that sound. There's just too many of them. Whatever people might say, I do have some knowledge of mages and mage craft. Even I can sense that there's a lot of magical energy coming from a ton of people or things surrounding this house. 20 at least. But they also seem weirdly light. I don't sense any human will or intellect. The flapping sounds seem to be coming from enemy puppets.
なんだ、やっぱり来たんだ。今まで散々私から逃げ回ってたくせに、バーサーカーがいなくなったら飛んでくるんだもの。ほんと、現金なサーバントね。
Ilya speaks up amid the flapping sounds. She, unlike the three of us, is strangely calm.
イリア、わかるのか？
当然でしょ。私にわからないサーバントなんていないわ。
Caster!
キャスターで何かいっぱい引き連れてきてる。
Why is she here? She's crashing.
竜の歯でくくったゴーレムみたい。
Ilya is so casual about this. And just then, the sound stops. I grab the wooden sword in the living room. Saber and Tosaka seem to be waiting for me to make a move. Ya da 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 da. Ya da 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 da. Ya da 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 da. What is it? I'll leave Caster to Saber and protect the two here. Saber can take care of Caster. There's no servant left that Saber can't defeat, and Saber should be good against Caster. Her strong magic resistance should make her a good choice against Caster, who's a mage.
セイバー、言ってもらえるか？
はい。キャスターならば、
Thank you,
私一
Milo.
人で行くべきでしょう。
Actually, full B2 rig. I can even take my clothes off. And my glasses.
セイバー、
はい。キャスターならば、私一人で行くべきでしょう。シローの判断は正しい。
Was it like her fifth set of clothes? Yeah.
よし、ここは俺たちだけで持ちこたえる。セイバーはキャスターを倒すことだけに専念してくれ。
Got a purple robe, too. Oh god. A strange sound reaches me just as I finish speaking. Is it the sound of Saber tearing through Caster's familiars now that she's jumped out into the hall?
まだ増える。20、30、40。ちょっと、いくら雑魚だって言ってもこれじゃ。問題ないわ。竜河兵なんて模造品で、竜の化身であるセイバーを倒せるはずがないもの。こんなの何百体いようと、セイバーの敵じゃないわ。
The sounds retreat into the distance. The horde I felt surrounding the house is gone. I assume Saber defeated them all. Like Ilya said, Caster's familiars can't stop Saber. They must not have made it in here because they couldn't get past Saber.
さすがね。セイバー、キャスターを見つけたわ。キャスターのやつ、急いで使い魔を引き戻してるけど、これで終わりかな。
If Ilya's right, the battle should be over soon. Saber won't lose in a single combat. She She shouldn't have any trouble cutting Caster down, so she doesn't have to worry about protecting us.
浮かない顔ね。すぐに決着がつくっていうのに納得いかない顔してるけど。
そういう遠さからってどこか気に食わないって顔だけどな。
まあね、ちょっとうまくいきすぎてるから。セイバーの強さがキャスターの予想以上だったにしろ、何の用心もなしに自分から仕掛けてくるかなって。
She's right. Caster came here willingly. If she knows that there's a master here, she should already know which servant is here too. So she knows that Saber's here and that Saber's a bad matchup for her. If she knew that and still attacked, that means...
音がやんだ。イリア、キャスターの気配は？
消えたわ。使い魔はまだ残ってるけど、残っているサーバントは
The three of you could be supporting her right now.
使い魔が残ってる。
Caster, Lancer, and Assassin are all still in the game, yeah.
白、腕。
I look down at my left arm. Fuck! I don't understand what happened. My command spells, proof of my contract with Saber, are gone.
白、霊樹使った？
いや、俺は霊樹なんて使ってない。
What's going on? Saber should have defeated Caster easily, so then why did my command spell disappear? No, my command spell disappearing doesn't mean my contract is severed. I shouldn't be panicking. Command spells are there to control servants who may act against their master's orders. I haven't need to use them for Saber. So even if I lose the command spell, Saber and I should be able to get along fine.
セイバー、帰ってきたわ。もうすぐここにやってくる。
What are those two doing? Saber's just coming back, so why do they seem so worried? The door opens. Saber comes in. Saber's gripping her chest. She seems to be in pain. Hey, calzoners! Thank you for the raid. Hello. Good evening. Good evening. How are y'all doing today? Nice Saber. She's not doing the best. Hey, welcome on in. If y'all are new, I'm SpaceYeen. I do horrible, unspeakable things of the horror variety most of the time. Let me just, Drunk Eggman and Eepy. I hope you eep well when you do. I hope you eep well. And answer the question from earlier, yes, it does come off. Yes, the jacket does come off. Here's the weird looking robe thing. I love it, personally. It's very purple. Very purple robe. Is heartburn? Oh, yeah? That's concerning. Heartburn's dangerous.
Saber!
Saber? I rushed to her.
待って白。
I mean, I do have a book, too. All I see is that Saber is injured.
大丈夫か、セイバー？どこ？
ダメ、逃げて白。セイバー、やめ。
Fuck! In a single stroke, my body is cut in half. From the shoulder to the waist. So quick as the slash, for a moment, I don't even feel pain. My mysterious healing abilities don't seem to work against the attack from Saber's sword. The world starts to go dark. As I die, more than my fear of death, I find myself wondering why Saber attacked me. Man. Sexy voice. Sexy voice, you say. You flatter me. Now, let me just, dissolve myself. Loaf, get down. There you go. Yep, that works. Saber! Oh!
洗濯ミスでさっぱりやられちゃった白を助ける Q&A タイガー道場です。さて、
の死因は
The spotlight!
どんなに優勢だろうと油断しちゃいけないっていうことかな。シローはマスターなんだから、セイバーちゃんのちょ突猛進なところを諌めてあげないとダメだぞ。
違うわ。今回悪いのはセイバーでしょ。キャスターなんかの罠にかかっちゃって気が抜けてる証拠だわ。大方シロを意識して一人でいいところを見せようとしたんでしょうね。なのにシロを殺しちゃうなんて、セイバーのクラスも落ちたものだわ。
The drop! The teardrop!
それに夜最強って言うけど勝ち星は少ないし、体は小さいし、レディーとしての魅力も足りないし、なんかセイバーって大ぐらいなだけのパワーキャラって感じ。
イリアちゃん、ストップストップ。セイバーちゃんも反省してるし、こう傷口に塩塗りたくるのはまずいでござるよ、武士として。
そっか、武士道は色なし恋なし情けありだっけ。仕方ない。今回の不手際は多めに見てあげるわ。けどセイバーに首輪をつけなきゃいけないのは本当だよ。だってそうでもしないと他のデッドルートでもこう。
Man.
ごめん。
いたたたたたた。師匠、なんで体罰するんですか。
だからそういう話は禁止。ネタバレは良くないし、セイバーちゃんを怒らせちゃダメ。あの子怒ると本気で怖いわよ。ちょっと前セイバーちゃんをからかって臨死体験した子もいるんだから。
あ、それって13日目のことだよね。あれは楽しかった。ってタイガー、なんか今グルルーとか聞こえなかった？
別に聞こえない。うわー！ライバル出現の泣き！
なにあれ、変なのに乗ってきた。
Hello? I forgot about the lion! I forgot about the lion! I forgot she goes and gets a lion! God! Just fucking eats them, God. The lion part, I completely forgot about the lion. Alright, back we go. Saber and I will both head out. What part of Arthurian legend is the lion go-kart from? It's clear who the enemy is. If casters attack him with an entire army, there's only one thing for us to do.
ここにいても始まらない。セイバー、一緒に来てくれ。トサカはイリアを。
なんで？やだ、私リンのお守りなんてお断りよ。そんなの私だって願い下げよう。けどあんた、シローの言うことなら聞くって言ったでしょ。あいつがああ言ってるんだからおとなしくそんなの知らない。セイバーなんかより私の方が役に立。
Yeah? Dosaka grabs Zilly from behind in a full Nelson and covers her mouth. Ilya, her voice muffled, continues shouting insults and expletives.
分かってる。イリアは私が守りきるわ。その間に
Take her on,
あなたのキャスター
Tostada.
を倒しなさい。
頼む。けど、できるだけ無理はするなよ。
Someone to full Nelson, cover the mouth? It's not that hard. Just use your arm. Tosaka nods if saying she doesn't have to be reminded. I turn my back to Tosaka and head towards the veranda.
セイバー、分かっています。シロは私が。
Saber follows me after dying to Tostada. Oh. In that instant, I doubt my own eyes. The sword swings down at me. I stand stunned as the blade descends toward my head. I twist away and parry with my wooden sword. Even I don't believe it. My body just reacted. The inside knew I was in mortal peril. The enemy attacks again without missing a beat. A smooth mechanical movement. A fluid, accurate attack. But that's it. It's accurate, but it's not sophisticated, and it lacks the brutality of a killing strike. It seems pathetic next to the strength of Saber strikes, like it's barely moving in comparison to Berserker's incredible speed. Calcium could absolutely destroy these fools. Back against the wall, I parry again. As I step back against the wall, Saber strikes like lightning.
シロ、無事ですか？
見ての通りだ。肝を冷やしたけど、なんとかなって。
なんとかなったではありません。このような時は私の後ろについてこなければダメです。
Little typos like that bug the shit out of me. Saber scolds me for my carelessness. She's right, but I didn't want to just stay behind her.
シロ、私の話を聞いていますか？
ちゃんと聞いてる。それよりセイバー。
The little proud smile. The hallway is empty. Whatever hideous thing Saber saved me from was completely annihilated by her attack.
今のはイリアスフィールの言っていた通り、魔物の体を触媒にしてかたどった兵士です。オートマタというよりゴーレムのようですが質は低いですね。今のゴーレム程度なら取り囲まれても問題はありませんよ。
Ugh. I don't know where they were hiding. How the hell they managed to sneak in? These cruelly assembled things scuttle all around us, closing in like spiders. But they're not the only presence I sense. Countless others surround the house, many times more than I see here.
シロ、横です。
I leap away from the wall. I strike at the bones with my wooden sword. See, all the training was totally worth something. Saber sweeps away the bones crawling toward my exposed back. The bones move jerkily towards us, attacking with the same unnatural movements. It's not hard to fight them up, but we're destroying more of the house with every strike. And I only have a wooden sword. Even if I use strengthening on it, it won't last. As much as I hope I'm wrong, it seems like the bones heading for us are endless. I really hope this isn't going to go on until we both collapse from exhaustion. I can't help but complain as I fight back to back with Saber. There aren't that many bones coming at me. Some seem to be coming from inside the house, but most seem to be coming from the yard. Saber is slashing away at the bones coming from the yard. Looks like they're heading towards the living room. Osaka and Ilya are in there, and Saber has her hands full dealing with this bones heading that way. Saber readies her sword. Maybe no need to hide it now, her golden sword is ready to demonstrate its true power. Blow up the house. Blow up the house. I shout to Saber as I bat away the bones striking at me.
マスターの指示ならば従いますが、これだけの数をまともに相手にするのは面倒です。一掃しなければいずれ急。
分かってる。要するにあれは使い魔の類だろう。だから操り手を叩けば一網打尽だ。そういえばキャスターの気配は探れるか。
探るまでもありません。キャスターは庭にいます。
Oh.
気配を隠しもしないということは私たちを誘っているようです。
She's just vibing.
構わない。誘いに乗ろう。どっちにしたってこんなことを続けてたらこっちが先に参っちまう。
Just vibing out there.
私は一向に構わないのですが、ではこのままキャスターを。
The yard is just ahead. If Caster's just out there, she shouldn't be too difficult to reach. But if we do that, we won't be defending the house. Saber's fighting the bones off now, but as soon as she's outside, the wall holding the back will be gone. I should... So I don't think there's actually a point in picking a certain one. Believe in Tosaka. Because I think this one just leads to the same bad ending. I hear glass shattering. I hear the sound of intense fighting coming from the living room.
シロ、指示を。迷っている時間はありません。
Believe in Tosaka. I know. My delaying is making the situation
キャ
worse.
スターを叩く。イリアは遠坂に任せると言った。
Tosaka and Ilya will be fine.
では行きましょう。マスター、私の背中を任せます。
But don't leave Saber alone. Believe in Tosaka's bank account, what's left of it. She hurries down the hall, mowing down bones as she goes. The bone soldiers disappear before getting anywhere near Saber. They're like vanishing snowflakes. Saber scatters so many in her path it looks like a snowstorm. She said she'd trust her back to me, but she pretty clearly doesn't need me to protect her. I'm once again reminded how skilled of a swordsman Saber is. Look at me. Saber charges through them unwavering. She cuts her way straight to the source of these bones. Her only goal now is to defeat the yet unseen sixth servant that has invaded in the house. Post-woman Patty, please! Saber stops. The soldiers which have been coming at us in droves are suddenly gone. This must be our destination. A distorted human figure looms ahead of us. It wears a robe of some kind, but the robe itself is so dark that it looks like a hole in the night. A dark shadow. As soon as I lay eyes on the figure, I'm struck by an indescribable sense of anxiety.
なるほど。確かにこれならバーサーカーを倒し得るわね。私の増票では足止めにもならないでしょう。
The figure chuckles. Seems the dark figure is the master of the bone creatures, Castor. But
マスターがいない。
there's no sign of a master nearby. Maybe she's the same as Lancer, able to move even far from her master.
貴様、契約が切れているのか。
Saber challenges her directly with the question.
ええ。彼は私の主にふさわしくなかった。だから消えてもらったし、消えてしまったわ。
Man. I can't see the expression on the robe servant's face, but I can hear the terrible coldness in Castor's voice.
マスター殺し。では、貴様のマスターは。
とっくに死んだわ。けれど
Just
問題
killed
は
her
ないわ。
master.
私たちは魂食いでしょう。魔力の供給源なんていくらでも溢れている。
How'd you get around the command seal thing? Well, if you do it fast enough.
あとはそう、聖杯さえ手に入れてしまえば心配は何もなくなるでしょうね。
貴様も現世の復活を望むのか。どこの英霊かは知らぬが、そのためにかつての誇りを捨てたのか。
あら、人間風情に使われ
Or
る
he
のは
used them all, that
誇り
too.
を捨てるとは言わないのかしら。私はそれが我慢ならなかっただけよ。今も昔も誰かの手足になるのはこりごりなの。だから使う側に回っただけ。
だろうな。私も貴様の非業になど興味はない。
Saber tilts her body just slightly. She's only about 10 meters from Castor. Saber should be able to close that distance and bring Castor down in a heartbeat.
物騒ね。せっかく話し合いに来たのに問答無用だなんて。
Do we ever
こ
learn
れで
who
も
her
手加
master
減はした
was?
つもりなのですよ。
In time, yes.
貴様と話すことなどない。潔くここで散れ。
Saber is intent only on killing. I'm not about to oppose her in this case. All I smell from Castor is blood. Must be telling the truth about murdering her master. Her raid tonight was clearly intended to kill everyone in the house. So there's no reason for me to stop Saber. Besides, Caster isn't even a threat to Saber. Even I can see Caster's abilities. She's the weakest when it comes to one-on-one combat. One-to-one combat. If Saber engages her, she can only lose.
ダメだセイバー
Even with all that in mind, I can't shake off this sense of anxiety. It's not the same feeling of hopeless, inevitable death I got whenever we were in Berserker's presence. Do I just have some sort of aversion to her? Or is it a warning of something dangerous? Forget about me. Somehow, my left hand is aching to warn me that Saber should stay away from that thing. I hesitated too long. Saber launches herself at the dark shadow. Oh my. Caster smiles. Doesn't look at all disturbed as Saber rushes toward her. She mutters, Atlas. Can't understand what she says, but it sends something beyond words straight into our minds. The world lurches and distorts. The air grows denser around Saber. I hear, even feel a tremendous impact. The ground flexes like something massive slammed into Saber from above.
そんな
Oh, my bad. Actually, I think she murmured something like an incantation. Incantations can be short, and the simpler the magecraft, the shorter the spell can be made. But this isn't by any means simple magecraft. How many mages could visualize such a thing in a single breath? Even if it were possible, they need to prepare a catalyst ahead of time like Tosaka does. The caster triggered the magecraft with a murmured word. I've never even heard of anything like this. If that is caster's magecraft, she's no mere mage. Saber hovers there, frozen. Her feet still kick in midair. She hangs suspended there. The air around her seems to have thickened into gelatin. I can't get close. Some sort of invisible barrier holds me back. The murkiness seems confined to Saber, but so long as her feet don't touch the ground, she can't move.
侮ったよねセイバー。あなたの時代の魔術師がどれほどだったかは知らないけど、この指は寝台に生きたもの。
Yeah.
こんなマッセの魔術師たちから見れば、私の技は魔法のそれでしょう。
Ridiculing laugh echoes out from the depths of the dark robe. Saber still suspended helpless in the air.
なんだ、本当にこの程度ですか、キャスター。
She dismisses this as if it were some dull trick.
対魔力。そんな、私の魔術すら弾くというのか。
Caster steps back. After casually nullifying Caster's magecraft, Saber surges toward her at lightning speed. But I... Man. You got this. I shouldn't be so apprehensive. We have Caster cornered. If we retreat, we're only giving Caster a chance to win. Saber's sword flashes in a blur of movement. She's closed the distance and will likely cleave Caster in half with her next strike. Yeah, she's got this. But... Saber suddenly stops. It's nothing Caster has done. Saber's own instincts seem to be stopping her from getting closer.
貴様、それは。
Saber twists away to dodge. Oh. Too late. She falters as if something has lifted her upward, then... Fuck. A strange dagger plunges into her chest.
キャスター、今のは。
そう。これが私の宝具よ、セイバー。
Oh boy.
サーバントは愚か。人間一人殺せない。何も生み出せない最弱の武器。けれどある事柄に対しては全てを許された寝台の免罪符。
That is the scariest fucking noble phantasm in this series. God. Saber isn't injured, but she collapses to her knees anyway.
Saber!
Before I can figure out what's going on, the final command spell disappears from my left hand.
予定通りよ坊や。あとは中にいる魔術師と器を回収すれば私の勝利は揺るぐ。
We'll learn the name of her noble phantasm in time. Caster raises her hand. Even without her chanting, the air wavers and blows me off my feet. I can't get up. My legs are an absolute mess from that blow and simply won't move.
そろそろね。さあ立ちなさいセイバー。たとえ神が罰しようと。
Noble phantasm, silly little knife! She snickers. Saber stands up. She walks in the same jerky manner as those bone soldiers, slowly approaching me as I lay immobile. Her eyes bulge like she's having a nightmare as she swings her sword down.
素敵よセイバー。これであなたも私と同じ主殺しの罪を負った。ええ、これからは罪人同士仲良くこの地上を呪い殺しましょう。
Caster's laughter assaults my eardrums. Without even understanding what's going on, I feel my body go rigid. Crimson stains the night. Saber stares down at my blood-soaked body, her eyes filled with tears. Bad ending. Let me just cease to exist for a bit. There we go.
よし、どうやら敵は去ったようね。
頭に歯型がかっぷりと残っちゃったよ。
それでは気を取り直しまして、ちょっとした脇道から谷底へまっしぐら。このままじゃ現世復帰が無理めなシロを助けるレスキューコーナー、タイガー道場始まり始まり。
The rescue segment.
けどタイガー、今回のデッドエンド、さっきのデッドとあまり変わらないわ。こっちもセイバーが暴走してシロがバッサリ殺されたエンドよね。
Have you still got the ambience? You know, I think it's a bug. Oh, it's totally a bug. Huh.
そうね。けどさっきのとは少し違うっていうか、今回はシロが頑張れば防げたデッドエンドだからな。責任はセイバーちゃん一人にないような。
ああ、そういえばセイバーいないね。
うん。責任が半々なら落ち込むことはないみたい。そんなわけで今回は安心してタイガー道場を運営できます。
そうね。けど今回は言うべきことはないかな。こういう微妙な選択肢はこれでおしまい。物語もいよいよ山場だからしっかりしないと正しい。
Story's approaching its climax. We'll get a good ending if you don't shape up.
キャスターさえ倒せばいよいよ敵はあと一人。勝って兜の尾を締めよ。ピンチの次にチャンスあり。気を抜かずに戦うべしっす。おし。
はい、よくできました。それじゃあまた次のタイガー道場で待ってるよ。
はーい、またねシロー。
If we can defeat Caster, there'll only be one enemy left. Oh. Huh. Oh, hey, it fixed. No, Saiba! Saber raised her sword. She's already closed in on Caster. I desperately sprint towards Saber, my heart racing. Oh. Saber suddenly halts. It's not clear whether Caster did anything. Saber tenses up after sensing something from Caster.
貴様それは
Saber twists away to dodge. However, bony arms burst from the ground to grab her legs.
予知直感まで持っているとは予想外だったけれど、これで次ね、セイバー。
A sharp blade emerges from the folds of Caster's robe. It's an oddly shaped dagger. Thin and brittle, that blade isn't meant for killing. Saber regards it in disgust, and Caster strikes, clearly seeing her opportunity for victory. Being grabbed from the ground must have surprised Saber. The Saber's unable to dodge or deflect the falling dagger and simply takes the blow, looking astonished. I hear Caster's voice from behind me somewhere. I can't see her expression. The only thing I can do is throw myself in front of Saber and take the blow in her place. Ow. Not meant for killing her now, that's a big fucking knife. It wasn't graceful. Didn't have the confidence to just step in and take the dagger to the chest. So instead I tried to shield Saber, hugging her to obscure Caster's target. And so Caster's dagger plunges into my back, tearing through my spine in a moment of unbelievable pain. How many Hail Marys is that now, Shiro? I stop myself from crying out in pain and muster my strength to support Saber.
シロ
I can't hear what she's saying, even as close she is to my ear.
離れろセイバー後ろに
Saber understands before I can gather my voice to tell her to jump. I go flying. Saber shakes off the bony hands gripping her legs and carries me with her.
シロ傷を
Saber's voice is urgent. She lays me gently on the ground, but the pain only grows worse. I feel like scissors tore open my back and someone poured lead down my spine. The pain is unreal.
シロしっかりしてくださいシロ
But I'm not exactly losing my mind over it. Hearing Saber practically shouting actually makes me calmer.
バカそんな大声出さなくても聞こえてるこんなの痛いだけでどうってことない今は俺より気がすと
I point in Caster's direction, my head still down. Hero just doesn't learn? You know, this time, it was probably worth it.
少しの間だけ辛抱してください
Saber turns toward Caster.
今のが貴様の宝具かキャスター
Saber's voice is harsh, angry. The black shadow clicks her tongue in irritation and raises the strange dagger in her hand.
ええ見ての通り生倉で人間一人殺せないものですけどね触れたくないのなら私には近寄らないことねセイバー
Caster's talking bold, but she doesn't seem as composed as earlier. Even if a powerful mage like Caster can't hurt Saber as long as she's only using magecraft. Whether her noble phantasm might be, it can't hurt Saber even if she surprises her with it.
お前ならあとは問題なく倒すはずだ
I give my orders through gritted teeth.
あらそれでいいのセイバー確かにあなたなら私を追い詰められるわけどその間に誰がそこの男を守るのかしらね言うまでもないでしょうけど私の魔術が通じないのはあくまであなただけあなたがそこの坊やから離れれば追い詰められた私が何をするか予想がつくのではなくて
She gotta remember people dying after I killed her. We're not there yet. Saber's voice rumbles up from deep in her chest. The rattling of bones grows louder. The rattling of bones grows louder with that face. I'm kneeling on the ground and Saber holds her sword, defending me as the bones surround us. I messed up. And if I manage to save Saber, there's no point in me being left so weak. I can't move properly, so I'm just slowing Saber down. Caster would be no threat to Saber alone, but with me to worry about.
話し合いに来たと言ったな、キャスター。
セイバー。
マスターは黙っていてください。今はこれが正しい選択です。
Rattling boys! Saber lowers her sword. I think I hear Caster laugh amid the sound of the rattling bones all around us.
話を聞こう、キャスター。条件によっては見逃してやってもいい。
正気？あなたたちの命は私が握っているのですよ。そんな強気な態度に出られるとつい握りつぶしてしまいそうだ。
Saber would have an easy time if you weren't here, Shiro. We just saw what happened if he wasn't there.
間違えるな。
Stretching!
貴様が握っているのは私ではなく、私のマスターの命だけだ。だが、それを潰すというのなら私も容赦はしない。この身が消え去る前に我が剣の全てをもって貴様を焼き尽くす。
Caster's tennis fit. The air around us goes cold. Saber's words intimidate Caster. I can feel it.
いいわ。そこの坊やには手を出さない。もともと私の目的はあなただもの。
初めから私が目的？
そうよ。バーサーカーを倒したほどの英霊を見逃す手はないわ。残るサーバントは私とあなた、それにランサーだけ。あなたを味方。
残り3人ではアサシンはすでに倒されたのか。
さあ、もういないのだから倒されたのでしょう。
Oh, by the way, Assassin's dead.
主も守れないサーバントは
So
消えて当然よ。
just add that to the board. Assassin killed off screen. Yeah, by the way, Assassin died, so, yeah, we're down to 3. Sure, why not? Assassin was defeated. Does that mean the Master Muto Temple is gone? I didn't fight them or even know who they were, but now there's one less Master. So the only remaining servants are Saber, Caster, and Lancer, who hasn't shown up since that first night.
くだらない無駄話はそこまでよ。
Assassin died on the way to his home planet.
私が欲しいのはあなたのその宝具だけ。マスターを殺されたくなければおとなしくその剣を渡しなさい。
それこそ無意味な。この剣を扱えるのは私だけだ。宝具はその持ち主でなければ使えないと英霊ならば分かっていよう。
Dying off quick, yeah, Musashi Miyamoto rose from the grave to kick his ass again.
ああ、そうだったわね。けどそれならあなたごといただくまでの話よ、セイバー。
You know, I guess technically, yeah, Lancer was the first one we saw, huh?
どんなに優れた騎士でも捕らえてしまえばどうとでも懐柔できるし、何よりあなたは私の好みですからね。しつけるのは楽しそうだわ。
Irish boy. Her voice drips with amusement. I feel myself on the verge of passing out even as my anger boils over. I try to shove the pain inside and start to force myself to stand on numb legs. I'm not gonna let Saber get captured because of me. I decide I'm gonna protect Saber, so I'm not letting a wound like this bring me down. I grab my wooden sword and start slashing at the bones surrounding us.
いけない、シロ。
Saber's voice is brittle, tense.
そう。自殺したいのなら止めはしないわ。
What the fuck are the other two? Caster mocks me as I struggle. Bones crack and rattle. And as if to muffle all those sounds, The bones are swept aside in the blink of an eye by a sudden volley of arrows. We all stand dumbfounded. The arrows that rained down on us disappear as if they had been an illusion. But they weren't. The entire horde of bones is gone.
誰だ
Castor looks up. Saber must have noticed earlier. But before Castor, she stares up towards the wall in disbelief. Oh Christ. We have not seen this character yet. I don't understand what I'm seeing. There's a golden figure standing with the moon behind him. It's a man twink. It's a man clad in golden armor looking down at the yard with a cruel smile.
何者
Castor raises her voice, instinctively realizes that this is the one who annihilated her troops. Don't say their name! Don't say their name! If you know. He gives no answer, he's not even looking at Castor. His eyes are fixed on one person alone. Saiba.
答えなさい何者かと聞いているのです
Castor's voice is heavy with emotion. The golden armored man finally looks at her. Castor gasps at the man's red eyes bore into her. His gaze is impossibly cold. He doesn't even see Castor as human. I can tell as far away as I am. I don't blame Castor for being intimidated, like some icy hand has a grip on her heart, since she looks straight into his eyes.
あなたはなぜ私の邪魔を
I forgot how long they take to show this character, oh my god. Castor's voice trembles as she speaks. She must know she's doomed if she doesn't do something. But...
雑種に名乗る言われはない。失せるがいい。どけ。
his answer comes as a death sentence. I hear a loud snap. By the time I realize the sound of him clicking his fingers, the tragedy has begun. The tragedy? Myriad weapons appear in the air, shooting toward Castor like bullets from a machine gun. Castor raises her arm. The conceptual shield envelops her. It forms a glassy film in front of Castor. It's likely every bit as durable as Berserker himself. But her efforts are probably fruitless, as the barrier is merely glass. Her crystalline barrier shatters under the deadly rain of so many weapons. She sounds utterly dumbfounded, with not a modicum of concern for Castor as she so pitifully tilts her head in wonder. The weapons tear through her dark robe. They are merciless. Spears tear into her, sending fabric flying, only for yet more of them to plunge into her body. Swords cut down her falling form while arrows sail toward an arm as it's about to hit the ground. An axe chops off a head about to complain of the pain. All that brings Castor to untold peaks of agony. She can't possibly survive. Castor, succumbing to an endless hail of so many different weapons, is no longer even recognizably human. The wind flows. Her tattered, empty robe floats away. The shredded pieces of it fly scooped skyward in the evening breeze. The torn robe tries valiantly to hold its form. Maybe because it's the only thing remaining to remind us of Castor. I'm completely speechless. My frozen mind is fixed on the miserable remains of that robe as they float away. And then...
無礼者。俺が失せろと言ったのだ。特自害するが礼であろう。
Fuck. The man in gold grunts contemptuously. I'm not hallucinating. The dark robe twists like the coils of a snake, then sprouts wings to fly away. But it's too late. I don't know what the man did. I only see a crack in the night sky itself. Like a wave breaking out at sea, the fault line engulfs the fluttering robe. It's like a person being run over by a steamroller. The robe falls. Castor is beneath it, unscathed. And then... A storm of magical swords rains down onto her. Her scream splits the night. More swords fall upon her in response, and her scream grows louder. Gaster must be able to heal herself like Saber. Even all those swords impaling her is still not enough to kill her, but it's hard to watch. The torrent of swords do not stop. Each weapon is different, no two are alike. And as much as I don't want to admit it, each of the weapons is a magical sword or spear and is easily a match for a servant's noble phantasm. She's healing too fast. An inexhaustible supply of noble phantasms rain down upon Castor. Seeing the way she struggles under it is just... And that is the end of Castor. She disappears along with the black mist that was hiding her. The infinite cycle of torture that seemed to drag on forever lasted in actuality about 10 seconds. During that time, Saber stood scowling at the Golden Knight.
魔術師不全騎士王を捕らえるなどと口にするのも大罪よ。あれは王である俺のものだ。王の宝に手を出す輩にはかような串刺しが似合っているよ。さて久しいなセーバー、覚えているか？俺が下した決定を。
His tone turns amicable as he addresses Saber. But Saber doesn't answer. She only glares all the more intensely at him.
なんだその顔は。未だ覚悟はできていないというのか。あれから10年だぞ。
10 years.
すでに心を決めても良い頃だな。ああ。もっともそれは俺だけの話なのか。
Oh, now there's only 2 people left in the death game.
先日の話である。まったく男を待たせるとはたわけた女だ。
He laughs heartily. My heart's pounding, partly from the disaster I just witnessed. But beyond that, the way he's looking at Saber is making me nauseous.
まだ雑種が残っている。
Implying he was here for the 4th Holy Grail War and he remembers everything that happened. He glances toward the house, annoyed. I look and see Tosaka and Ilya on the veranda in front of the living room. Ilya looks up at the man like she's just seen a ghost. She strains her eyes for a moment, then shakes her head in disbelief.
たわけ見てわからぬか。この実はお前がよく知る英霊の一人であろう。
Illy? Illy jumps off the veranda and glares at the man as if in challenge.
知らない。私、あなたなんて知らない。私が知らないサーバントなんて存在しちゃいけないんだから。
My words don't reach her. Ilya releases a mass of magical energy straight at the man. I hear it rushing through the air. He does nothing. A mirrored shield appears in front of him and reflects Ilya's attack back at her. She'd been so blind and desperate in her attack that now she has no time to react to it. Ilya can only stand there as her attack rebounds towards her. Tosaka steps in and saves her, blocking the attack.
なるほど。今回はまた変わり種だな。前回の鉄を踏まぬよう少しは工夫したということか。
A creative one, an odd one this time around. He looks down at Ilya, scrutinizing her. He looks at Ilya the same way he looks at Saber, coldly, as though appraising prized possessions.
やだやだやだやだやだ私はあなたなんて嫌いなんだから。
Ilya glares at the man while Tosaka tries to hold her back.
貴様の事情なぞ知らん。いいから早く開け。そうだ。せっかくの5人目なのだからな。
He says it so simply. I'm not sure why that had any effect on her. Ilya trembles violently, then slumps to the ground. That's it. Nothing else can happen. Tosaka and I can only look up at the man. We completely understand. He's not looking at us. If either of us so much as speaks up, we'll meet the same fate as Castor. But not Saber. Her sighs as she stares up at the Golden Knight is entirely different than ours.
なぜあなたが限界しているのです、アーチャー。
Hi, Archer. Saber tries to keep her voice under control. Tosaka and I can only gasp in
な
surprise.
ぜも何もなかろう。聖杯は俺のものだ。自らの持ち物を取りに来て何が悪い。
ふざけたことを。あなたはそのような英雄ではない。いや、そもそも。
やめておけ。その先を口にしては戦わざるを得なくなるぞ、騎士王よ。いや、もとよりそのつもりであったが、今日がそわれた。再会を祝すにしては、ここはみすぼらし
This
す
is when
ぎ
the
る。
VN goes batshit insane. And with that, the man in gold turns away. He turns his back to us as if to demonstrate that we are no threat.
いずれ会うぞ、セイバー。あの時から俺の決定は変わらぬ。次に出向くまでに心を決めておくがいい。
There are now 3 servants remaining in the Holy Grail War. The tension fades and the yard returns to its usual tranquility. But it's the only thing that returns to how it was. The Emiya house is in shambles and Ilya's fainted. And Saber, still with her back to us, remains silent. New servant data added. Oh god. For who? Alright. Alright. Caster. We have a revealed territory creation, rank A. Item construction, rank A. Rapid words of divine. Can activate Magecraft without saying incantations or connecting magic circuits. Noble Phantasm, no idea. Archer. Noble Phantasm. I'm blocking it. Just yeah. Strength B, Constitution C, Agility C, Magic Resistance B, Luck A, Noble Phantasm EX, Chaotic Good. Magic Resistance E, Independent Action A+, Charisma A+, Noble Phantasm, no idea. Chaotic Good, Chaotic Good. I set a futon out in the living room and laid the unconscious Ilya on it. She may have fainted, but her face is peaceful at least.
ほら、よそ見しない。包帯がずれるじゃない。
I feel a hand slap my back.
父さんがお前怪我人になんてこと
Motherfucker's
しやがる
broken.
んだ。
Did you see what he did to the caster? We technically got to see our Noble Phantasm, but we have no fucking idea what it technically does, nor the name, so... We don't know.
うるさい。人がせっかく
It's
手
not
当
on the
てしてあ
log.
げてるんだから、少しはおとなしくしてなさいっての。ほら、右手あげて。もう必要ないとは思う
Unfortunately,
け
if you
ど、
want to know more about the
一応こっちに
dagger,
も薬塗っとくから。
you'll have to wait for the next route.
冷たいってそれ。
触覚があるってことは平気な証拠よ。 はい、次包帯ね。
She wraps the bandage around my right shoulder with surprising skill. It's past 10. After our battle with Castor, Tosaka began treating my wounds as soon as we got back to the living room. Well, she started, but most of my wounds had already healed. So now she's just fussing over me.
はい、おしまい。にしてもほんとデタラメな体ね。それだけの治癒能力を持ってるのは吸血鬼ぐらいなものよ。あなた本当に人間？
I think she said something similar before. Only vampires heal like you do. Just grabbing my head in agony as Arcueid's face just flashes on screen.
あんな、俺はまっとうな人間だよ。俺だってどうしてこんななのか知らないんだから。
In between flickering Neko arc.
冗談。まっとうな人間が脊髄切られてピンシャンしてるかっていうのよ。便利だからあえて追求しなかったけど、
Akira, leave me
いい加減
alone!
気になってきたわ。もしかしてあんた首を切られない限り死なない土地の出だったりしない？
The scary thing here is that Tosaka's serious. One of these days, she might actually try for my neck with an axe.
ね？セイバーだってそう思うでしょ？原因はセイバーだとは思うんだけど、それにしたって不死身すぎるっていうか。
は、シローの治癒能力はシローのものではないのですか？
そんなわけないじゃない。強化の一つ覚えのシローがそんな高等技術をマスターしてると思う？こいつのデタラメぶりは間違いなくあなたとつながってるからよ。セイバーの自己回復。
そうなのでしょうか。今までそのようなつながりは
The
感じ
moon?
ませんで
We
し
are
た。
not gonna bring up the moon!
それならば今も私の魔力はシローに流れていなければおか
We
しい
do
で
not
す
talk
し、
about the moon!
第一、私の自然治癒はシロー。
セイバー？どうしたの？いきなり青ざめた顔しちゃって。
Saber stares off into space. Hi! Apparently not even here in Tosaka.
まさかそんなはずは。
Saber shakes her head and looks down. Tostada and I exchange looks. Saber's acting weird. Actually, I know why. Ever since that Golden Knight appeared, Saber's been pretty down.
まあ、シローのことは保留にしておきましょう。それよりセイバー、あなたさっきのやつと顔見知りだったの？あの金ピカ、セイバーが自分のものだとか言ってたけど。
Saber doesn't answer. She obviously doesn't want to talk about it. But I still want to know. Osaka's asking the questions I want answers to.
セイバー、知っているなら教えてくれ。さっきのあいつは何だったんだ？セイバーはあいつのことをアーチャーと言っていただろう。
はい、認めたくはありませんが、私は彼を知っています。ですがそれはありえない。サーバントは7人だけです。彼が召喚されるはずがない。
サーバント？やっぱりあいつサーバントなのか？
That's pretty obvious. It'd be a real problem for us.
彼のクラスはアーチャーです。
10 years
もちろ
ago.
ん、今契
Yeah!
約したアーチャーとは全く別の英霊で、その能力も英雄としての気質もあまりに違いますが。
This is Archer 2! I could tell, I only saw him briefly, but it was more enough to get a sense of what a monster he is.
ちょっと待って、おかしいわよそれ。あいつがアーチャーのサーバントならそれで8人目よ。一つの期間で召喚できるサーバントは7人が限度のはずでしょ。数が減ったから補充するなんてことは絶対
The
にない。
last Grail was 10 years ago,
そも
yes.
そも7人以上の召喚は聖杯だって魔力が持たないわ。 サーバントが7人っていうのはそれが一度に呼び出せる限度数だからでしょ。なら8人。セイバー、あなた前回の戦いであいつと出会ったの？
その通りです、ビン。前回の聖杯戦争における最後の一日、火の海の中で私は彼と戦った。
In the sea of fire. For a moment, my entire body tenses. Saber fought in a sea of fire. This is nothing new. I already heard from Kodamine that the fire was caused by the Holy Grail War. This shouldn't be a surprise. I've been trying not to think about all this time.
決着は？あなた、あいつをきちんと倒したの？
倒してはいません。いいえ、倒すことはできなかった。なぜなら私、
逆にあいつに任された。
Damn.
今回とは違う。きちんと召喚されて敵なしだったあなたが勝てなかった相手ね。
While people are literally turning to ash and crumbling into fucking dust, these two are just going at it. While Shiro's laying there dying. Saber hangs her head but doesn't answer. And that's answer enough?
セイバーが勝てなかった？
Not this imperfect Saber humbled by my weakness, but Saber with nothing holding her back? Is that even possible? If you consider her expressly in terms of her strength as a swordsman, Saber isn't invincible. She was weaker than Berserker. But Saber has her noble phantasm. The other servants' noble phantasms are powerful, but Saber's exceeds them all. It's hard to believe there could be a hero in this world that her sacred sword can't defeat.
それじゃあ決まりよ。あいつ、今回の戦いで呼ばれたサーバントじゃなくて、前回からそのまま残ったサーバントなんじゃない？そうでなければ辻褄が合わないもの。
My mind stops working. It's not that I agree with Tostada's assessment, but she's just described what I've been hoping could be possible since yesterday.
ですが、それは。
ですがも何もないわ。それ以外に説明がつかないんだから。一度の聖杯戦争で呼び出せるのは7人だけ。それ以外のサーバントがいるとしたら、それは前回生き残った勝者だけじゃなくて？
There's a heavy silence. Yet. Why does Tostada look so pleased?
大阪、何が嬉しいんだよ、お前。
当然じゃない。だって前例がいてくれたのよ。あいつが何者か知らないけど、要するに前回の戦いで最後まで勝ち残ったサーバントなんでしょ？ならあいつは聖杯を手に入れたのよ。で、その恩恵でずっと世界に残ってる。
So he's just kind of a bastard.
つまり、
Oh, good
聖
night, no.
杯さえ手に
Have
入
a
れれ
good
ば
snooze.
サーバントを世界に留めておけるっていう見本じゃない。あいつをとっ捕まえて詳しい話を聞きたいぐらいよ。
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Tostada. I don't know who the heck this guy is, but he's a servant and he's remained in this world since the previous war. Which means this is a way for Saber to do the same.
とまあ、あいつが何者で何が目的かは不明だけど、倒すべき敵には変わりなさそうね。セイバー、それであいつの正体は何なの？
それがわからないのです。前回の戦いでも、
Damn.
私は最後まで彼の正体がつかめなかっ
Tortellini.
た。あの英雄にはシンボルとなる宝具が存在しなかった。
シンボルとなる宝具が存在しない。そんなバカな話があるもんか。宝具がないサーバントなんてサーバントじゃないだろ。
Mystery Goldman.
何よりあいつはさっき。
そうよ、さっき山ほど使ってたじゃない。あれだけあれば正体を探るなんて造作もないでしょ。宝具の形状から該当する英雄を探せばいいんだから。
では聞きますが、リンは先ほどの宝具に
FGO has no bearing on this story.
そんなの当然じゃない。
Tortellini thinks hard for a moment. She folds her arms over her chest, frowning. Then just tilts her head in confusion.
そんなはずない。
どうした父さん、何が嘘なんだ。
信じられない。あの血に濡れてたのは多分ダインスレフで、釜っぽいのはハルペイよね。なんか中華っぽいやつもあったし、お不動産のあれもあったような。
Man. Tostitos looks almost crazed as she mutters to herself. It's a bit like she's tumbling down a rabbit hole.
あれなんかセーバーの剣に似てたけど別物のはずよ。ああいう素朴なデザインは北欧っぽかったし、そういえば大抵の魔剣の原型って北欧だって話だけど。
She's even starting to grind her teeth.
父さんが
Living at her own devices will do more harm than good. If I don't stop her right now, we'll wind up paying the price later. Especially me.
父さんかいいから戻ってこい。
ああもう黙っててよシロ。あんたがチャチャ入れるから頭が混乱してきたじゃない。
いや、チャチャを入れるつもりはない。あいつのフォーグのことだろ。形状だけで言うならダインスレフとハルペ、デュランダにバジュラにカラドボルグ、あとゲイボルクもあったか。なんか中華っぽかったのはさすがにわからないけど、有名どころはそんなものじゃなかったか。
You recognize Gay Bolgan there?
それ合ってる。
I don't love the face she's making. Leaves me feeling even worse. I don't know much, but I just blurred out what leaped into my head.
けどそれってどういうことよ。そんなデタラメな数の宝具を持ってる英雄なんていないわ。いえ、そもそも出典がごちゃ混ぜでもう何が何だか。
ええ、ですから私も彼の正体は分からなかった。英雄の証となる宝具をあの男は湯水のように持っているのです。あまりにも数がありすぎるためアーチャーの正体を絞り込むことができな
Man,
か
I
った。
don't like new Archer. He's kind of an asshole. I mean, old Archer was also kind of an asshole, but this one's even more of an asshole. The two look perplexed. Well, so many noble phantasms, we have no hope of determining who he is. It's like hiding a leaf in a forest.
シロ、あんたなんかないの？
Tosaka, obviously annoyed, glares at me expecting. I'm not sure what, she's just taking her frustration out on me, I guess.
なんかないのってなんだよ。
だから
Archer, the
気づいたこと
cooler
が
Archer.
整理とかとにかく瞬間的なひらめきよ。私たちに必要なものは意外性のある意見なの。行き詰まった事態を解決するのは偶然だけなんだから。
She may be right.
なるほど。お前、
失礼ね。戦力外だと思ってるだけよ。ね、どうなの？
お手上げ。
I raise my hands up in surrender. Tosaka groans.
となると結論は一つね。セイバー、あいつが使ってた宝具はみんな偽物だと思わない？そうでもなければ説明がつかないでしょ。
同意見です。ですが
いや、あれ偽物じゃないぞ。
How did I figure that out? Besides, fake noble phantasms wouldn't have harmed Caster.
エミヤ君、その根拠は？
だからあれは本物だって。むしろ他のは偽物っぽい。
I just really like swords. Hey, Nori, just to specify, not really call it like a confident thing.
いや、あくまで直感なんだ。そう、うまく説明できないんだけど、あれは全部本物だぞ。ランサーの持ってるゲイボルクはもちろん本物だけど、さっきのやつが使った槍もゲイボルクの本物だ。
They both have gay bulges. Nani? Her making that face doesn't make it explain this any easier. Doesn't help that I have no idea how I know this. I just know all his noble phantasms are real. I can feel it. Maybe it's because I used projection during our battle against Berserkar. Just seeing all those noble phantasms, I could tell they're all real. A great weapon is imbued with specific concepts, while imitations lack something. I learned that much when I replicated Saber's sword. In that regard, I think all the noble phantasms that servant had were perfect.
まあシローの発言はとりあえず置いておいて、あいつの正体がわからない以上、次は目的なんだけど。
Tosaka sneaks a glance at Saber.
あいつも聖杯を狙ってるのは当然として、気になる点がもう一つあるのよね。セイバー、はっきり聞いていいかしら。
Why does she always have that mischievous look when it comes to topics like this?
それはどういう意味でしょうか、リン。尋ねたいことがあるのならば、遠慮することはありませんが。
そ？なら聞くけど、セイバーはあいつをどう思ってるの？あいつの言いぶりからすると、どうもセイバーにお熱のようだったけど。
Nah, if she's talking about Nordic, she's probably just talking about like specifically like Nordic culture, like the Gungnir, Gleipnir, whatever the hell that thing's called, whatever the hell that thing is. I'm not following Tostito's lead, but I also sneak a glance towards Saber. I don't think Tosaka has it wrong. He seemed obsessed with Saber. Tyrfing. Actually, it's beyond being obsessed. From the very beginning, you only saw Saber as his possession.
彼が何を考えているかなど、私の知るところではありません。ですが、前回の戦いの折、求婚された覚えはあります。無論、剣と共に切って捨てましたが。
Propose? You mean that kind of proposal? What the heck is that servant thinking?
この場合喜ぶべきか微妙だけど、それなりに悪い気はしないんじゃない？サーバントになってからも求愛されるなんて、女冥利に尽きるってもんじゃない。
そのようなことはありません。もとより私にそんな自由はない。正直、あのようなざれ言は勘に触ります。
そう？セイバーはそうでも、あいつはかなりご執心だったじゃない。あの手のタイプはね、相手が断っても一向に答えないんだから。セイバーも頑固だし、いっそああいうやつの方がお似合いかもよ。
Tosaka's being irresponsible, so I'm not sure why she looks so amused. Tosaka looks like she's happy to have a conversation like this with Saber, even though Saber seems disinterested.
ですからそのようなことに関心はないと言っているでしょう。彼は確かに優れた英霊ですが、私とは考え方が違いすぎる。
Saber's responses are at least sincere.
へえ、だってさシロ、セイバーは男なんて関心がないんだって。安心した？
リン、今のはシローには関係のない話だと思います。今の発言はどこかおかしい
でしょうね。今のは私の出現だったわ。けど何がおかしいのかって、おかしいことがおかしいわけ。
Tosaka laughs menacingly. Her eyes make it clear she's laughing at me as much as at Saber. I don't know what's pissing me off, but I get up without a word.
ちょっとどこ行くのよシロ。
お茶、喉が渇いたから。ついでだから人数分入れてくる。
Tasty tea. I huff and head towards the kitchen. I don't know why, but I'm just irritated, so I decide to make a super bitter tea for Tosaka. Make sure her tea sucks to
それ
drink.
じゃあとりあえず部屋に戻るわ。込み入った話は明日イリアが起きてからにしましょう。
After teasing Saber for a good while, Tostada gulps down her bitter tea and gets up.
ああ、さっ
She
さと寝ち
liked
まえ
it.
間違っても戻ってくるなよ。
Go to sleep, don't come back.
はいはい。それじゃああとはよろしくね。
I don't know why she's so amused, but Tostada's mood seems good even as she turns back to the outbuilding.
シロはどうするのです？傷が癒えたと言っても無理は禁物ですから、今夜は休むべきではないでしょうか。
ああ、そのつもりだ。けど、もう少しイリアを見ている。問題がないようだったら和室に移して、そしたら寝るよ。
Oh right, she's knocked the hell out.
そうですか。それでは、それまで私も付き添います。
She's the fifth. And that's where our conversation ends. Tostito was the one making all the noise, so it's gotten awkward now that it's quiet. It's not that it's awkward. I'm anxious because there's so many questions rattling around in my head and so many things I want to say. Come to think of it, I haven't really been able to talk to Saber about the Holy Grail, about her not being dead, about how even if she obtains the Holy Grail, there's no salvation for her. There's no need to explain why. She still doesn't have a wish for herself.
セイバー、さっきの話なんだが。
Our eyes meet. Hers tells me that she knows what I want to say.
はい。何でしょうか、シロ。
She tries to divert what I have to say with her quiet tone. But I have to talk to her.
だからさっきの話だ。遠坂も言っていたけど、聖杯を手に入れればサーバントはこっちに残れるんだろ？なら、
いいえ、私は残るつもりはありません。聖杯を手に入れれば元の私に戻るだけです。
それで王の選定をやり直すっていうのか。死にかけた自分を救わずに初めからやり直すのか。
はい。国を守るのは王の責務です。私の力が及ばなかったのですから。
Un momento. Sorry. There we go. Okay.
せめてふさわしい王を選び直さなければなりません。
She says this like she's talking about a stranger. For some reason, I get real mad.
このバカ！いい加減目を覚ませ！王の責務なんて関係ない。セイバーはこうしてここにいるんだから、あとは自分のやりたいことだけやってればいいんだ。セイバーは強いんだろ。ならさっさと戦いを終わらせて聖杯を手に入れてサーバントなんてやめればいい。願い事があるんなら昔に戻ってやり直しなんかするな。自分を変えたいんなら昔じゃなくて今から取り戻す方法を取れってんだ。
Saber doesn't answer. She sighs.
シロ、しつこいです。その話はもうやめてほしい。
She rejects what I said outright.
それに聖杯があればこの時代に残れるというわけでもありません。アーチャー、あのサーバントは聖杯を手に入れたから残っているわけではない。なぜなら前回の戦いで聖杯を得られるはずがないのですから。
セイバー、それはどういう？
ないものは手に入れようがないでしょう。あの日街が炎に包まれた時、私を裏切ったマスターエニやキリツグによって
Nani? The edges of my vision go dark. I nearly fall backward but catch myself with both hands.
エミヤ、キリツグ。
はい、10年前前回の聖杯戦争における私のマスターは彼でした。私とキリツグは最後まで勝ち残り、聖杯はキリツグの手に渡った。アーチャーとそのマスターはまだ残っていましたから、あとは彼らを倒すだけで聖杯戦争は終了するはずだった。ですがキリツグは聖杯を捨てたのです。その結果町は火に包まれました。
Man.
あの男は私に命じて聖杯を破壊させた。
Yeah,
聖杯に
Shiro
触れられ
was
るのはサーバントだけですから。
Shiro was adopted by Kiritsuga.
キリツグは最後の霊樹を使って 私の手で強制的に聖杯を破壊させたのです。聖杯が失われてはサーバントはこの世にとどまれない。キリツグも私をとどめようとは思わなかった。私の記憶はそこまでです。あのアーチャーとの決着も私を裏切ったキリツグを問いただすことができなかった。
It's not like I never thought about it. My old man was a mage. If he lived in this town, he could have been involved in a Holy Grail war. But still.
なんでそれを言わなかったんだ、セイバー。親父が。
通常サーバントというのは以前の記憶など持ちませんし、同じ英霊がサーバントとして召喚されることもない。私はサーバントとしては異例です。ですからこの件に関しては口に出すべきではないと判断したのです。それにシローにはキリツグがどんなマスターだったのかを語るのは気が進まなかった。
気が進まなかったってどうして？
シロー、あなたが私の過去を夢見たように私もあなたの過去を見てしまった。あなたのことにも驚きましたが、キリツグの変わりようも私には信じられなかった。シローの記憶にいるエミやキリツグは立派な人物です。ですが一言で言ってしまえば彼は典型的な魔術師だった。己が目的にしか興味はなく、阻む者は何であろうと排除する。私が戦いを通して話しかけられたのは3度だけです。それが何であるかは言うまでもないとは思いますが、残忍というわけではなかったし、殺人鬼というわけでもなかった。けれど彼には情というものが存在しなかった。キリツグが私を道具として扱ったように、彼本人もまた自身を道具としてしか見ていなかった。キリツグはあらゆる感情を殺し、あらゆる敵を殺した。そこまでして信じたものが何であったのかは私にはわからない。ただ告白すれば、あの時ほどレイジの存在を呪ったことも、私を裏切った相手を呪ったこともありません。
There's truth in Saber's words. No, they must all be true. I realized I knew nothing about what Kiritsugu was like before I met him. There was no way for me to find out what kind of person he'd been before that, and there was no need. Even if Kiritsugu Emiya was cold-hearted, it wouldn't change a thing. The man who adopted Shiro Emiya as his son was so much warmer. That's the only truth about him to me. But what nags at me is, if Kiritsugu truly was so ruthless, then his final moments were just too empty and futile.
そうか。じゃあ俺がセイバーを呼び出せたのもキリツグの息子だったからなのか。
わかりません。キリツグは
By the way, for the record, the anime Fate Zero is all about this. They're talking about the fourth Holy Grail War. It's also fucking depressing.
マスターとしての準備はその家系が全て揃えたと言います。彼らは私の遺品をコーンウォールから発掘し、キリツグに委ねて聖杯戦争に臨ませた。キリツグはそれを触媒にして私を召喚したのです。ですからキリツグ本人には私を呼び寄せる因子もなければ属性が近いというわけでもありません。シローが私を引き寄せたのは何か別の力が働いたからでしょう。
I got it. I'm not that surprised my old man was a master. What does surprise me is that his servant is the same King Arthur with me now. And one more thing. Saber said the Holy Grail was destroyed. Maybe this war is meaningless to begin with.
わからないな。
Hey, Wolfie do. Hope you had a good
聖杯がもうないって
snooze.
セイバーは初めから知っていたんだろ
Good night, good night.
う。どうしてこんな馬鹿げた。
確かに聖杯の有無は私には分かりません。けれど私が呼ばれた以上聖杯はなければおかしい。忘れたのですかシロ。 私は聖杯を手に入れるためにサーバントになった。逆に言えば聖杯がない場所に私は呼ばれないのです。
いやでもじゃあ聖杯ってのは壊れても治ってるものなのか？
いいえ、聖杯はそう簡単に替えが利くものではない。一度壊れた聖杯が治ることなどないでしょう。
なら
ですがあるはずです。サーバントは聖杯の磁力に惹かれて現れる。聖杯がなければサーバントは現れない。それはあの神父も語っていたのではありませんか。
神父？そうか、あいつ。
The guy living in the church, the overseer of the Holy Grail War. The man who's managing the Holy Grail should be able to answer all my questions. The end of the previous war. The whereabouts of the destroyed Holy Grail and how that archer is still around. And yeah, what did Kiritsugu see at the end of the battle that made him want to destroy the Holy Grail? I wake up alone. Even if she's recovered, Saber still needs to sleep on occasion. The moment we return to our room, Saber immediately falls asleep. I went to bed as well, if only to make her feel better. It was about an hour ago. It's past midnight. Should be able to get out of the house without Saber Tosaka noticing at this hour. Try to take it off my jacket. Yeah. Because walking out by yourself is really smart. I sneak outside, trying not to make a sound. I thought of using the bike, but I just run the risk of waking them up. So I walk. Hey, Growly! Thank you very much for the 18-month resub. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Damn kind of you. Hope you're doing well. There's not a single person outside. It's late, but the silence is still eerie. The air's frozen, doesn't seem to be any sign of life in the buildings. On the other hand, it feels like something dark and sinister is swirling at my feet. Something happened to the town while Ilya had me prisoner. It's like a bad omen hangs over the entire place. I look up towards the mountain in the distance. Ryudo Temple, which stands a distance away from town, only looks like a black lump from here. But that... it's like it's swaying in the night air, rumbling and throbbing. Walking down the bridge. I cross the dark river and walk into Shinto. On that day, the night I met Saber for the first time and then walked across the bridge of Tosaka, seems so long ago. I see the church. I've never been here before. I may have said that as much as Tosaka, but I did have a connection with that church. If things had gone differently, it would have ended up under the care of the church and then been adopted by some family later on. 10 years ago. All the kids in that hospital were orphans. The church took them all in, at least temporarily. I was the only one in that group of orphans to be adopted from the hospital. It's probably why. Oops, I've been unconsciously avoiding the church out of guilt. It's also why 11 days ago I told Taustada it was my first time going to the church. He lied. The lights inside the church are on. I really like that priest, but there are things I need to ask him. Yorukobe Shon. I take a deep breath, put my hand on the heavy church doors. We haven't been here in a long damn time. I step inside as I call out to him. There's nobody in the chapel. The lights are on, but this vast space so quiet I find myself even more nervous than if it were dark. There's no reply. I can't keep going any further, so I might have to give up tonight. I roll around when I hear a sound from behind me.
エミヤシロか。こんな時間に何の用
Hey. The suddenness of his appearance leaves me
だ。
speechless.
夜も更けた。あとは眠るだけだったのだが、その顔では懺悔の真似事でもしたかった。
Pretend to perform some sort of penance. Kotomine sounds bored and turns back to the door he came through.
いや待ってくれ。あんたに聞きたいことがあってきた。
そんなことは分かっている。時間外だからといって訪れたものを追い返すことなどせん。
As Kotomine says so, he opens the door to the back of the church.
ついてこい。話といっても聖杯戦争の件だろう。そんな血生臭い話をここでするわけにもいかん。
Kotomine doesn't bother asking my opinion. He just disappears in the back of the church. I've come this far. Can't go home empty-handed. I steel myself, determined not to let Kotomine intimidate me this time, and head toward the back of the church.
外もすごかったけど、中も凝ってるっていうか。
Fancy. This must be a courtyard. The garden and the passageway are too magnificent for Kotomine to live here alone.
何をしている？話をするのならこちらに来い。
The priest disappears yet another corner.
くそ。本当に待ったなしなんだな、こいつ。
Looking at Kotomine makes me like really want to eat chicken, and I don't know why. I complain to myself as I chase after Kotomine. The church is a small labyrinth, so I don't have any choice but to follow Kotomine. Fancy. We enter a modest stone chamber. The simple room, far from the elegance of that chapel and courtyard, must be Father Kotomine's private room.
もてなすものは一つもないが許せ。
The priest makes his apology as he plops down onto a sofa. I smell the faint aroma of what might be wine. For the smell to linger in this room, you must really like wine.
どうした？話があるのではなかったか。そこでほうけられていても迷惑だ。
誰もほうけてなんかいない。
Nah,
この部屋
marble.
が意外だったから驚いていただけで。
He's very
すぐ
tall.
に要件を済ませて帰る。
それは何より。私も子供に付き合うほど暇ではない。質問は手短にしてもらおう。
This priest really gets on my nerves. I feel like he's reading my mind, and whenever I try to deal with him directly, I just get intimidated.
それで話は何だ、エミヤシロ。一応教えられることは全て教えたつもりだが。
嘘つけ。あんたは知ってたはずだ。親父がセイバーのマスターだったこと。最後に聖杯を壊しちまったこと。あんたは聖杯を管理。
ほう。セイバー自身がそう言ったのか。
ああ。前回の聖杯戦争はそうして終わったって聞いた。
The priest falls silent, contemplating something.
サーバントが前回の記憶を受け継いでいるというのは異常だ。セイバーは故障しているのか、それともあのセイバーそのものが異常なのか。
Hello, Puki.
何せよ通常のサーバントとは言えないな。英霊は記憶など持たない。過去、現在、未来、いかなる時代にも呼び出される連中に記憶があっては矛盾が生じる。奴らにあるものは生前の記録だけだ。死後英霊となってからの出来事は一切記憶されないはずだ。
He ponders this as if he still isn't convinced. I get it. Kotomine doesn't know Saber hasn't fully become a heroic spirit, so he can't truly understand the situation.
いや、それが違うんだ。セイバーは他のサーバントとは事情が違
Hey,
うらし
good
い。
morning, Puki. Hope you've been doing well.
事情が違う？なるほど。わざわざ訪れた要件はそれか。いいだろう。話してみろ。
His haughty attitude pisses me off, but I don't have time to deal with that too. I don't like it, but this man might be able to give me a clear explanation.
それがセイバーは死んでないらしいんだ。あいつはまだ英霊になる契約をしていない。死の淵であいつが願ったのは聖杯を手に入れることで、その代償として英霊になることを認めたとか。だからあいつはまだ死んだわけじゃないんだ。聖杯を手に入れるまでは死なず、手に入れてしまえば完全なサーバントになるって言ってた。
死んでいない。
God, that face.
セーバーはまだ輪廻の枠にとどまっているということか。他の英霊のように時間から外れたわけではないと。
ああ、そういうことだと思う。遠坂はセイバーは一人で時間に止まっているとも言ってた。
そうか。英霊のようにことが済めば消えるのではなく、聖杯を手に入れるまでは
doing good myself.
英霊として借り出されるということ
Doing
か。
great.
だが、あれは未だ聖杯を手に入れていないため、失敗するたびに死の直前にいる自身に戻ってしまう。そうして前回の記憶を持ったまま、今回も呼び出された。わざわざ死ぬために聖杯を求めるとは、英雄というのはわからぬな。そうして手に入れたところで、待っているのはサーバントとして刺激されることだけだろうに。
そうだ。たとえ聖杯を手に入れてあいつが望みを叶えたところで、あいつは他のサーバントと同じになっちまうんだろう。俺にはそれが納得いかない。そもそもサーバントって何なんだ。英霊を使い魔にするっていうな。セイバーみたいに矛盾した英霊もあり得るのか。
Such a princess when it comes to weather. Ugh.
さあ、そのあたりのシステムなど知らんよ。魂の永続、その秘宝を真似て作られたのがサーバントシステムだ。こればかりは立案者であった当時の人間しか知るまい。
魂の永続。
The permanence of the soul. Hey, the lone fox lily. The lone fox. I always think it says lily. It does not say lily. Foxley. I'm having a fit. Good evening. Thank you for the raid. Hello, how are ya?
いや、もともとはそういうものだっただけという話。
Good evening. Good. Actually, let me take a second. Oh god. Well, I have the opportunity. Just how long have my glasses been off? I didn't even notice that. I must be stumbling over my words. But hey, good evening.
関係のないことだ。忘れろ。
Stretching again. Ugh. Hope you're all doing well.
それでエミヤしろ。
Okay.
つまるところ、お前はあのセーバーをサーバントではなくしたいというのだね。
EVing you too. Is that what I want? I do think Saber's situation is messed up. Aiming for the Holy Grail is all well and good, but afterwards the only thing waiting for her is her disappearance. Even if someone other than King Arthur is chosen as king and when King Arthur ceased to exist in our history, the hero King Arthur will continue to be used by who knows how many others, and that seems wrong to me. So if she could stop being a servant and just live a normal life.
それは不可能だ。死者は蘇らない。いかに時間に止まっていようと、私たちにとってセーバーは死んだものだ。彼女を現世に呼び出しているのは聖杯の力であり、彼女が英霊になる交換条件を飲んだからだろう。聖杯を求めない彼女はサーバントとして召喚されることはない。そして聖杯を求める以上、遅かれ早かれ彼女は完全なサーバントになるだろう。たとえ今回が失敗に終わっても、彼女にはチャンスなど無限にある。セイバーは未だ時間軸にとどまっているため、聖杯を手に入れる機会を同時に行えるというわけでもないし、一度失敗した試練は何度やり直そうと失敗する。結果を体験しているからといって決定した結果は変えられないからだ。 だがそれでも聖杯を手に入れるのは時間の問題だろう。聖杯を手に入れる機会はこの聖杯戦争だけではない。聖杯に関する試練はあらゆる時代に存在する。その全てをしらみつぶしに続けていけばいずれ聖杯は手に入れられる。そもそも彼女は結果として聖杯を手に入れるからこそ英霊として召喚されているのだ。お前のセーバーをサーバントでなくす方法などあれがお前の前に現れた時点で存在しまい。
I knew it. As long as Saber seeks the Holy Grail, there's no way she can avoid becoming a servant. She'll stay like this forever unless she decides to use the Holy Grail for herself. Even if this Holy Grail war ends and there's no need to fight anymore. If she doesn't obtain the Holy Grail, she just has to try again next time. The moment she obtains it, she turns into this so-called heroic spirit and is sent all across time.
じゃあ聖杯を手に入れようが手に入れまいがあいつはずっとサーバントのままなのか。
いや、そうとは限らんだろう。聖杯が本当に万能の杯であるのなら。
けどあんたはさっきそれは不可能だと。
なあ、セーバーをサーバントでなくすのは不可能だ。だがお前が望んでいるのはセーバーを人としてこの世にとどまらせることだろう。ならばそう難しいことではない。聖杯戦争が終わった後、サーバントを人として生かすこともできる。もっとも死んでしまえば死の直前にいる彼女に戻ることになる
が。それはどうやって？
英霊とサーバントは似て非なるもの。通常英霊として召喚されるものに
We really are just kind of in the Kotamine Kure lore hour, aren't we?
連中はただ
Or just kind of the lore hour in general.
の道具として召喚され消え去っていく。だがサーバントは別だ。あれは聖杯によって呼び出された本体だ。
Totally unrelated. But I was planning on making that announcement on like Discord
世界に留めておくだけで人として生きていこう。
But I was thinking, seeing as I mentioned this before, seeing as I mentioned this a little bit before, I was thinking with you know how it's been like, you know, the September thing. I never really do anything for September. No, I was thinking that on the 26th, I was thinking about doing something like a kind of like a horror marathon every day kind of thing. And I was thinking about doing them in like different, what do you call them? Categories? Like doing mascot horror one day, doing psychological horror another day, doing slasher gore horror another day. I thought that could be a fun idea. But the thing is, I can never think of incentives or anything like that. Now, the thing is about that, I did make a bunch of hidden things to use points on, which I am mildly afraid of and terrified of. But I was thinking about activating them for that? Saying you want to do an RE Marathon again? That is the exact opposite of what I'm saying I was going to do, actually. Thank you very much. It was gonna be a multiple, like, each day is a genre kind of thing. For like 15, 16-ish hours, however long I can live. But I never really know how to do, like, those kind of marathons. Dark Cloud? Oh god, as much as I love it. And I also thought it'd be neat to do that Dragon Quest thing that week as well. It's okay, dude. It's okay, dude. You can your Resident Evil day. One of the days is Aria likes. Listen! Okay, well, I thought about it, actually. But no, I was totally thinking about doing a day like that. But that does not count as doing an RE marathon, for the record. Yeah, I thought it could be fun. I thought it could be a fun idea. Take a stretch intermission here while Curie stares into my soul. But I thought maybe it could be a neat idea. But I thought it'd be a good idea to do it because, one, I'd like to do that kind of thing in general. B, which is 2, in my brain, I also want to kind of raise a little bit of money to visit my parents at the end of the year. I thought that could probably help out a bit there. Keep telling yourself that, Spacey? Listen. But I couldn't think of any incentives. I'll see about asking for help from y'all for those kind of things. I had one idea from a friend who really wants to put my PNG tubers in bunny outfits. RG Horror AK from South Marathon? Nah. Nah, stuff like that, it'd be like Fear and Hunger, I think. That could be a fun idea. But yeah, it's just something I haven't announced yet, but I was planning on doing it. It's kind of why I'm having like kind of like a chill day with book. Then, yeah, it's an idea. It's an idea. I was planning on bringing it up.
できるのか
Probably later today.
前回
Yo, Car
セイ
Bunny,
バーは
maybe.
聖杯が壊れた時点で消えたと言っていた
Play
聖
Siren.
杯
Oh,
がなくなってしまえばサーバントは残っていられないんじゃないのか
I love Siren, but that's not short.
無論だ。サーバントを呼び出すのは聖杯であり、その後に彼らを維持させるのがマスターの役割だ。だがそれも聖杯がマスターの後押しをしているからでね。本来魔術師一人程度の魔力ではサーバントを
Wait, is it the
維持できる。
24th now? Wow, really?
聖
I
杯
don't
と
feel
いう
like it.
強大な魔力提供源がなければ
What the hell day was the
サーバントは消えて
26th?
しまう。
Where's my brain cell at? Day was that? Thursday. Yeah, okay, fair enough, brain.
だろうななら
Thursday? Yeah. Yeah.
いや、足りないのなら補えばいいだけの話だろう。サーバントにとって魔力提供な
Time
ど
is passing.
代償行為に過
Why?
ぎない
Time is slower. At that time, I already sped up.
魂食いだ。
Is he telling me to attack random people like Shinji did?
ふざけるなそんなことできるものか大体なセイバー自身そこまでして残ろうと思ってない
そうか。ならば、あとは聖杯の中身を使うしかあるまい。簡単な話だ。お前
Have
が
her
真実
drink
セー
from
バ
the
ーを人
Holy
として生
Grail.
かしたいのなら、聖杯をセーバーに飲ませればいい。
Must have anticipated my resistance. The look on his face tells me that this is the conclusion he wanted me to reach this whole time.
それは聖杯で俺の願いを叶えろってことか
いや、それはお前の願いとは関係がない。聖杯の中身はそういうものだ。リンから聞かなかったか。サーバントは杯に満ちた水を飲むことによって現世で二度目の生を授けられるのだと。もっともそれはこの時代の使い魔として立場を確立したに過ぎぬが、肉体は依然サーバントのままだが、マスターさえ存命ならばこの世界にとどまれるようになる。
けどそれは
There's no solution. Even if she were able to stay in this world, it'd be pointless if she's still a servant. She wouldn't be able to exist without magical energy from her master, and even if she managed to live in this world for a long time, she'd just go back to that hill after her death. Saber would never agree to such a thing. She doesn't care about a second life, she insists she's going to use the Holy Grail for something else. But then again, does the Holy Grail, the key to all of this, even still exist in this world?
話は分かった結局聖杯を手に入れるしかないってことだけど聖杯はあるのか親父が壊したんならも
もう何かね。
う聖杯がないのなら戦う理由がないこんな馬鹿げた殺し合いは無意味だ
戦う理由はないか。何を今さら。
Uh-huh.
もとより君に理由などない。
Damn. He says that, and time seems to just stop. There's no reason to fight. He told me that before. I just become a master, I didn't have much of a reason to fight. So at the time, what he said didn't sink in, I just ignored him thinking he was being sarcastic. But what about now? There's a reason for me to fight. If there's a Holy Grail, I want to end this war, and if possible, I want to give the Grail to Saber. There is a reason for me to fight. And a perfectly good one at that. But why? Why do those simple words make me shake so much, feel like I'm about to vomit up everything I've held in for so long?
まあよかろう。今はエミやシローの傷を切開する時ではない。
A voice shatters the stillness that had locked up my thoughts. It's the voice of a man I didn't want to hear. But that voice at least settles the wave of nausea I feel creeping up on me.
聖杯はある。もとより聖杯は受け皿に過ぎぬからな。なくなれば用意した者が新しい聖杯を用意する。
用意したものが新しい聖杯を用意するって、聖杯ってそんな簡単に作れるものなのか。
器を作るだけならばな。無論相応の技術が
Someone will just make another one.
もとよりその技術なくして聖杯戦争は成り立たなかった。もともと聖杯とは神の血を受け継いだ杯ではなく、古より伝わる魔法の鎌が原型なのだ。
You just make them? Apparently they pop up all over the damn place. He said this near the beginning. But holy grails can be anything, and they just start spawning all over the fucking place. So people like him have to go and grab them. And keep an eye on them to make sure they don't have a mana burst, which causes everything.
ユートピア。ギリシャ語でたどり着けない場所という意味を持つそこには、願いを叶える万能の鎌があるとされた。
And there's been 5 wars so far.
このあらゆる神話の根底にある万能の鎌を再現しようとした魔術師たちがいた。それがアインツベルム、マキリ、トーサカの3家。連中は何代かにわたって万能の鎌を再現する儀式を模索し、200年前にそれを完成させた。それが1度目の聖杯戦争。人工物に過ぎない聖杯に万能の鎌を降霊させ、道を開こうとした儀式だった。
アインツベルン、それってイリアの家のことか。
そうだ。アインツベルンはラインの黄金とやらの伝承に長けていてな。こと聖杯の模造品を作る技術は神業だった。
Ilya and Tosaka's families.
それだけでは聖杯を呼び出すことはできん。ふさわしい土地と強力な呪縛が必要となる。それらを提供したのがトーサカとマキリ。当時教会と魔術協会は係争の真っ最中だったからな。儀式には教会の目が届かない極東の地が選ばれた。アインツベルンはそれを見越してトーサカを仲間に引き入れたのだろう。トーサカはここ一帯の霊地の持ち主であり、その種は高霊術の対価だった。アインツベルンとしてはトーサカなくして聖杯召喚は不可能だった。だが2つの家だけでは容易に裏切りが起きてしまう。ことは三すくみにすべきだと考えたのか。トーサカはマキリの家系にもこの話を持ち込んだ。マキリも長い年月を持つ名門でな。こと使い魔に関しては優れた技法を持っていた。サーバントを縛る霊樹を作り上げたのも。
I forgot we just get like literally all of the lore here of the Holy
そ
Grail.
うして連中は聖杯召喚に一致団結したわけだが、いざ成功してみれば残ったのは潰し合いだ。一度目の聖杯の降霊は連中が戦っている間に終わってしまったらし
Keep
い。
us lore, this will be on the test.
そうして代を重ね、聖杯戦争というルールを作り、形だけは元の協力関係に戻った。トーサカはこの土地とサーバントを形作るシステムを提供し、 マキリはサーバントを縛る霊樹を提供した。そしてアインツベルンは聖杯が宿る器を用意する。それらが彼らの敷いた協力関係というわけだ。
I'm not sure what's so amusing about this, but the priest seems to enjoy telling me about it. But I see. They say the Holy Grail War is a ritual. I didn't know Ilya and Tosaka's families were the ones who created the whole thing.
聖杯を用意したのはアインツベルンだからな。前回キリツグに裏切られた彼らは最強の切り札を投入してきた。おそらくアインツベルンの娘が聖杯を持っているのだろう。
Huh? Ilya holds the Holy Grail. That's weird. I don't think I saw anything among her belongings that looked like the Holy Grail.
さて、これで気は済んだか。お前が何を悩むのかは私には知り得ない。だが解決する手段は聖杯のみだ。それが分かったのなら早々に帰るがいい。戦いはまだ終わっていない。
Olof is great at note taking. He's very
セーバー
attentive.
もつけずに出歩くのは正気の沙汰ではないぞ。
余計なお世話だ。まだランサーのマスターが残っていることぐらい。
Hold on. There's one more thing I need to ask.
ことみね、聖杯が消えればサーバントも消える。あんたはそう言ったな。
言ったが、何か問題でも。
大ありだ。何者かは知らないが、8人目のサーファントがいた。セイバーの話じゃ、あいつは前回からずっとこの場に残ってるって話だぞ。
I can see he's shocked. Kotomine's eyes go wide.
どういうことだ、ことみね。あんたなら少しはわかると思ってきたんだぞ。
消えなかったサーバントがいるということだな。そう不思議ではあるまい。前回の戦いはセーバーが聖杯を破壊することで終わったのだ。
The eighth servant.
セーバーの他にもう一人サーバントは残っていた。セイバーは潔く消えたが、そのサーバントが限界することを望んだのなら、それは魂を喰らうことで魔力を補い、この10年間生き続けたのだろう。
Man.
そんなバカな。あいつの気配は異常だった。あんなのが10年間もいたら、親父だってあんただって気がつくはずだ。
分かっている。おそらくかくまっている者がいたのだろう。そのサーバントのマスターか、
もしくは、なんだよ。
聖杯戦争を知りながらマスターの資格を持ち得なかった魔術師だ。そういった人物には一人心当たりがあるのだが、それもないな。
Old man Makiri.
マキリのご老体はとうに隠居している。
Kotomine must be satisfied as he gets up from the sofa.
話はここまでだ。今の話を聞いては監督役として放ってはおけん。そのサーバントに関しては私が調べよう。お前は残るランサーとの戦いに専念するがいい。
Kotomine heads to the exit, indicating there's nothing else to discuss. There's definitely nothing more to be gained by staying here. I follow Kotomine out of the dark stone room, and from there he leads me to the entrance in silence. I leave the church, and behind
聖
me,
杯を手に入れればセーバーは死ぬ。その意味が分かっているのだろうな、エミヤシロ。
man, the priest puts that to me. Maybe to make certain I remember. He watches me from the door with a condescending twist to his lips. Saber will die if she obtains the Holy Grail. I don't need anyone to remind me of that. Saber's goal is to obtain the Holy Grail only, but she doesn't want its power for herself. And as long as she obtains the Holy Grail, nothing will bind Saber anymore. She'll be freed from going back to the point right before her death, and she'll truly die.
どういう風の吹き回しだ。あんたがそんな忠告をする玉か。
なに、お前がセーバーに肩入れしている様は喜ばしいのでな。聖杯を手に入れてしまえばセーバーは消える。 彼女と共にい
Get
たい
off
の
my
なら
lawn, Kuromine.
聖杯は諦めるべきだろうと。
それこそ矛盾してる。聖杯がなかったらセイバーをとどめておけない。
聖杯に頼ることはあるまい。先ほどのサーバントの話もある。セーバーを存命させたいのなら魂を与え続ければいいだけではないか。
ふざけるな。そんなことできるもんか。
I glare at the priest.
そうか。それは残念だ。
My glare has no effect on him. He just laughs in amusement.
ならば聖杯の中身に期待するしかないな。お前のサーバントが望まないにしても霊樹を一つ残しておけばそれでいい。お前の望みはそれで叶う。
Doesn't matter if Saber doesn't want it. If I'm her master, I just need to force her to drink from the Holy Grail using the power of the command spell.
おや、失言だったか。そう睨むな。あくまで今のは忠告に過ぎぬ。セイバーの意志を尊重するのもよかろう。彼女の人生だ。我々が口を出す権利はない。例のサーバントに関しては明日中に調べ上げよう。気が向いたのならもう一度訪れるがいい。
The church doors close. I glance up at the towering church before I turn to leave. I cross the bridge at night. This is the path I once walked of Saber. I was just looking at all the scenery, not thinking about anything at the time.
聖杯を手に入れればセーバーは死ぬ。その意味が分かっているのだろうな、エミヤシロ。
I know. I don't need him to tell me that. But why is everything so complicated? Saber shouldn't obtain the Holy Grail. But the only thing that can save her is the Holy Grail.
彼女と共にいたいのならば聖杯は諦めるべきだろう。それでも存命させたいのなら彼女に魂を与え続ければいい。
I can't do that. And even if I asked her to do it, she would refuse. She would choose to disappear if that were the alternative. She'll disappear and then she'll have to do another Holy Grail war all over again later.
ならば霊樹を一つ残しておけばそれでいい。お前の望みはそれで叶う。
黙りやがれ。
Kodomine's words are poison. I can't get rid of them. In a rage, I smash my fist against the nearby rail, desperately hoping to clear my mind. I hear an echoing metallic clang. There's no other sound. Not so much as a car or another person passing by.
何をその気になってんだ。一体。
I lean against the rail, grumbling to myself. I know I should just ignore Kodomine, but there's just some sort of power to his words I can't ignore them. What I want to do and what am I fighting for? In the beginning, it was stopping the Holy Grail War. But when did that become secondary? Did it happen when I started to stubbornly fight on my own? Did it happen when I realized how helpless I am and started to cooperate with Saber? Or did it happen when I made a sword for her after our souls entwined that night in the ruins? Oh, that's all nonsense. I don't need to think about it. Since the beginning, my mind's been made up since I met her in the shed, the sight of her illuminated by the moonlight. That would have been fine. Had I not shared that dream of her past and so not known any better, it would have been over without me even noticing. But I did find out. I knew I couldn't leave her alone, and I started to hope I could somehow not lose her. Hey, Plaza Serpent! Thank you for following. Hope you enjoy your stay. Welcome to the Knoll Patrol. I wish to stay this way. I want to keep seeing her smile. The image of the girl watching the sunset alone on that hill strewn with swords. My chest hurts whenever I think of that scene. She never took any time for herself. That always bothered me. Hiritsugu always said not to make a girl cry. I much prefer her smiling face to her tears. That's why I was so angry Saber never smiled. But then when I told her to smile, she always replied she'd rather see me smile. That's like looking at an unreachable star through a telescope. I look up at the night sky. I stare up at the star I could never reach. A trickle. I don't know how it formed, but I feel a tear slide down my cheek.
俺あいつが好きだ
I say it to nobody. As dense as I may be, I have to at least admit how I feel. I can't stop this feeling anymore. I realize I've fallen in love with her so much that thinking about her can bring me to tears. He loves her! Oh, hi, Rin.
ずいぶんと遅かったわね。
I hear Tostada's voice as I arrive. She's standing at the entrance.
父さんお前なんで
玄関で立ち話もなんでしょ。疲れてるみたいだし、こっち来なさいよ。
He loves her! She grabs my hand without waiting for me to reply, drags me down the hall. And she brings me to her room.
はい、お茶。外寒かったでしょ。
She's awkward about it, but she's being considerate.
ああサンキュー
Honestly, the hot tea is comforting. It took me a good hour to walk home from the neighboring town. I walked slowly, so I was cold to the bone.
で、綺麗なとこに行ってたの？
As usual, she doesn't beat around the bush. And I get it. Tostito must have known that I was going to do from the very beginning. But she didn't stop me, she just waited for me to come home, and now she's even made me tea. I feel like a new man now that my mind is made up, and I appreciate Tostito's thoughtfulness. Which is probably why I saw...
行ってきた聞きたいことがあったから
I don't hide anything, I'm honest with her.
で、
Yep.
綺麗なとこに行ってたの？
行ってきた
そっか。じゃあ何をしてきたかは聞かない。
そうだなそれにあんまり
Oh, is it my pronunciation trick?
ただ今の状況を確認しただけだったし
そうでも驚いたな。セイバーがまだサーバントになりきってないだなんて。最強のサーバントがその実一番半端なサーバントだったなんて悪い冗談じゃない。
そうだなセイバーはサーバントになんてならなければよかったんだ
She nods in agreement.
意外ね。シロとアーチャーもしかしたら気があったのかもしれないね。
Nearly?
あいつもね
Huh?
シロと同じこと言ってたから。
アーチャーってあいつが
そうアーチャーも言ってたわ。自分は後悔してるからセイバーにはそうなってほしくないって。
なんであいつがセイバーの心配をするんだよあいつセイバーを嫌ってたじゃないか
そうなんだけどね。やっぱりさあいつってセイバーにゆかりの騎士だったんじゃないかな。初めてセイバーと戦った時あいつ
Not gonna lie,
明らかに手を
constantly
抜いてた
saying
でし
her
ょ。
name is making me hungry too.
あの時
そうなのかけどセイバーはアーチャーに見覚えはないようだったぞ
そうなの？けどセイバーは王様だったんでしょ。なら国民を全て把握していたわけでもないし忘れてることだってあるんじゃない？
あのなそういうこと言い出したらそれこそキリがない顔を見て思い出せないようなやつならそれは知らないってことだと思うけど
そうでもないわよ。伝説だとさアーサー王の進化には運が悪くてキャメロットを追われた騎士も多いでしょ。あいつその一人だったのかもしれないわ。あいつが正体を隠していたのは私にじゃなくてセイバーに対してだったって言うんなら割と納得がいくんだけど
Tosaka's unusually chatty tonight. It's probably her way of trying to be considerate. Maybe not particularly effective, but Tosaka's a good person. Usually pretty relentless, but she still lends a helping hand. It's kinda got a big sister thing going on. We drank tea for a few more minutes. Tosaka turns and looks straight at me because she's run out of patience.
で、あなたはどうしたいの、シロ。
とりあえず明日はデートする。
I can't think of anything else. It's a spur-of-the-moment idea I came up with on my walk back home. But then... I don't know where the somber mood from earlier went because Tosaka makes the most bizarre face. She bursts out in uncontrollable laughter.
ちょっと待って。心の準備が。すごいってば。すっごいわがままぶりよ、シロ。
Man. Damn, I'm so dumb. I should have seen this coming.
うるさい。わがままで悪いか。そんな場合じゃないって分かってるけど、絶対に邪魔はさせないからな。
違う。シロがおかしくて。
Tosaka slaps my back hard. She holds her stomach with the other hand, laughing so hard now she's nearly in tears. I think this is the worst she's ever treated me.
心底笑ったわ。
そりゃよかったな。こっちは全然笑えなかったけど。
デート頑張んなさい。私あなたたちのこと好きよ。
おう、頑張る。
Honestly, that came out of left field. When she says it like that, all I can do is nod. I go back to my room. Saber's still asleep and the house is peaceful as if there's nothing happening. It rained today, but what about tomorrow? I look up at the clouds slowly passing overhead, unlike me as it is. I pray for a sunny day tomorrow. Oh lord, there's... Oh god, how far are we left on the Fate route? Oh god. Oh god, really? Utopia. Gonna be a sunshiny day, yeah? Oh no, is it a lot? I may have to tack on another day to this, and I only say that because oh god, how hold on, I need to check the route length for this actually. Hold on, for Fate. Hold on. Finishing the first route. Listen. Gonna be shorter or longer than Saber's unending train of pain? Listen. Hold on, I'm curious. I just want to take a peek at somebody else's playthrough and what they're doing. You're finishing the first route. You didn't specify when. We're listening, Spacey. I'm just taking a peek. I'm just taking a peek at somebody else's playthrough really quick. No reason, nothing to worry about. Just want to stare and This is which part of the game? 14? Oh, the alarm clock. The next thing I know, it's morning. Okay, it's just gonna be the alarm clock while I'm staring. Opening the flow chart. Oh god. Where am I? Oh. Oh, I see. Oh, I see. Someone ever streamed his life until he finally finishes the first route? Well, I may have overestimated how long day fucking 13 is. And I think I might need another day. And I only say that because it looks like day 15 is like another 5 hours. That's not including day 14, which is like another 2. It's like another 7 hours. Oh, I fucked up. You know, you never think it's going to be that long, but then you realize streaming the game makes it a lot longer than you expect. When you're getting all the endings. Oh god, there's still like a bunch of like scenes that I haven't even gotten in this damn game. Like what the fuck is that? Like what the fuck is that? We stopped the tinnitus alarm. You can say my game. Underestimating the power of Natsu's long ass winding around writing. I do forget that Fate has like a lot of exposition in the first arc. Just a bit, maybe a tad much. So let's talk for a second while I have the time then. Seeing as I do have the time. Also, let me like make this a lot quieter because for some reason the title screen is what keeps copyright slapping me and I don't understand why. But so I was thinking, I wanted to start like a marathon thing on the 26th, right? I'll expand Bird for this here. Hold on, I'll just you know, get they're decent size on screen. There we go. Perfect. I'm in suit and everything. Okay, so what I was thinking is the 26th. We do like a kind of like a 5-6 day marathon thing. And what I was thinking about doing, starting about 3 o'clock and ending at about 7, 3 p.m. to 7 a.m. Like kind of like a long kind of shtick. And each day I want to do different genres. So I want to do like mascot horror one day, survival horror one day, psychological horror another day, those kind of things. I think that could be fun. I think that could be nice. Bird expansion, Magecraft. I take off my fucking, take off my suit. Now we're personal. Okay, now we're having like personal conversation. There we go. See like, you know, everybody in the room is in their underwear kind of thing. But I was thinking that might be a good idea. That could be a fun idea, I think. The thing is, I don't really know how to really do the whole, like, subathon thing, because, like, a friend was recommending me that, but I don't really know what to do for, like, incentive or that kind of thing. So I was thinking about having a idea on the Discord over that and asking everybody. Moon Horror, there's enough in that category. You know? We could do a day where we watch analog horror. That could be fun. Rewatch some things. Activate the channel points. I have some loaded up. And I was thinking for maybe like the last day we could do the Dragon Quest chat control thing. Cause I have that all set up, it's ready. It took me a hot minute, but it's ready. Moonor is just playing space playing FGO. I don't think I want to play FGO. And FGO is, well, it is horror for certain reasons, but feather tough, yeah. It's all feathers, nothing else. I assure you. Channel points use. Oh, yeah. I was thinking about doing that. That could be fun. I actually have them already. The horror of gacha. It's pretty terrifying. It's fairly terrifying, I think. Oh my. But yeah, I don't know. You think it could be a good idea? I think it could be a fun idea? So I'd be willing to do something like that, I think. Plus, I just kind of... Just kind of really want to do that this week. This is something I talked about a while ago, doing things like a mascot horror marathon with random mascot horror games that have accumulated. Play the Janky Fate Extra. Pikmin? I don't know anything about Pikmin. Neat indeed. Neat indeed. Sounds neat. Okay. Okay, I'll remember that. I'll remember that. My neck will get longer with every hint of memory. But, yeah, I think not a terrible time to call it. Because, we got about another 7 hours left of this. I greatly misunderestimated, so yeah, good luck everybody else. But that will be amended next time we'll actually finish Fate, because, oh god, wow, this really was longer than expected. I know the other 2 routes are shorter, it's just, oh god, Fate route. Because it's got to establish the lore. But yeah, I think we'll end just a little bit early today. Because there's some things I want to work on. But, yeah, I don't really have a whole lot else to say other than that. I guess, I'll make the announcement on Discord later. I'll make the announcement everywhere else about what we're going to do. But, yes, channel points will finally be able to be used, and I will have them available, and God have mercy on my soul, I'm frightened. Here's up. Hey, thank you. They don't play shit twice. Sometimes I do it like four times. Now, there's something that I was planning on allowing y'all to use that I'm mildly afraid of, but it's a chatbot. It is a chatbot. Which means I want you to all be just a little bit responsible. Just a little bit. Over the course of that. Well, you're fucking dead. Just a little responsible. Just a tad. That's all I ask. I have 1.9 million points to spend, it's fine. Oh god. But I figured I'd Baguette signed up for it. Just put a cooldown. There'll be a cooldown. Oh, I know. Oh, I know. There'll be a cooldown. I'll have other things as well, but what I'm saying is this week's going to be a bit chaotic on Thursday onward. Just a tad. I'm mildly afraid. Once per stream. It's gotta be, if it's once per stream, it has to be base boosted to fucking back. If it's once per stream. Oh god. Where do I even have the, hold on. I just realized you can't hear my mic because I didn't enable it on that screen yet. I was talking into the air. I just realized you can't hear my mic. I was trying to show Baguette, so it would look like this. And that's so much funnier knowing it's a void, you can't hear anything. But it's not exactly going to look like that, but I have it working. For the record, I have it working. Did something happen? Nah. He'll have a little talking thing. There's only Baguette. It's such a smooth animation, I hate it. But I thought it'd be really funny just have him fucking slide with his hands on his hips. I thought it'd be really funny. Redeems are going to be Garfield quotes. Ah. The darkness. Oh, hi, Baguette. Oh, God. I gotta hear him. Forgot what TTS I gave him. In fact, I think I can't, I tried setting it to, one voice, but he keeps switching between, fucking 3, and I don't know why. He keeps switching between, 3 fucking voices, and I can't get him to stop. Ugh. 3? Yeah, I don't know what I did. I don't know what I did wrong. I don't understand. It's like an Australian lady, an American dude, and like Spanish. I'm not sure what accent. just cycles between them. I don't know why he does that. I don't know. I need to get a French to English voice. That guy has a pet Hydra. Mouth flapping like Canadians. But yeah, I was thinking about doing that. And there's actually a lot of redeems, but I have them currently disabled. You can't see them for my sanity. But yes, we will be doing that very, very soon. Very soon. But yeah, I think now is a safe time to end the stream here. And tonight, we'll probably do some random horror, because I've got some things from, like, Itch.io that I really want to show. And we'll do that then. Is it a pet Hydra? Like, you can own a Hydra, but I don't think it can be a pet. I think it just, like, lives with them. I think it just lives with them. I don't know how that exactly happened. Oh my, but... yeah, I think I'm just going to wrap it up here. Just close out stream. Everything's a little bit busted every time I run this damn thing. Anyways, I swear to God, it's memory leaking my ass. Like, every fucking time. The flowchart never ends. The flowchart never ends. You know, it's really funny to have, like, a whole top section for, like, Rin stuff, but it's just that. But then it goes on for the rest of it. It's really funny to me. Saying that Avian is causing memory leaks? Yeah, I don't know what the fuck's up with this release. I don't know. I cannot answer the hell that is Nasu games. Nasu VNs. But, hey, I hope you all have a good day. I hope you all have a good night. I will see you all later. I'll make that announcement relatively soonish in the Discord. But also, I suppose if you're new here, I've got a fancy Twitter and I've got a fancy Blue Sky if you want to know next time I go live, which is every night unless I say otherwise. But all right, I'm going to go break a thing. Sorry for a bit of the shorter, a bit more of the quiet kind of chill stream tonight. But I'm biting my strength for this week. Be good. Stay out of trouble. I will see you all later. And have a good night. Goodbye.